Please be seated. First item in the orders paper is member statements, and I call Kathleen Mason.
Concordia, the introduction of the childcare subsidy scheme was indeed a welcome first step towards making childcare more affordable for some families. However, the high cost of childcare remains a very significant and real pressure for many families. It is clear that the early learning and childcare strategy is long overdue. Parents are under pressure, providers are struggling, and our children deserve the very best start in life. The Education Minister must set out his long-term plan that reduces costs for families and properly supports childcare providers. High-quality, affordable childcare plays a vital role in a child's early learning and development, but it also supports families who are balancing the demands of work and home life. The strategy must meet the needs of all children. It must have specific provisions for children with special educational needs, those with physical disabilities, and those who learn through the medium of Irish or who don't use English as their first language. This strategy must also support the wide-ranging caregivers in the childcare sector. This includes the vital community and voluntary childcare and early years sector, the Irish medium sector, the early years preschool sector, and childminders and approved home childminders alike. So the Education Minister must urgently come forward with his long-term plan to reduce bills for parents, support struggling providers, and give our children the very best start in life that they deserve.
Guy Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, last week I rose in this chamber to raise the disgraceful decision taken by councillors in Londonderry and Strabane Council. They decided that the Army and the Armed Forces were not welcome at the Foyle Arena for a jobs fair at the council premises. This, of course, was blatant discrimination and bigotry, a shameful act towards those who wanted to apply for jobs, who wanted to engage with representatives within those sectors. People from right across the community of all political persuasions have reached out to my office to share in the frustration and disappointment at the position taken by the council. But of course, matters could only be made worse by the self-styled First Minister for All. The First Minister for All, after concerns were raised by the DUP leader Gavin Robinson, he was told to butt out. The First Minister for All telling the leader of the largest unionist party to butt out. Mr. Speaker, sadly that will be a surprise for some, but it is not a surprise for people on these benches. When we hear the words butt out, many know that it also means Brits out. This is because of the actions of Sinn Féin and their SDLP colleagues across our local government. No respect, no understanding, and indeed no thought for their unionist neighbours. We are not only seeing the rewriting of history, we are seeing the rewriting of the present. This is now what we have come to expect from this First Minister for All. Offended by everything, ashamed of nothing. Happy to attend the commemoration and glorification of Republican terrorists, but unwilling to allow their unionist neighbours to seek job opportunities in the armed forces sector. Happy to go after our armed forces and those who sought to protect our communities, but tells us there was no alternative to ARA violence. A First Minister who seeks to make the rules, but is happy to not apply them to herself. Happy to meet with those who share her political outlook, but unwilling to meet with the President of the United States. A First Minister who talks about equality, but belongs to a party who seeks to break the bees through it. This is a First Minister who is fooling absolutely no one. There's always an alternative. It is time to show leadership. Accept that the idea of a new Ireland is in absolute tatters. Unionism is not budding out. Unionism is not going away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to talk about the inequalities facing women when they try to access healthcare in Northern Ireland. I'm sure many of you, like my office in North Belfast, are inundated with calls, emails. Women are reaching out over social media. They're desperate for people to listen. Many of them suffer in silence, and for those that don't, they just hope that one clinician will take them seriously. Northern Ireland currently has the longest wait in all of the UK for an endometriosis diagnosis, 9 years and 5 months on average, all while experiencing symptoms such as tiredness, severe pain and bleeding. I'd like to pay tribute to local journalist Sarah McCann, who earlier this year began an awareness campaign, Endo the Battle, after she had to wait 20 years for a diagnosis of endometriosis, which she actually got in England. It cannot go on. I welcome the £3.5 million investment into gynaecology as part of the waiting list initiatives from May this year. We need to see firm evidence of how this will help the Minister reach the target of a 90% reduction in gynae waiting times by March 2029. It's an ambitious target, but we must get there. And I will again highlight something that I've brought up in this chamber before. The Belfast Trust currently has access to a state-of-the-art technology which enables robotic-assisted surgery, and it's currently being used with great success to treat urology patients, particularly those with prostate cancer. In response to my written question in January of this year, the Minister confirmed that 513 men have rightly been treated using this technology since 2019. However, in that same period, just 89 women have received robotic-assisted surgery. This is despite clinical specialists telling me that the technology is often being used elsewhere to perform hysterectomies, treat endometriosis, and other gynecological surgeries. This month is Gynecological Cancer Awareness Month. When we have the tools to treat cancer early, we must use them. And despite clinicians begging for access to this technology, they simply don't get it. The Minister could not tell me whether gynaecology was originally considered an area where this technology could be used, but I've had clinicians tell me that it is. They are trained and they can do it. It's just one area where we are failing women when it comes to healthcare. Where is the Women's Action Plan for Health? What outcomes will come from the £3.5 million waiting list initiative? We need answers now.
Daniel Crossan.
Mr. Speaker, over the last week we've seen the First and Deputy First Minister run to the cameras to pontificate about their great record of delivery. It actually shows that the First and Deputy First Minister are jointly completely out of touch with the needs and challenges of our people. They really need to wake up. On their watch, health waiting lists still among the worst in Europe with no credible plan to fix them. Fail. GP access, patients can't get appointments and services are collapsing in rural areas. Fail. Hospital reform, endless talk, no delivery, decisions are constantly delayed for political convenience. Fail. Social care is underfunded, overstretched and dependent on families to pick up the slack. Fail. Mental health services, strategy after strategy, yet services remain underfunded and in crisis. Addiction services are non-existent. Fail. Childcare, families still paying the highest costs in the UK and Ireland with no comprehensive scheme in place. Fail. Special educational needs, which we'll talk about later, thousands of children left waiting for assessments and support years into the crisis. Fail. School budgets, schools cutting staff and services while the Minister fights political battles instead of fixing the basics. Fail. University funding, no sustainable funding model, students facing higher fees and fewer opportunities than previously. Fail. Teachers' pay and morale at an all-time low, years of disputes, unresolved staffing shortages and continued to grow. Fail. Affordable housing targets are missed in their own programme for government. Waiting lists are getting longer and all we hear is excuses. Fail. Homelessness, emergency accommodation, stretched to breaking point. Fail. Planning delays, developers facing years of backlog, choking investment in our communities. Fail. Wastewater infrastructure, broken system, blocking new housing and development across our towns. Fail. The rate system, small businesses are being crippled while multinationals are getting off lightly. Fail. Policing, officer numbers at a crisis point, communities left vulnerable and exposed to very serious challenges. Fail. The justice system, court backlogs stretching into years, victims waiting too long for cases to be heard. Fail. Public transport, services cut, buses, trains cancelled, rural areas abandoned. Fail. Roads, in a terrible state. The A5 project is stalled. Casement Park is not built. Fail. The anti-poverty strategy exists on paper only. No funding, no targets, no impact. Fail. Climate action with big promises, plenty of ambition, but projects blocked by political infighting and weak enforcement. Fail. Lough Neagh pollution, an absolute disaster. No credible rescue plan. Fail. Northern Ireland stuck at the bottom of the UK league tables. Fail. Economic growth. No long-term strategy. No joined-up thinking. SMEs ignored. This is a disastrous executive. It is not an executive delivery. It is one of catastrophic failure.
Sorry, Kelly.
It was reported, as you will know, in the media yesterday about MI5 have considered obtaining information from a well-known journalist, Vincent Kearney's phone. And it was also said there was an unprecedented admission, and that's true. I can't remember them ever admitting anything. So while that is unprecedented, what is not unprecedented is from their foundation. They have been doing this all along. It's part of the raison d'etre. And I suppose the question then is, who else? So are there other journalists which they're tapping phones, laptops and all the rest of it? Is it politicians? Is it lawyers talking to their clients? Or even judges? And in case that sounds a bit out of kilt, just remember that it's not so long ago the PSNI itself were tracking journalists' phones on an ongoing basis every 6 months. So all of this, of course, emerged from the sterling work done by two other journalists, Barry McCaffrey and Trevor Burney, on the Lough Neagh massacre. And instead of being lauded, they were pursued by PSNI, and instead of being praised for what they had done, bringing out the truth about what happened there. MI5 are an unaccountable organisation, and they need to be made accountable. And freedom of the press, of course, is critical to a democratic society and governance. These issues have been raised about the PSNI and about MI5 a number of times with both the Chief Constable and at the Policing Board. Where there is accountability mechanisms around the PSNI, at least we have the ability to do that. But where is the ability to stop the type of surveillance and interference and illegality from MI5? Thank you.
Dan Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I want to recognise in this House a truly remarkable milestone. This month, Shankill Parish Church in Lurgan celebrates its 300th anniversary. This house of worship has stood in this location for 3 centuries. The original church on this site was consecrated in 1725 by Bishop Ralph Lambert. It was built in response to the growth of Lurgan, the congregation's faith, and the needs of a vibrant community. This church, despite all the troubles and the decimation that it has suffered through terrorist attacks, is a testament to resilience and devotion of its congregation. The current formation was completed in 1863, and it reflects the architectural grandeur and the ambition of that era. It was designed then to accommodate 2,000 worshippers and reputed to be the largest in Ireland. Over the centuries, Shankill Parish Church has played a central role, not just in the spiritual life, but in the civic fabric of Lurgan and the wider Down and Dromore community. It's a place where generations of families have attended together. Leading up to this significant anniversary, the parish has embarked on an inspiring initiative called Reimagining Shankill. This visionary strategy seeks to transform the church's surroundings, create level access, reimagine boundary walls, welcoming landscape, and a more open facade, with a view to making this historic church more accessible and inviting for all. Last weekend, the church met together to give thanks and praise. And on Saturday, there was another day of celebration of this unique milestone. As we look forward, we wish the church's leadership and membership well and pray that the doors remain open for generations to come. And again, I pay tribute to the parishioners, rectors and volunteers who have faithfully served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nicola Brogan.
Concorla gives me no pleasure to be back here after the summer recess to once again raise the issue of delays to the upgrade of the A5 road, but it does remain one of the number one concerns in my constituency. Let me first say that I do greatly appreciate the efforts of both Ministers John O'Dowd and Liz Kimmins, who have worked tirelessly to try and push the A5 project forward, and to Minister Kimmins, who continues in her efforts now to get it over the line. As a representative of West Tyrone, I am deeply disappointed and frustrated that a small number of people with vested interests continue to make every effort to ruin a road development project, a project that would be of great benefit not only to the people of my constituency, but to the entire island. I would also like to add that it's frustrating for many of us who are interested in protecting our environment to know that the Climate Change Act, which was intended to safeguard our children's futures, has been misused in such a cynical and selfish manner by some. I would remind those who are, for their own reasons, opposed to the A5 that it's not just a major infrastructure development with the potential to open up the North West to more investment, increased trade, faster commuting, more tourism and more jobs. It is first and foremost a safety upgrade, quite literally a matter of life and death. 57 people have lost their lives on this road since 2006. That's 57 neighbours, 57 friends, 57 members of our communities, and 57 grieving families. The upgrade of the A5 road can bring this dreadful toll to a halt and ensure that we don't see another 57 names added to it over the next 20 years. The proof of this is in the upgrade of the A4 road. Every day that the A5 project is delayed is another day where lives are needlessly put at risk. We've had 18 years of consultation, discussion and development on the A5, and every concern has been addressed. It's lower galore. Enough is enough. Let's work together to get the A5 delivered.
David Brooks.
Speaker, and in line with my colleague Steve Aiken yesterday, I want to put my party's welcome to President Trump as he comes to the United Kingdom for the state visit. The United States is not just another partner, it is our closest ally, it is our greatest friend, and it is right that we honour that relationship. Here in Northern Ireland, we have seen the benefits of that friendship. Just recently, we have heard the announcements from Citibank, based in my constituency, and also Bank of America, with new jobs and fresh investment. Those are good jobs. That's work for our young people, it's security for families, and it means confidence for our economy. That is what engagement with the United States delivers. And I want to pay tribute to our Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pengelly. She will be there representing Northern Ireland with dignity and purpose. She shows leadership, she shows seriousness, she shows professionalism, and she understands what really matters to our people. By contrast, it is deeply regrettable, though completely unsurprising, that the First Minister has once again chosen to stay away. Boycotts do nothing for jobs, nothing for investment, or for the reputation of this place. Sinn Féin means empty seats at Westminster and empty seats on the international stage. And I'm glad that someone within the Executive Office is working for all of the people of Northern Ireland. We look forward to the remarkable opportunity that we have, because America will, as we know, soon mark 250 years of independence. The USA 250 celebrations will shine a light on our shared story, and especially on the Ulster Scots who helped shape America's founding. This history is not just something in the past, it opens new doors for us now, in trade, in culture, in investment and in partnership. So, Mr. Speaker, this visit is more than ceremony. It is about strengthening ties that puts food on the tables of our families and pride in our communities, and Northern Ireland must seize this moment with the rest of the UK. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, since each of us were elected to this House in 2022, we have seen an unprecedented rise in the number of people in Northern Ireland living in hunger. In 2022, 370,000 people were living with food insecurity. And in the Trussell report that has come out today, reporting on hunger in the UK, that figure in Northern Ireland has risen to 520,000. Under our watch, more people are hungry in Northern Ireland. We are heading in the wrong direction, and it is escalating. That is what is important to me. And it's not just those who are out of work. 1 in 3 people referred to food banks in Northern Ireland come from households where someone is in employment. Bus drivers, factory workers, hospitality staff, nurses, people who keep our society and economy moving are finding that paid work is no longer enough to protect them from hunger. Work should be a safeguard against poverty, and too often now it is not. Of that 520,000 people who are living in food insecurity, 130,000 of those are children. 130,000 children in Northern Ireland today are hungry. The human stories behind these figures are sobering. A nurse hurt in a car accident told how disability had pushed her in hunger. Single parent families, that's just 4% of households here, account for 22% of food bank referrals. 3/4 of disabled people referred to food banks cannot afford the essentials. Carers, those from minority communities, LGBTQIA+ people, and those who grew up in care are also reported to be disproportionately at risk. This is not a fringe issue, this is structural. When 1 in 5 households are going hungry, then we're looking at a system that is not working. Members, we're all responsible for that system. Now, we do know that Westminster has a role to play. Ending the cruel two-child cap would certainly help people. Uprating the local housing allowance to reflect real rents would certainly help people. And an essentials guarantee within universal credit could help people. But we can't just look to London. The Northern Ireland Executive has a central role to play. We cannot behind the excuse of reserved powers. We have to be brave enough and return to the drawing board on the draft anti-poverty strategy. We need to be ambitious. We need to set targets. We need to look to our people and to stop them from being hungry. Mr. Speaker, I'm ashamed today that I'm an elected representative that is sitting over a growing number of people in Northern Ireland who are hungry. That's not what we were elected to do. We were elected to make people's lives better. Thank you.
Derek Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the escalating housing crisis, which took a dark turn over the summer months, which needs to be challenged and called out over the summer period. We saw the Housing Executive and the PSNI step up its authoritarian response to the housing crisis in an attempt to evict people from homes in my constituency, family homes. We should be clear, Mr. Speaker, that nobody should be evicted from their homes, especially when no alternative housing or accommodation is provided. But it's even more cruel that this is being done by the very organisation that is supposed to prevent homelessness and to help people when they're homeless, and that is the Housing Executive. Mr. Speaker, in one situation we had the police show up outside a constituent of mine's home just off the Falls Road to try and evict him. At least 6 police officers showed up at 7 o'clock in the morning, physically and aggressively removed this young man from his home against his will. This is really dark and dangerous stuff. And not too far up the road from this house, Mr. Speaker, we saw the Housing Executive and the police try to evict somebody, a grandmother from her family home just off the Springfield Road. The police showed up with the intention of removing and evicting this person and her family, but were met with peaceful community resistance against a form of police violence and intimidation. It does say a lot, Mr. Speaker, about the priorities of this state and the PSNI, that we have racist far-right pogroms, we have fascists threatening to burn down asylum seekers in hotels, fascists roaming the streets, threatening migrants and anybody of colour. But who faces the repression from the state? It's people who are trying to fight and stand against homelessness. So I want to commend, Mr. Speaker, all the housing activists in West Belfast in particular and beyond who are standing against this intimidation and this form of state violence. I want to commend CATU, the Tenants Union, PPR, and every other organisation, my party colleagues and other community activists who stood against this and continue to stand against homelessness and people being forcibly evicted. The obvious question, Mr. Speaker, is where are the executive parties? Where's the First Minister on this question? I've heard nothing from her. Where's the Justice Minister on this question? Obviously, where's the Communities Minister? with his terrible approach to housing. He's saying nothing while people are being evicted forcibly from their homes. And where's the opposition? The opposition have been silent on this question as well. The state should be building homes and reducing and cutting rents, and shame on those people who've evicted us. Shame on the people in the Housing Executive who are doing the strategy. I call for it to an end. Thank you.
This month is World Alzheimer's Month, and it gives us a moment to reflect on how Northern Ireland is responding to dementia. Unsurprisingly, we are not responding well. More than 22,000 people in Northern Ireland are living with dementia today. By 2040, less than a generation, that number will almost double. 1/3 of those affected do not even have a diagnosis. Families are left in limbo, struggling while their loved one declines before their eyes. And this is a daily reality in households across this region. In my own constituency, people wait 15 months or longer for a memory clinic appointment, years in many cases. That delay robs people not only of treatment, but a family of their loved one and dignity in their later years. The pandemic should have taught us a painful lesson. During COVID, people with dementia were among the most isolated. Day centres closed, families were cut off, and the engagement and stimulation that helps slow decline disappeared overnight. We saw the effects. Conditions worsened, decline accelerated, carers were left to cope alone. That experience should have shocked us into action. But yet, here we are, years later, still failing to provide consistent, meaningful support. And this failure affects more than just those living directly with dementia. When we do not diagnose early, when we do not support carers, when we ignore our ageing population, we create a chain reaction of pressure across the entire health and social care system. It's the child waiting on an assessment, the woman whose gynecological issues are left untreated. Every time we ignore one part of the system, it is carried by another. This executive cannot continue to firefight its way through these problems. We have been doing that for far too long, trying to keep a lid on issues that have spilled over long ago. And we're not even managing that anymore. We are struggling, and the people of Northern Ireland know it. Patients know it when they are waiting in pain in A&E for 72 hours. Carers know it when they are exhausted but have no choice to keep going on their own. Families know it when they lose their loved ones to dementia. Yes, our dementia strategy is far out of date, but the deeper point is that our whole approach in this executive and assembly is out of date. We are still reacting instead of planning. We are still patching instead of fixing. Dementia exposes the price of short-term thinking, people suffering at the end of their lives. For the life they have given us, we owe them more. At the very least, we owe them dignity.
Eva Finnegan.
Concordia. Ending violence against women and girls is one of the most urgent challenges facing our society today. It is a challenge that knows no boundaries. It affects women of every age, background and community. It demands action from every part of government, from every agency and from every single one of us. We all know the statistics, but behind every number is a woman with a name, a family and a future that should never have been taken from her. Violence against women and girls is not inevitable. It is the result of choices, attitudes and a culture that all too often excuses or minimises harm. This is why, as public representatives, we have a responsibility to create the conditions for real change in workplaces, in schools, in homes, and yes, right here in this chamber. Because the truth is this: the culture that allows violence to persist does not start with physical acts. It starts with words, it starts with attitudes, it starts with the behaviours that tell women their voices matter less, that their place in public life is conditional, that their right to respect is up for debate. And if we in this Assembly cannot set the highest standards of respect and inclusion, then how can we expect society to follow? When the public see harmful behaviours go unchallenged, it sends a message that even in the highest political office, women can still be belittled, sidelined or silenced. Every day strong women enter this chamber, and that in itself takes courage, consideration and compromise. But courage should not be the entry fee for political participation. This space should be safe, respectful and inclusive, not because it's in the rule book, because it is the right thing to do. Ending violence against women and girls is not about what we oppose, it's about the example we set. The way we conduct ourselves here must reflect the society we are trying to build, one with dignity that is upheld, where differences are debated without demeaning, and where leadership is shown through respect, not control. Concordia, I think the best leaders lead with respect, integrity and fairness. If we want our words on ending violence against women and girls to mean anything beyond these walls, then we must live them here in this chamber every single day. Gormila Mayogov.
I have received notice from the Minister of Education. He wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Mr Speaker, last week I wrote to ministerial colleagues to ask them to support detailed proposals for ring-fenced special educational needs capital funding of around £1.7 billion, separate from the main education capital budget. Today I appeal to members of this Assembly to back me in this call. Over the past 18 months, I have set a clear and determined strategic direction to address one of the most pressing challenges facing our education system, the urgent requirement for special educational needs placements and the long-term transformation of SEN provision across Northern Ireland. But this is not a challenge for one department alone. It is a challenge for the Executive as a whole. As a government, we are united in our commitment outlined in the programme for government to work together to better support children and young people with special educational needs. We have pledged to transform our education system to deliver high-quality, efficient and sustainable services for every child with SEN. Today, I seek the Assembly's support for an Executive-led and funded SEN capital investment programme, one that will revolutionise the facilities available to our children and young people. The choice facing the Executive is stark. Without decisive action across government, the system risks failing the very children it is meant to protect. Our special schools have reached capacity. Many are housed in outdated, deteriorating buildings, spaces that lack adequate therapy rooms and fall short of the standards required to deliver modern, holistic care. All straightforward special school solutions have been exhausted. The vast majority of special schools do not have any physical, internal or external space for further development, and new special schools and dual campus sites of existing schools are therefore required across Northern Ireland. This is alongside the continued provision of specialist classes in our mainstream schools. These small, dedicated classes provide higher levels of support, a modified curriculum and reduced class size compared to a standard mainstream class. This infrastructure is stretched to its limits, while demand for specialist facilities continues to surge. We are at a pivotal moment, a fork in the road. Working closely with my department, the Education Authority has today published comprehensive plans to expand, modernise and transform our special schools estate. But this vision can only be realised with significant, dedicated capital investment. Without an Executive-funded programme, we will remain trapped in a cycle of emergency planning, unable to provide the specialist facilities that every child deserves. The facts are stark and urgent. Over 70,000 pupils here in Northern Ireland are registered as having special educational needs. That is 20% of our children. The number of pupils with a statement of SEN has risen by an unprecedented 85% in 10 years to almost 30,000 pupils. In terms of specialist places, the number of pupils attending a special school has increased by 47% in the same period, and the number of children in specialist provision classes in our mainstream schools by no less than 169%. To meet this need, my department has invested £110 million in the last 2 years to provide 242 new specialist provision classes and 98 additional classrooms across the special school estate. This is a huge achievement, but make no mistake, this is not the peak. These numbers are set to increase year on year for the next decade. The scale of demand is staggering. Almost 6,000 additional special school places and over 5,000 additional specialist provision places will be needed. But this is not just about numbers, it's about need. The complexity of those needs is deepening. Our children require more tailored and innovative solutions. Our school staff need the right environment and resources to deliver the high-quality education every child deserves. Let me be clear, I cannot plan, build or deliver these facilities children need without additional annual earmarked capital funding from the Executive. This is not a marginal issue. It is a central challenge facing our education system and our society. We must act now. This pattern of increased need and investment requirements is not unique to Northern Ireland. It is a challenge echoed across the British Isles. In the Republic of Ireland, for example, no fewer than 16 new special schools have opened since 2019 to cope with the significant growth in pupils requiring a special school placement. There is also an annual requirement of around 400 additional special provision classes, as the need for SEN placements there has doubled in a 5-year period. This is a clear signal of the scale and seriousness of the issue. These figures reflect a broader truth. The rise in special educational needs is not a temporary spike. It is a sustained and accelerating trend, and it demands a strategic, well-funded response. Northern Ireland must not be left behind. We must match this momentum with our own commitment to investment, innovation and transformation. The Education Authority, in close partnership with my department, has developed comprehensive and forward-looking plans to expand the special school estate and increase SEN places within mainstream education. These plans are not aspirational, they are actionable, but they require more than departmental will. They require executive endorsement and support as a flagship investment programme. Only through such a funded programme that we will move from a reactive emergency approach to a sustainable position and fulfil our programme for government commitments. Last year, I tasked the Education Authority with developing detailed plans of action for each of our 40 special schools. Today, those plans have been published. They represent a blueprint for transformation, one that will revolutionise our special school estate and reshape how we deliver placements for children with special educational needs. They set out the short, medium and long-term capital works that are essential to meet the increasing need for special school places. As I noted earlier, over 6,000 additional places are required over the next decade. The plans, therefore, include the expansion, enhancement and restructuring of the special school estate. They also aim to ensure the necessary specialist accommodation and equipment is in place to enable pupils to develop the vital skills required to enhance their life beyond education and provide opportunities to access the workplace. The SEN-related capital works currently in planning have a present-day value of £430 million. They include new builds for Sperrinview School and Knockevin Special Schools, a second campus for Ardnashee School and College, 2 Belfast Special School campuses and 10 extension and refurbishment projects for special schools through the School Enhancement Programme. To deliver on our programme for government commitments, we must also urgently proceed with the projects outlined in these plans of action, as well as the expansion of specialist provision classes. This next phase of the SEN Capital Investment Programme will deliver 400 additional special school places by the expansion of 5 existing projects, new investment at 12 special schools to create over 2,000 places, 3 additional multi-school campuses in Belfast delivering over 1,000 places, 3 new campuses across Northern Ireland providing 700 places, and over 500 new specialist provision in mainstream classes. I have submitted detailed proposals to the Executive for ring-fenced funding separate from the main education capital budget. In total, the SEN Capital Investment Programme has a £1.7 billion investment need over the next 10 years. But the urgency is not just long-term, it is immediate. We are facing a capital funding crisis next year that must be addressed without delay. The stark reality is I cannot do this alone. The current education capital budget simply cannot absorb the level of investment required. A single new 500-pupil special school costs around £90 million. This is 1/3 of my department's total annual capital budget, and that budget is already stretched to its limits. It is fully utilised to ensure that schools across the estate remain open and safe, as well as to fund the ICT infrastructure and transport fleet that enables access to education for thousands of children. These are not discretionary spends, they are essential to the daily operation of our education system. It is simply not possible to suspend all capital works across the school estate for a decade in order to redirect funding towards SEN infrastructure. That would jeopardise the integrity of the entire education system. The conventional education capital budget cannot carry the weight of modernising and expanding SEN provision over the next 10 years. Alongside the urgent need for SEN placements, I am faced with an ageing estate. Many schools built in the mid-20th century are now reaching the end of their useful lifespan. They are no longer fit for purpose. Maintenance and minor works are currently restricted to emergency and statutory interventions only. As a result, we have a 15-year backlog in planned maintenance, which is estimated to be in the region of £800 million. Of 74 major capital projects for schools, 21 are currently paused due to the restricted capital budget position. Of the 72 school enhancement projects which have been announced since 2017, only 8 have proceeded to construction. The level of capital need outside specialist SEN provision is significant and pressing. And yet the pressure from SEN placements continues to escalate. The cost of emergency SEN placement provision has risen from £9 million in 2019 to a projected £85 million next year, an 850% increase in just 6 years. Let me be absolutely clear, the education budget cannot sustain this trajectory. If we do not act, the school estate will continue to deteriorate. We will face significant disruption to children's education, and inevitably schools will close and children will be unplaced. This is why I am calling for a dedicated, executive-led SEN capital investment programme, not as a luxury, but as a necessity. We must invest in the future of our children. We must protect the integrity of our education system. I fully recognise that the executive faces difficult decisions. Every department has capital needs. Every sector is under pressure. And the capital budget, as we all know, is finite. But meeting the needs of children with special educational needs is not just another departmental priority, it is a cross-government priority and responsibility. It is a moral and societal imperative that transcends portfolios and party lines. These children are not abstract statistics. They are individuals with potential, with promise, and with the right to an education that meets their needs and nurtures their strengths. That is why I have submitted proposals to the Executive for the establishment of a new executive-led and funded SEN capital investment programme, a strategic long-term commitment over the next 10 years. This is the only viable path forward. Without this dedicated programme, I cannot progress to the next phase of our SEN capital investment strategy. We will remain trapped in a cycle of emergency planning, reacting to crises rather than building for the future. To conclude, I ask members, what is more important than meeting the needs of our most vulnerable children and young people? This is not merely an educational concern, it is a societal obligation. Members have rightly expressed their concerns at the emergency planning approach to SEN placements. I ask all political parties to support me in this Assembly. This is not an issue for the fractures of our politics. Today I ask you to support this ring-fenced capital investment. Let us not choose division and delay, but instead delivery and determination. As an executive, let us demonstrate our commitment to equity, inclusion and social justice, to building a better and fairer Northern Ireland. The transformation of SEN planning requires dedicated, earmarked funding. It cannot be resourced from a budget struggling to keep open a crumbling and ageing school estate. Let us resource the specialist facilities that will equip and empower our children so that no child is left behind, no dream deferred and no future forsaken. Alternatively, if we fail to invest adequately in specialist facilities, educational inequality will deepen and will remain for another generation. We must move from patchwork solutions to purposeful transformation. We must invest not only in buildings, but in hope, in opportunity, and in the dignity of every child who relies on us to get this right. So let us be bold, let us be united, let us deliver the future our children deserve. Thank you.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. It's always welcome to have a focus on the issue of special educational needs in this chamber. Should money flow for this ambitious capital plan, which notes 500 new specialist provision classes as part of the ambition, how will the Minister ensure that those classes can actually be delivered, given the challenges that we've had in actually seeing those established when both the EA and his department have reached out to schools? Will he therefore be responding to the National Association of Head Teachers' call for urgent talks now to get on to a planned strategic footing at this stage in the year and not to leave it till later?
Minister.
The Chairman, Mr Speaker, makes an important point, but before you can get to that engagement and making sure things work, a decision needs to be taken in principle by this executive. All of the parties of which the member is a party, Sinn Féin are on, the Ulster Unionist Party are on. A decision in principle needs to be taken by this executive to endorse the paper that I have submitted with this strategic plan. The endorsement and support for the approach that I have taken to provide the long-term strategic plan that members rightly have called upon and I commissioned needs to be given support by every political party on this executive. It is the only viable pathway forward. Absolutely, there needs to be the confidence of our school principals to make the provision, but we need to take this decision. And then, of course, as I've engaged with the NAHT on this, I welcome their intervention. I welcome their willingness to engage at this early stage rather than having to respond in May and June. This is a welcome step that the union has taken, and so I commend the union for that approach, and of course I'll work with them as we seek to build that confidence. But we need to first take this decision in principle by all executive parties around the table.
Shane.
The Minister will be aware that the Audit Office previously reported that despite hundreds of millions being spent on SEN, neither his department nor the EA could demonstrate value for money. So what assurances has the Minister given his executive colleagues that this time it will be different, that any expenditure going into this will go to maximising support for those peoples with special needs?
I don't accept the characterisation of the Audit Office report in respect of that in terms of the value for money assessment, but that is a side issue. What I can say to the member, I met with the Finance Minister, I met with John O'Dowd only a number of weeks ago. I outlined the critical nature of the budget, not just in resource but on capital, and I highlighted to Minister O'Dowd the need for this executive paper that I have now taken forward. I welcome the engagement that the Finance Minister had with me. He welcomed the approach that I am taking and gave a commitment that he would engage positively in terms of looking at the request that I am making on the executive paper. But what we now need isn't just words, it isn't just sentiment, it's tangible decisions and actions to allow this costed plan. We've master planned every single special school. I've corresponded with every principal this morning. We've provided details of the plans that we have for their schools. That is available for members to look at within their own constituencies. We know what we need to do. I know what the executive need to do. I trust the other political parties around the executive table need to know what they will do.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for both the challenge and the vision that he has laid out for us today. I know many in my constituency are thankful for his repurposing of Elm Grove Primary School for special needs, and also for the future plans there is for Orangefield. But can I ask him when the first special school in Belfast is likely to be completed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for his question. Obviously, there are details now available for members to look at. I am going to resist the temptation to go into every single individual school that members may want to raise within their constituency, because that presupposes that a decision would be taken, first of all, on the principle of the executive-led scheme that we need to take forward. We can only get into the granular detail of what we will do in every single constituency on the basis that we have secured the support of the executive. Work obviously is being taken forward based upon decisions that I had previously taken in respect of schools, and I can advise the member that the business case in respect of the first Belfast Special School has now been submitted to my department and is going through the approvals process. So any potential dates will be subject to receipt of business case approval, as well as the necessary statutory approvals. However, the current delivery programme indicates that construction would commence in 2029, with provisional completion of the whole project in 2032.
John Burrows.
Can I thank the Minister for that statement? We warmly welcome his proposal for a £1.7 billion investment dedicated to children with special education needs, because we do hear so often that children wait too long for statements, travel too far to go to school, and wait too long to hear what school they're going to. So we will support what is right, the same way we'll oppose anything that is wrong and scrutinise along the way. Would the Minister agree with me that actually this sort of investment, whilst being the right thing to do for children, is actually an example of maybe spend to save, in the sense that if we actually invest and show our belief in children with special education needs, in the future they will actually make an even greater contribution to our society, our economy.
I think we're getting into a statement, Mr. Burrows.
Would you agree with me, Minister?
I'm sure he will. Well, can I thank the member for his welcome and endorsement of the approach that I have outlined to this Assembly. I think it's commendable that we have people that are prepared to actually step up and give support whenever they know it's the right thing to do. So thank you for that. This isn't just about invest to save. It's about investing in our special children. That's what's critically important. That is what is driving the approach that I am taking. I have been in countless special schools, as members here have, and they have been with me. And every time I go into that special school, you walk out asking yourself, what more can I do to support them? More than any other part of our education system, that is the one sector that we need to be providing the most support to. We are measured, as people will often quote in this House, by how we treat the most vulnerable in our society. We will measure the decisions that are taken by executive parties when it comes to the decision on this executive paper. So it is invest to save. I agree with that, because currently the spend that we have, 110 million in the last 2 years. I referenced how in 2019 we spent around £9 million on emergency approaches. We now have to spend next year in the region of 85 million on emergency responses. We all know that whenever you're having to respond in that emergency type environment, then there will be questions around value for money and how we've had to do that. That's why you need proper planned construction work, because we can ensure that we are actually effectively spending that money. But this ultimately is about investing in our special children.
Mark Durgan.
And thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, you cite a staggering rise in demand for SEN provision. The current statistics and the projected need are eye-watering. The fact that behind these statistics are children and families is heartbreaking. But why has your department, and I'm not blaming you, have been caught in this cycle of emergency planning rather than anticipating and preparing for this growth years ago?
So we can look back at the past, and I think that's legitimate questions that people will have. But we need to deliver for the future. And when I came into office, we reorganised our capital expenditure. We provided clear visibility on the SEN capital programme. We separated that within our departmental structures. We gave it a SEN first approach. I'm now asking for executive parties to give it a SEN first approach when it comes to all capital spend in Northern Ireland. So I then commissioned the Education Authority to carry out the detailed master plan work, which they have now completed. That work took place with my officials. It also importantly took place with school principals. They have been very much part of this process. What we have today is a culmination of that engagement with our special school leadership. And that, if implemented, will allow us to put in place the long-term strategic need. If we do not do that, I have made it clear, and I make it clear again, schools will close. Children will be unplaced if we do not move forward with the approach that I have outlined. Rightly, members will challenge me, what am I doing to plan? What am I doing to meet the needs? I've been getting on with coming up with a plan. We've now published that plan. I'm now seeking the support of the executive to take that plan forward. It is the only viable way that we are going to address this issue. Otherwise, we will be trapped in a cycle of emergency responses which is failing our children.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, you and I have discussed Knockmore Special School, and I raised it as you have mentioned it specifically in your statement. I know you visited the school as well, and you know just how vital it is for families in South Down, the incredible care that they provide despite the removal of their nurse and being split over 3 sites which are bursting at the seams. Can you give us an indication of where Knockmore is in your priorities and when we will expect to see a new build for those children?
Well, I'll come back to the member in the specific detail on Knockmore, but you're right, this was one of the schools that we were moving forward. Work continues to do that. The member rightly highlights one of the issues which is a cause concern, and I've referenced this before, withdrawal of a nurse, withdrawal of allied health professionals. That's why I say this is not just a departmental responsibility. This is a cross-departmental responsibility. And as we, I hope and trust, move forward with the plan that I have, we need other departments to align with that, because where children are, where young people are in special schools, is where they are best placed to receive all of the other medical support that they need. And that's where we need the work of the Department of Health to assist me and those principals, because their job fundamentally are to be educators, but they can only do that in an environment where there are increasing medical complexities with the right support from our medical practitioners. That's why I welcome a review that the Chief Nursing Officer commissioned, that I believe a report is there and is being looked at. We need to see the outworkings of that review, and then we need to see the support being aligned to what I'm trying to do and what the special school principals have been calling for.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I very warmly welcome the Minister's statement this morning? I know that the Education Committee have been very keen to see progress on this issue. This morning you've outlined a plan, provided the costings for it, and are clearly championing it. And it's going to be up to other executive parties as to whether they're going to support it. Can I ask you, Minister, if spaces in mainstream schools that have previously been repurposed to establish specialist provision will be restored as part of this capital plan that you've outlined?
Can I thank the member for that question? He highlights the repurposing of mainstream school provision when it comes to establishing specialist provision. Let me first express my deep gratitude to schools that have very much stepped up and accommodated specialist provision at the expense of existing support and classroom space, the limited space that they have. So I am deeply appreciative of those schools and principals, boards of governors, who have went above and beyond to help us address the challenges that we face. I can confirm that works to restore any required space utilised in the establishment of specialist provision are on the minor works programme for delivery. Despite the work that has been carried out over the past 2 years, demand for send places, though, continues to outstrip availability. So all resources remain focused on the delivery of additional accommodation to meet the demand for 2026 and 2027, and works to restore lost accommodation will follow.
Michelle Guy.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. I think everybody in here recognises the need to invest in our special educational needs provision, and we also recognise how pressed and tight the resources are of the Executive. They are particularly finite in our circumstances here. So I think it's reasonable to ask how much money has the Education Minister requested to be cut from other Executive Ministers' budgets. He mentioned some detailed proposals. Has he suggested where other budgets might be cut? For example, how much should the Communities Minister cut from his budget, or the Health Minister from his?
What I am asking is of my executive colleagues to deliver the programme for government commitment. That is the document that the Members' Party agreed to, as my party agreed to, and one of the 9 priorities within that, which I referenced in my speech, is around special educational needs. The logic, therefore, is that when it comes to the expenditure of the Executive, that will align with the programme for government. So in my engagement with the Minister for Finance, I outlined that this is a 10-year plan. The year 1 call to deliver on this plan is £93 million. Then it builds, and by the midway point it will rise to almost £400 million in 1 year alone. But this is a 10-year plan. The Minister for Finance is currently engaged in a 3-year programme of identifying where the priorities should be, and the Executive will engage in that. So I expect that the Executive, and what we will articulate, is that the programme for government is honoured in terms of the approach that is taken in respect of that comprehensive spending review process, and that the funding aligns to the PFG. And therefore, that will be following what the member has called for, and other members have called for, that we have a send-first approach. That has to be reflected not just in my department, which it is, it has to be reflected by the Executive as a whole. And I trust I can count on the members' support for putting children with special educational needs first.
Danny Becker.
I suppose, Minister, it is more than words that is needed. Listen, we want you to prioritise special educational needs, and that's not just within capital, that's also within how you treat young people and when it comes to placements. You're asking for an executive endorsement, a flagship investment programme. Can we expect a sea change in how collaborative work happens between the departments, and what work has went on with the Health Minister, for example, because it's more than just buildings. We need allied health professionals to be there from the very beginning.
So the member is right, it is more than just buildings, but again, and I emphasise the point, we need the buildings. Schools will close. I can't emphasise this enough. If we do not step up to the plate, schools will close. Right across the school estate, we are funding emergency responses to keep schools open and safe. If we do not provide funding for special educational needs in the ring-fenced executive flagship project that I have outlined, then we will not be able to keep schools open and safe. Therefore, they close. So it isn't enough just to say, and I agree with them, we need to have collaborative work, we need to have the Department of Health working with us, we need to have TransLink or DFI working with us when it comes to road safety and helping us improve roads outside our schools. There are many aspects of cross-departmental work which is required for our education system. But this is an absolute priority. And I am very much ringing the alarm bells as hard as I can to say to members in this House and to all political parties, this is the only viable path. I have been challenged, rightly so, where's the plan? I have developed a plan. It is not just aspirational, it is not just a strategy, it is a detailed, worked out master plan for every single special school, for where we need specialist provision, and now we are at the moment of decision for all executive parties to step up and endorse this approach. It is the only way forward.
Welcome the Minister's statement and the capital investment he has already made, not least at Ardnashee School in my constituency. Minister, I welcome your call for the executive-led SEND capital investment programme. But Minister, you've also outlined a number of challenges in terms of capacity and specialist provision across the board. Is the Minister considering directing schools to establish specialist provision?
Can I thank the member for the question and commend him for the work in Foyle. I've been at Ardnashee. I know the work that has taken place there, and commend the school for the excellent work that they are providing. He asks an important question, and I know it's one which has created some discussion in terms of the powers that exist when it comes to direction. And that was something that EA had been asking the department to consider where we were back in June. If at the point of exhausting all possible options, where there had been a viable option in the view of EA, they were seeking a view as to whether we would go down the route of direction. Ultimately, we didn't need to do that. We avoided having to go down that particular route. It is a power that has been utilised in a neighbouring jurisdiction, just for members' benefit, so it is not unique, but it has happened elsewhere that such a power has been enacted. Our schools rose to the challenge last year, they rose to the challenge this year, and the approach that I want to take going forward is for schools to engage with the Education Authority. That's why I welcome the intervention by NAHT in particular, and that trade union, for wanting to have that engagement, so that across all localities we can have an adequate and an excellent provision for all our children as close to their home as possible. And of course I want to have schools believing that whenever support is offered by the Education Authority in setting up specialist provisions, that they can have confidence that that support will be there. It would be wrong of me to deny that that is a genuine concern for principals, that they lack confidence that they will get the right support. I am reassured by some principals who have said to me that they are pleased with the support. They are pleased with how specialist provision has been implemented and the positive way it has impacted upon the whole school community. And so I think there are good examples of that. So as we build the confidence, and I believe principals will continue to step forward because that is in their very DNA, they want to help. We need to make sure, though, that we as an executive provide that support. And we need to provide the buildings that are going to be required to meet that need. And I have outlined very clearly the path and the plan that we need to implement to do this.
Diane Armstrong.
Firstly, Minister, I welcome your statement this morning, and I very much welcome the works being undertaken at Sperrin View School in my own constituency at Fermanagh, South Tyrone. But I'm very concerned at the continuing escalating cost of emergency SEN placement provision that has seen an 850% increase in just 6 years, though I fully appreciate the work that you have to do there. Minister, can I ask how your department and the EA will provide equitable access across SEND schools across rural areas?
So the member highlights Sperrin View, and that is one of the schools that we're seeking to take forward. And there's been some challenges there, but in recent weeks there has been some progress made in respect of that particular school and identifying a suitable site, which we will now need to test and to ensure if that is the most appropriate place. But the exercise that I commissioned by the Education Authority last year was to look at all the special schools. It was to identify the areas of need across Northern Ireland. It was to identify where we needed to have new schools to be created. So that work has been completed. That plan is now there and available for members to ensure that we are meeting the need of pupils, because I do want, of course we all want, children to be able to get the educational support they required within their local community. And we do have some children who are travelling very far distances in order to be given the educational support that they need. That is not a position that I find to be acceptable, nor do I believe any member of this House believes to be acceptable. That is why we need to endorse this plan and allow then my department to get on with the work of putting it into action.
And thank you to the Minister. I definitely welcome this statement, and particularly in the East Antrim area where we have a fantastic set of special schools. You have noted within your report about the need to provide specialist accommodation and equipment, particularly those vital skills that enhance children before they leave school. One of the things I know as a parent, and I know a number of parents speak to me about this, is that they're significantly worried about their child before they leave school, ensuring that they receive the proper support. What, in terms of this investment, Minister, will that mean for children before they leave school, and what's the investment that will be placed?
Can I thank the member for the question and the work she does in East Antrim? This statement today is very much around the capital needs of the school estate. It's about a 10-year plan to make sure that we expand those specialist schools in terms of the physical capacity that they have. It's about establishing new schools. It's about looking at where we can have greater use of campuses and bringing together those existing special schools within that campus type model. All of that has been worked through and master planned, and the benefit of having an effective school estate is that you are able then to enhance the educational output that we will have in those schools. Because if we fail to do that, if we fail to provide the right environment for our young people to learn and be supported, at the point in which they leave school, then they're not going to be as equipped with the skills that they require to continue in life. And we have a limited window of opportunity to make a meaningful impact on those young people's lives whenever they're in these school settings. That's why we have to implement this plan. Of course, the department continues to work with other departments as part of the pathways and as they transition from special school settings and beyond. And there's work there that the Department of the Economy and their Minister has been bringing forward to the Executive in terms of how they're going to be able to provide greater support in those pathway provisions.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, this is a critical issue. Clearly, it's hugely important, but you are outsourcing responsibility for the budget to other parties, having insourced all of the most controversial things that you have done gleefully over the past year and a half. But on the subject of outsourcing, I want to specifically ask you something very directly, and I'd like a direct answer. Parents and pupils are grappling with the use of AI. I think it's fairly clear, and we've checked in an online tool, that a large proportion of this speech was written by AI. Can you confirm that's the case?
Mr. Speaker, what an example of a useless opposition. What an example of a useless opposition. So we come to this chamber, to speak on behalf of the most vulnerable in our society, to talk about children who have complex medical needs that need to have our support, and a clear plan as to how we can come up with that support. And the Leader of the Opposition, the alternative to this Executive, fires a cheap shot around the use of artificial intelligence. I have to say, those listening to the contribution of the Leader of the Opposition will come to their own conclusion about the utter lack of capacity that they have just outlined. I am not going to allow the member to detract from children with special educational needs, and it is utterly shameful that the SDLP's leader has used this opportunity.
Order. The Minister be heard, please. Order. The Minister be heard.
I think of the principals and the parents listening in to that last 60 seconds of unedifying contribution from Matthew O'Toole and the Leader of the Opposition. He'll not apologise to me. I don't expect him to. Yeah, he should apologise, though, to the special schools and to their families for his shameful contribution.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, worryingly for children, parents and teachers, you state that the system risks failing the very children it is meant to protect. Is that not a startlingly sad admission that your department and your executive are failing children, parents and families and schools?
Well, I've outlined the plan to make sure that we can meet the needs of those children and young people. Yeah, well, yes, the leader of the opposition, having made his cheap shot, then leaves the chamber. It really shows the absolute insincerity of that last contribution from the leader of the SDLP. So I say to Mr McNulty, this is the plan to ensure that we do not fail our children. This is the plan to make sure that we actually can provide for them so that they can succeed in life. I ask for the support for this plan because we will be able to deliver for them. That is the obligation on our society. I appeal to members that this should cross party lines. This should cross all departmental responsibilities. I appeal to the opposition to join us in the endeavours that we are seeking in order to meet the needs of our children and young people.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, your statement speaks to the functional nature of the executive, that you've had to come to the chamber to attempt to lever this much needed money into your department rather than having executive agreement prior to making your statement. You have invested $110 million in the last 2 years, which includes 90 additional classrooms. We currently are using 39 modular buildings in the special needs estate. If successful in your ask, will it be more temporary modular buildings, or can you assure us today that we will see actual building works to create permanent, fit-for-purpose classrooms being built out of blocks and mortar?
Mr Speaker, I would have thought the member would have welcomed transparency, openness. He seems to be suggesting he didn't want to have transparency and openness and that these discussions would happen behind those closed doors. So that's an interesting departure from the TUV's position around transparency and bringing a statement to this House in order for Assembly members to be able to hold me to account. I would have assumed that members of the Legislative Assembly would have wanted to have had that opportunity. Mr Gaston outlines a different approach. On the key issue, Mr Gaston has brought me to some schools in his own constituency. He's brought me to some schools in his own constituency. He has brought me to some schools within his own constituency. Yeah, I do.
Mr Gaston, you've had your opportunity. I think the Minister's trying to answer your question if you'll actually let him.
So, having brought me to a number of those schools, the member rightly challenges me and challenged me, what am I doing to support those schools? What I have been doing has been developing this plan. I encourage the member to go look at the master plan for the schools within his constituency. He will see the detailed work that has now been completed. He will see the pathway in order to deliver for those children and young people that he rightly asked me to come and speak to and to visit, and he has my support in terms of what he's trying to do within his constituency. We need to, though, rise above that kind of let's challenge just because that's the kind of party political thing to do. We need to, on occasion, rise above that. I get it that there'll be a degree of knockabout. I don't believe on this issue this should be a knockabout kind of issue within this Assembly chamber. And so this plan will deliver purpose-built, brand new schools, not modular new schools, enhancement of existing schools, physical construction. Of course, when it comes to specialist provision, there will be specialist provision that we need to continue to meet. Next year, we will need to put in place modular buildings. What I would say to those members, new modular buildings today are very different to the kind of mobile classroom that I went to in my school whenever it was there. There are still some schools where the mobile classrooms are appalling, but brand new modular buildings are very, very good and of a very high standard. So yes, there will be a mix of new physical bricks and mortar, new builds, extension works. There will also be modular units having to be provided in order to meet the need. But this is the plan that we will help achieve the objectives that I believe at heart everybody wants us to achieve. Let's get behind it and let's support those who need it most.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, the substance of what you're asking for is 100%. I don't think anyone would disagree with more investment in special educational needs, both in capital funding and resource funding. I am, however, curious about how you're asking for this money. You have the great privilege of sitting around the executive table where you could ask those executive parties directly for this. So, Minister, by applying this public pressure in the chamber, are you telling us that those parties have said no to you?
Well, can I thank the member for her question? I outlined it to Mr. Sheehan. I've already met with the Finance Minister. So I have met. We went through the financial pressures within the department and I highlighted the plan that I had for special schools. So this is not a shock and that I've came to this assembly without having already went to my executive colleagues. I have went to my executive colleagues. Every single minister in that executive is in receipt of the executive paper, which is there, and I hope will be placed on the agenda, and we can agree, and we will be able to approve it. So this is there, but I think it is right for me, as the Minister for Education, to assure the public, to assure principals, to assure pupils, I am in their corner. I am fighting for them. I will be their champion, as I promised to be, when it comes to getting the financial support that we need within the Department of Education. But this funding cannot be met, and I have repeated ad nauseum now, cannot be met from within the normal conventional spend of the Department of Education. This has to be a dedicated, ring-fenced, executive flagship priority project. That will then align with the demand for a SEN-first approach, not just in my department, but in the executive.
Living in a parallel universe, one filled with rainbows and sunshine. He seems to forget that his party has presided over this department for almost 10 years, have been a lead partner in government with Sinn Féin for 18 years. This crisis is your making. It is you that caused it, Minister, in your party. Emergency SEN placement costs have exploded from 9 million in 2019 to 85 million next year. 850% of an increase. Isn't this, Minister, a direct result of you, your party, the executive and your department's chronic failure to plan ahead, wasting tens of millions of taxpayers' money on crisis-sticking plasters instead of delivering proper long-term provision for our most vulnerable children?
Well, we can engage in the blame game, or we can get on with a plan that's actually going to make an impact. What I would say to the member, children are being born now, thankfully, due to advances in medicine, with much greater and higher levels of complexity. Thank the Lord they're living longer than what they would have been the case. But the facilities have not kept at pace with the complexities that exist. We have more children presenting with issues around autism, ADHD, various different issues that need to get that support. I don't know what the causation factors are as to why we have higher levels of children with additional need. I don't know what has caused that. But what I do know is that we have had an exponential growth in the number of children with SEN over the past 5 years, never mind 10 years, long before other ministers were even in this department. So we can go down the route that the member wants to go down and yet provides no solution, no plan as to what the member would do. I haven't heard the SDLP articulate the plan. I haven't heard the SDLP articulate its plan. I have outlined a plan through detailed work, through the EA engaging with educationalists, with school principals, and they have come up with the plan. I do believe that given the amount of work that has went into this, particularly by those within the profession, that it merits a higher level of contribution than what the member has just articulated and what the SDLP have advocated.
Minister, apologies, I missed the start of the statement, but I was listening with interest as I was making my way here, given the subject of it. And I suppose I'm struck, given this is about capital announcement. By coincidence, in the past 2 weeks, I've spoken to 2 schools in my constituency, both of whom have approached the department offering to provide special education. In both cases refused. One case they had to actually even follow up to get an acknowledgement. So is there potentially a mismatch between the need for places, the desire by great schools out there, and these would be brilliant settings for any children, and the system that's being used to bring those schools forward into providing education?
Well, can I thank the member for that question? And it is an issue that I had experience of very early in taking up office. A school in my own constituency had said we will provide a specialist provision, and that was turned down. Subsequent to getting involved in that one, then they looked at it again and said yes, we will provide specialist provision, and indeed I believe this year they have taken a second unit at the school. So I'd be very interested to just to look into the detail of that particular school. At times, there can be some policies that EA will look at around sustainable schools. What's the enrolment levels? Most importantly, is where is the level of need? And it is more acute in some particular areas. So I don't know the particular circumstances that the member has highlighted to me, but there may be some schools that have said we will provide a place, but it may not actually be needed in that locality. I don't know genuinely if that is the case. Other schools where we do have an acute need, where we haven't been able to provide specialist provision, is where we have been seeking to engage with those schools to see if we can meet the need. But where a school wants to provide specialist provision, I very much want to see that being accommodated, unless there are really, really good reasons as to why that is not appropriate for that to be the case. But I'm happy to engage with the member on the particular school that he's referenced.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, a plan that doesn't have any money behind it to deliver it is fundamentally not necessarily worth the paper that it's written on if it's unable to actually help those that are needed. And given that you're the DUP Education Minister and plans, we've had some of them before from your colleagues, we have a Sinn Féin Finance Minister that has obviously in a conversation told you that the money's not available, or otherwise you wouldn't be here trying to get support from the whole House. And we have allied health professionals that are removed by the Health Minister. Does that not just prove that when it comes to the entire sector, the whole executive is letting people and families down?
The Finance Minister at no point said to me that the money wasn't there. He welcomed the work that has been undertaken. He welcomed the engagement that I have had with him. He indicated that he is looking at a 3-year plan in terms of what we're doing around capital expenditure. What I am appealing to members in this House, get behind the plan. Let's support this. I'm seeking the support of members. You all have the ability to influence those who take decisions within your parties. But I will agree on one thing with a member who I know this is a genuine concern for, because he has had me at schools, and I know he does have a real interest in making provision for the schools within his constituency, because he's had me there, I see it, and I know he engages with me outside of this chamber. So I get the politics at times in here, but I do pay tribute to the member for his genuine interest in this. But he is right. This plan without resources will not deliver what we need. It needs to be resourced. I'm not going to make any apology for seeking to get the support of all MLAs in this House for this plan. I have engaged with our principals. I hope and trust and know those principals will engage with every MLA in their constituency and will advocate for the approach that I have outlined. I trust that to be the case. So I won't make an apology for seeking to get this plan supported within our executive, because it is the only way that we will meet the needs of the most vulnerable in our society.
Members, that draws us to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister for Education on SEN. If members take their ease, we'll be change the table for the next item of business.
On to the next order of business. I have received notice from the Minister of Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement to provide the Assembly with information about my department's Olympic Legacy Fund. Elite athletes inspire us all. They show us that with talent, hard work and determination, it's possible to reach the very highest levels of achievement. Here in Northern Ireland, our athletes once again proved that on the world stage at the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Their success inspired pride across every community in Northern Ireland, and I want us to harness that pride, that determination and that sense of possibility to help the next generation of athletes flourish. The Olympic Legacy Fund is about doing just that. It will create a lasting legacy for sport in Northern Ireland, building on the successes of our Olympians at Paris 2024 and strengthening the infrastructure and resources available to our clubs. Last October, I was immensely proud to host a celebration reception at the SSE Arena to honour all our athletes, coaches and support staff who represented Northern Ireland at Paris. We applauded not only our 6 medalists, but every athlete who had the honour of competing. That evening confirmed for me the depth of pride and inspiration our athletes bring, and the responsibility that we have to ensure their success leads to lasting benefits for sport in our communities. Our Olympic story stretches back through the decades, from the golden triumph of Lady Mary Peters in Munich in 1972 to the brilliance we have just witnessed in Paris. This is a legacy we must nurture and extend for future generations. It was with this in mind that I committed £100,000 to recognise our 6 Olympic medalists through the Olympic Medalist Fund announced at the celebration event. Each medalist nominated a grassroots club or project to benefit, ensuring their success directly inspired investment in communities across Northern Ireland. For example, swimmer Daniel Whiffen, who brought home both gold and bronze medals, directed £25,000 to his former school, St Patrick's Grammar School in Armagh, where it will help establish a new gym facility. This is precisely the kind of practical, local benefit I want to see from our athletes' success. But I wanted to go further, ensuring that this momentum is not a one-off but the beginning of something enduring. That is why I secured £1 million of capital investment in the June 2025 budget for the creation of the Olympic Legacy Fund, which I officially launched yesterday at the Pavilion in the Stormont Estate. The fund will be delivered by Sport NI in partnership with Crowdfunder UK, the leading online rewards-based crowdfunding platform in the UK. It will support sports clubs and community groups to modernise facilities, purchase essential equipment and strengthen the infrastructure needed to increase participation and performance. Applicants must be not-for-profit sports clubs, community groups or charities and deliver activity affiliated to a sport recognised by Sport NI. They must be based in Northern Ireland and deliver benefits to people here. Awards will range from £1,000 to £50,000, and each successful project will receive 65% of its funding as a grant from the Department via Sport NI, with the remaining 35% raised by the applicant through community crowdfunding. This crowdfunding element is an innovative aspect of the fund. It allows local communities to show their support for projects, builds wider engagement and ownership, and leverages additional investment into grassroots sport. Crowdfunder UK's platform makes this process straightforward and accessible for communities across Northern Ireland. Applications are now open, and Sport NI will oversee the process, providing guidance and support to ensure that clubs of all sizes and capacities can benefit. I expect the first awards to be made later this financial year, with projects beginning to deliver benefits for communities very soon thereafter. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Olympic Legacy Fund is about far more than bricks, mortar and equipment. It's about harnessing the inspiration of our athletes and investing it directly back into our communities. It's about giving everybody opportunity, whether to pursue their goal of standing on an Olympic or a Paralympic podium, or competing at a local club, or simply enjoying the lifelong benefits of sport. The achievements of our medal winners, along with all those Olympians and Paralympians who competed in Paris, will be remembered for many years. But I want their true legacy to be measured in the opportunities we now create in the clubs that grow stronger, the facilities that are modernised, and the communities that come together through sport. This fund represents a significant investment in that future, and I look forward to seeing it deliver for communities across Northern Ireland. I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Mark Durkin. Mark.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the statement. We welcome any and all investment in sport. This should inspire and empower aspiring sportspersons to realise their potential and dreams and help create a new generation of Olympic heroes and elite performers. But even more importantly, it should increase and maximise participation across a range of sports with all the benefits that brings. What steps will be taken to, disseminate information, encourage applications and ensure a fair geographical spread of this funding?
Well, first of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's important to note that all eligible clubs and groups across Northern Ireland, regardless of geography and regardless of sport, will be able to apply. And it's certainly my intention to make sure that we do see a widespread spread geographically, spread across the different sports, spread across all communities. Because I've been in the position for a long time now where people come to me and they say, is there any funding available for my club? And I have to say there is nothing available at this time, or there are no funding opportunities available through Sport NI. So that's why I brought this in. That's what I am trying to change. This will be monitored as we go. It's going to be a rolling programme, and I certainly won't be opposed to intervening to make sure that if certain sports or if certain categories are not seeing the interest that we'd like, or if there is a geographical imbalance there, I will certainly look at what resources can be put in place so that people are aware of the funding opportunities that I am now making available.
Colin Gildernew, Colin.
And I want to welcome the Minister's statement. It is fantastic to see investment going into sport across all levels. And I have to say, I attended the event in the Odyssey. Would have been delighted to attend yesterday's, and I'm starting to worry about the Minister hiding his light behind the bushel. Didn't let any of us know this was going on. I'm sure lots of the committee members would have loved to have been there. However, I also should declare an interest that I attended St Pat's Armagh. So I'm delighted to see investment going in there at Daniel. Obviously not as successfully as Daniel attended it, I have to say, in the sporting field anyway. However, Minister, what mechanisms will be put in place to ensure proper scrutiny and accountability of this £1 million investment, given the committee has not had any oversight up to this point? And why was the decision taken to proceed with launching the fund without prior scrutiny by the committee, despite its cross-cutting significance for both communities and sport? And very welcome cross-cutting, but we'd have loved to have seen it.
Well, first of all, can I assure the member that I will never hide my light under a bushel, that I will always be forward in telling people what it is that I am doing. The reason why I'm here in this place today and that no media had been released about this beforehand was because I wanted to come to this House first, because I'm answerable to this House, first of all. So this had not been released. This has not been released beforehand, and I had the opportunity to come here first because I wanted to hear from all of the members, and I'm more than happy to make sure that all members are aware of what it is that I'm able to deliver on behalf of communities right across Northern Ireland. The criteria is very simple for this fund. It needs to be operating in Northern Ireland. It needs to benefit people in Northern Ireland. It needs to be a not-for-profit group, whether that's a sports club or a charity, and it needs to ensure that it is delivering that sporting element in regards to sports that are recognised by Sport NI. So it's very simple and it is very straightforward, and I'll be more than happy to ensure that if necessary officials are made available to brief the committee further. But this is a very simple and straightforward process.
Members, before I call the next member to speak, I think we'll all, most people will be trying to get the name in their favourite sports clubs and their favourite organisations. Lawrence Swimming Club, just added that one to put in there. But can we focus on the questions, please? Diane.
Mr Deputy Speaker and Minister, the Olympic Legacy Fund is very, very welcome, and I was at the SSE celebration along with yourself, and it was brilliant to join in the celebration of our local sports heroes. This fund's the first time that we're actually being able to support all of those smaller sports clubs who so often miss out on the ability to avail of public money. And I just want to ask, Minister, what protections are in place to make sure that one sport doesn't dominate the fund and that the smaller clubs and organisations get a fair chance to participate?
Absolutely, and I appreciate the member raising this issue, because I think it is important that everyone is aware of the fund, that all clubs feel that they have the ability to apply on an equal basis, and certainly there will be monitoring of the fund and the applicants to make sure that there is that fair spread. Because I've said before, many people get in contact saying what funds are available, nothing is there. A lot of these clubs make a huge difference in the lives of people in their local community, so that will be monitored. We look at that at the minute. We're testing, we're seeing, we're allowing people to apply, but if changes need to be made, I'll make sure that they are made.
Minister, getting money out to grassroots sports clubs is always welcome, so thank you very much for that. But I just wanted to clarify with you, you've mentioned about crowdfunder platform being used. If someone was to apply for the 50,000 amount, the amount that that group would have to raise, the 35% would be 17,500. However, they use the crowdfunder platform, their fees would deduct £1,120. So I'm just wondering, do groups have to use crowdfunder, or can they use something else? Because as someone who's been involved with fundraising for decades, crowdfunder is quite expensive.
Well, I'm grateful to the member for that question. Crowdfunder is the platform that we are using. We'll obviously look into any issues that exist in relation to fees as well, but I hope that she can understand the need for us to ensure that there is a contribution there that is made. But as I said in my previous answer, this is something new. We haven't done this sort of thing before, and I'm willing to go and to try these things out, to test them, to see what works, to see what doesn't work, and to bring in additional requirements or additional flexibilities if required, and all of that can be kept under consideration and, if necessary, review.
Andy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, can I, as someone who knows the importance in sport and who has had the honour of competing on an international stage, welcome this fund? It will be welcomed by many grassroots clubs and organisations. Minister, can I perhaps ask how the department arrived at the determination between the split of government funding and the 35% required through crowdfunder, and do you feel that that potentially will be a barrier for those smaller clubs?
No, I hope that that won't be a barrier, and I hope that many people in that local area will get behind that, and obviously it will be dependent overall on the amount of funding that is required for the club. But what we tried to do in setting the limit or setting the amount that needed to be brought in by crowdfunding, we were trying to find that balance to make sure that the clubs did have a stake in this and that they did have a contribution to make, and at the same time make sure that it was not out of reach of some people either. So we believe that that's fair where that has been landed. But again, I've decided to go ahead and test this, to try this out, because I saw an issue, a problem, where we were getting a lot of clubs that weren't getting the support that they required. So I'm bringing this forward. It's something new, but as I've said, I'll keep it under review.
Thank you very much, Nicola Brogan. Nicola.
Thank the Minister for his statement. Can the Minister outline what he and his department will do to make sure this fund is promoted so that all sports clubs and community groups are able to access the fund?
Absolutely, I hope I have reiterated that and also outlined in my statement. I want to make sure that everybody knows about it, everybody's aware of it. We'll be certainly promoting it through departmental and Sport NI channels, and I hope all members will take the opportunity to encourage people to apply.
Cheryl Brownlee, please. Cheryl.
Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome this. Any investment in sport is absolutely fantastic. Minister, in our constituency we have a fantastic wrestling club, the Barbarians. They are in dire need of equipment, but they require the likes of a specialist mat. Is that something that could be required under this fund?
Well, I'm grateful that the member has raised this issue. I've been to Barbarians Wrestling Club. It didn't take part that night because it was mostly 7 to 10-year-olds that were there. I fancy my chances, but I didn't take part. But this is exactly what we are trying to do. We're trying to help those clubs that are in need. That's the type of equipment that they need. I know they have other challenges as well in terms of some of the space that they have. But yep, absolutely, this is what we're trying to do, make sure that those clubs have the equipment. I do not want young people being turned away from taking part in a sport that they may do really well in, that they could go really far in simply because of a lack of equipment. That's why we're bringing this fund in, and it will absolutely be able to help clubs such as the Barbarians and others as well.
Paula Bradshaw. Paula.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Given the qualification of the Ireland men's hockey team in 2016 and 2024 and the women's team in 2020, all three captained by a local player, it's very clear that we are producing Olympians in this sport. Minister, you will be aware of Ulster Hockey's recent report looking at the state of each of the hockey pitches and identifying what's needed at each site. Will you commit to engage with Ulster Hockey to see how the hockey clubs across Northern Ireland can be facilitated to apply to this fund? Thank you.
Happy to do that. I've certainly heard about the need that exists within hockey. Unfortunately, need a lot of other sports as well, but certainly they'll be able to apply because what you mentioned certainly meets the criteria, and I look forward to being able to deliver for hockey as well and for many other sports, and hopefully get in a position where we'll be able to add additional funding to this as time goes on so that all of that need can be met.
Aoife Finnegan, please. Aoife.
And I want to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, how will the community benefit and objective need be scored as part of the scoring criteria?
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we won't have scoring criteria. This is a rolling application, and essentially the projects will come forward, and we will then allocate the money as soon as those criteria are met. If the crowdfunding requirements are met as well, then those will go forward.
And as your statement makes clear, Minister, athletes do inspire us all, and with that it would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to congratulate my constituent, Kyle, who at the weekend made his professional debut at Windsor Park and won, and invite you along, Minister, to his second professional fight at Mosley Mill in November. Minister, will this fund include clubs that focus on those with disabilities to ensure that they receive the support and funding that they need? I recently had you out at Adjournment disabled football team, which are the only all-ability football team in our borough. Will they be able to apply to this fund?
First of all, I congratulate his constituent and look forward to being invited along to that event. And I was delighted to join him a few months ago, and I have to say it was an excellent visit, really inspiring, and a huge amount of credit has to go to those who give up of their time to make sure that that is organised. They're under a lot of pressure in terms of facilities and all of the other requirements that are on them. So I want to say a huge congratulations to them and to all of those that are involved in sport throughout Northern Ireland and give up of their time. And yes, he's absolutely right to ask that question. I can confirm this will be open to all groups that are affiliated with sport, and I look forward to seeing those applications come in and hopefully that being taken forward because sport is for everybody.
Carla, August, Ira, Ferrin the Fighter of the Righteous Foster.
I welcome your statement also here today. Thank you.
As well. Online platforms like crowdfunding, which you've already alluded to, will be second nature to many clubs as a fundraising tool. But will others, whilst others might prefer a different means of, we'll say, fundraising, will they still be included within the scheme, Minister?
So we're going to be using the crowdfunding platform, and I know that that might be new to some people, which is why Sport NI will be on hand to offer guidance and advice to ensure that they're not disadvantaged in any way.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, which shows that he's not just interested in celebrating the success of our Olympic athletes, but also investing in future ones. Could I ask, on that basis, whether he plans for this to be a one-off scheme, or does he plan to sustain the Olympic legacy investment in the future years?
That's certainly my intention. I want to see this go forward because I believe that this funding allocation alone will not meet all of the need that exists out there or the future need. So it will be certainly my intention, as long as I am in this post, to make sure that that can continue. We can tweak it, we can improve it, we can look at what may need to change. But I see the demand, I want to meet it, and let's see how far this can go. But certainly that would be my intention, is to keep it going.
For the statement. Every penny, as others have said, invested in sport is really, really welcome, and I associate myself with the comments he made about our athletes here and how the success there. But half of the Olympic medals from the south came from our incredible athletes here in the north, and the context is 1 million spent here. There's 230 million been spent in the south. What engagement, or have you had any engagement with any minister in the south, in the southern government, or the Shared Island Fund, to look at increasing the amount of money that's available here to ensure that in the future our athletes have the facility in the longer term for more money invested into that, and to harness sport for reconciliation?
Yes, I have engaged with southern counterparts around possibilities for the Shared Island Fund to be used in relation to sport. He will be aware, I hope, in the next few weeks about further announcements that can be made in relation to opportunities for Northern Ireland that have a cross-border element, and he'll have to wait and see, but I will of course bring it to this House so that there can be proper scrutiny of that announcement.
Justin McNulty. Justin.
Minister, I warmly welcome your statement and investment in sport and the nourishment of the dreams and ambitions of young athletes, encouraging them to reach for the stars in terms of sporting achievement. Sidious, Altius, Folius, higher, faster, stronger. Minister, I see the potential of this island, this north, to become a hotbed for sporting endeavour, excellence, participation and achievement. Minister, can you become the driving force behind a new paradigm of sporting excellence and endeavour and the participation, not just at Olympic elite level, but at grassroots level, from toddlers through to grandpas and grandpas across sporting platforms across this island?
Justin, we enjoyed your speech. Thank you very much indeed. Minister, over to you.
My goodness, we had a positive Mr McNulty today. He was in good form. This is great to see, and of course, is it any wonder he's in good form, because we have a good announcement. We have a minister who's driving forward investment in sport, a minister that's looking at new and innovative ways to ensure that we can fund sport in such a way that will make a difference to communities right across Northern Ireland. So yes, I will be, there we have typical negativity from Mr Durkin shaking his head, but I am very positive about what we're able to do. We're going to get on, we're going to deliver it, but he is absolutely right to say that this should be for supporting people of all ages and from all backgrounds across all sports, and that's what I look forward to doing.
Thank you very much. Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Sir, I know it was last week it was Mary Peters at the 5K, and this week we got the World Athletics Championship, so it's great to see sport at all levels, and that's always to be welcomed. Just asking the Minister and his department whether a full equality impact assessment on the requirement for smaller clubs compared to for smaller, less affluent clubs in regards to raising the money, and is there a risk that larger clubs will be able to access higher amounts of funding for similar sized projects? Again, I think as I've alluded to, everyone says the all sizes of clubs and many small clubs and small rural constituencies, so thank you.
Well, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is open to everybody on an equal basis, and everybody can apply. If issues do arise, that will be part of the monitoring process that will be in place, that can be reviewed if necessary, but it is open to everybody on an equal basis. There's different levels of funding that can be applied for, from 1,000 up to 50,000. So I'm confident in that, but if any changes do need to be made, they will of course be made.
Mr Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to join in with the other warm words of welcome for the statement here before us today by the Minister. But Minister, I want to know, what are you doing to address the scandal in sports such as swimming, cycling, rowing, boxing, where barriers are placed in the way of young athletes who want to represent the UK at the Olympics, and the default position is that they have to compete under the foreign tricolour? Surely in 2025 the Sport NI policy of only recognising one body governing a sport in Northern Ireland needs to urgently change.
Well, first of all, I welcome the comments that have been made and his welcome for this, but I have to say that Mr Gaston made a very fair point, which was under the arrangements we have in place, following on from the Good Friday Agreement. People have the right of identifying with whatever country they want in terms of representation. And there were sniggers and there was shaking of head from the other side of this chamber. And I am fed up of those that talk most about respect and the need to show respect, not showing respect themselves. I think that everybody should have that freedom and the opportunity to represent Ireland or Team GB, NI, whichever one that it may be. And we should not snigger at the fact that some people want to be able to have that choice. Unfortunately, some people don't have that choice at the minute. Unfortunately, sometimes barriers are put in the way. These are not straightforward issues, there are complexities, but I am working on a number of issues at this moment in time in a number of different sports to make sure that we can find the way through. Some of this has to be worked out at an international level because of the way in which some of the governing bodies work, but it absolutely should be the case that people have the ability to represent and play and compete with whatever team that they want, and that should be respected.
Claire Sugden. Claire.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This fund is very welcome. I think as constituency MLAs we're all asked about this type of funding, and it hasn't seemed to have existed up until now. I suppose the only criticism is that it's probably not enough. And you know, if you can speak to your executive colleagues around the table, maybe that's something that we need to invest in as well. Minister, however, I am quite interested in the partnership with crowdfunding, and I'm keen to understand how that came about. I think it's innovative. I think it's quite interesting. Is that a formal partnership, and how are we taking this forward, particularly as a partnership with government?
Well, I hope the member does recognise that this is new, it is innovative, it's something that we are trying. We're trying to get more out of the money that we have, and we went with Crowdfunder UK so that we would have that ability to do that, and because of the experience that is there as well. And I have confidence that this will enable us to get more for the money that we are putting into it. But if the member has any specific concerns that she wants to raise, I'd be happy to take them on board.
I want to commend the Minister on creating this Olympic Legacy Fund, building on the success of the Olympic Medalist Fund. I'd just like the Minister to clarify, is this a rolling fund with no fixed deadline that groups can apply and have their applications assessed straight away?
I welcome the members' welcome for the work that is being done in this regard to improve investment in sport in Northern Ireland. He's right to say there is no closing date for this. This will be a rolling programme, so it will be up to the clubs involved to make sure that they get that extra support in place, and then that funding can be issued. But we know the difference that it can make for these clubs that often feel that don't have avenues for funding. I want to change that, and today's the start of that.
Questions on the statement? Thank you very much indeed, Minister. We now are you ready? You're ready to listen? Okay. Just give it a few moments while people settle. There we go. The button is pressed. The next item of business is the second stage of the Water, Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill. I call the Minister for Infrastructure to move the second stage. Minister.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Water, Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits to this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
The Water, Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill, which I am bringing forward today, is an important step in meeting the challenges faced by my department and NI Water in continuing to deliver high-quality water services, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to put the bill before you today. This bill is a key part of my three-pronged approach to addressing the challenges with our wastewater infrastructure. That is, to secure more funding from executive colleagues, to bring forward legislation for sustainable urban drainage to slow the flow of stormwater which is overwhelming the system, and to explore developer contributions. Following due monitoring, I allocated £11 million to NI Water to unlock 3,000 houses in the Derry area. Since my predecessor, John O'Dowd, and I came into office, we have provided ring-fenced allocations to enable the unlocking of wastewater capacity for over 5,000 properties across the north. This is already above the 4,300 that NI Water had originally planned to connect, if fully funded, by the end of this price control period in 2028, and it is only 2025. In total, my capital budget allocation for this year to NI Water is 90% of what they identified they could spend this year. Our consultation on developer contributions has now closed, and officials are preparing options for my consideration. I have consistently said that innovative thinking and working in partnership hold the key to unlocking our wastewater constraints. The recent announcement connecting 400 properties in my own area in Newry shows what can be achieved when we challenge traditional thinking and focus on smarter, more sustainable solutions. And this lies at the heart of my three-pronged approach. As does this bill, and firstly I'd like to set out the context of the policies which the bill will allow us to pursue once enacted. I'm eager to hear the members' thoughts on these proposals, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. In March 2022, my department launched a 12-week consultation on a range of policy proposals to update our existing legislation for the future provision of water, sustainable drainage and flood management services. These policy proposals were intended to enable improvements in processes for NI Water and for new and improved ways to reduce and mitigate flood risk. It will strengthen resilience during extreme weather events such as drought and help facilitate more environmentally friendly solutions to managing water. The effects of a changing climate are evident the world over, and it would be naive of us to assume that we are in any way immune to that. In recent years, we have seen warmer, drier summers and sporadic, unpredictable weather conditions. It's therefore vital that we have legislation in place to allow us to meet the challenges and how we manage, use and treat our water resources, future-proof the system and get on a path to integrate natural drainage systems more into our wastewater infrastructure. My department originally consulted with the public and stakeholders on a range of policy areas that included powers for NI Water to implement wider water shortage measures, arrangements to encourage developers to use sustainable drainage systems, also known as SUDs, as the preferred drainage solution in new developments, allowing NI Water to adopt certain privately owned drainage infrastructure constructed prior to the 1st of October 1973, enhancing powers for NI Water to deal with drain and sewer miscommunications, allowing NI Water to register Article 161 agreements in the Statutory Charges Register, giving homeowner flood protection measures a statutory basis, enabling future amendment of the Drainage Environmental Impact Assessments and Floods Directive regulations as required, providing NI Water with a new power of entry to enable it to carry out works beyond the laying of pipes, including the construction of SUDs, and compensation arrangements with landowners in exchange for their land to facilitate the storage of flood waters. Whilst the responses to the policy proposals were overwhelmingly positive, I have noted some concerns about the proposals to provide NI Water with a new power of entry to enable it to carry out works beyond the laying of pipes, which I have already mentioned in terms of including the construction of SUDs, and the proposal with regards to compensation arrangements with landowners in exchange for their lands facilitating storage of floodwaters. I have given these concerns due consideration and have decided that both these proposals will be revisited at a later date. I will not therefore be seeking to take these two policy proposals forward within the context of the bill. The consultation received 30 responses and closed on the 3rd of June 2022, and I would like to take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge the contribution of those individuals and organisations who have taken the time to inform our policy development. With regards to the 7 remaining policy proposals, the consultees were widely supportive. The first proposal will allow for the expansion of the list of activities which NI Water may prohibit or restrict as part of a temporary hosepipe ban or a temporary use ban. This will have the effect of making a comprehensive list of water conserving measures available to NI Water, from which they may select to prohibit all or any as necessity dictates. The powers will be made available to NI Water under the proposed legislation are comparable to those in other jurisdictions. Approval of this policy proposal amongst respondents was highly positive, although concerns were voiced regarding the welfare of fish and animals if the filling of domestic ponds were to be included in the proposed measures. Given these concerns, I have decided that the filling of domestic ponds should not be included in the proposed list of prohibited activities to be included under this proposal. It was also proposed that my department should be given the power to issue future arrangements and guidance on the design, approval and maintenance of sustainable drainage systems to make SUDs the preferred means of dealing with surface water. Again, this was met with overall support. I'm therefore providing my department with the powers to make regulations in relation to the design, approval, operation and maintenance of SUDs. In tandem with this bill, I am launching a public consultation on nature-based SUDs in new housing developments on Monday the 22nd of September 2025. This consultation seeks views on the development and implementation of new policies and regulatory arrangements to ensure that nature-based SUDs such as grass, swales, rain gardens and detention ponds are provided in new housing developments in the future. Another proposal is to allow NI Water to adopt and maintain sections of privately owned drainage infrastructure constructed prior to the 1st of October 1973, where such sections are critical to the effective operation of its network. Fixing and adopting old drainage infrastructure where it is critical to the operation of NI Water's network would ensure that failing drainage would no longer cause damage to the environment or harm biodiversity. I am therefore providing NI Water with the power to adopt pre-1973 private drainage infrastructure, which is critical to the effective operation of the sewerage network. The next proposal will provide NI Water with the power to enter premises to fix drainage miscommunications and recover the costs from the landowner in instances when the landowner refuses entry and refuses to repair the miscommunication themselves. It is not currently possible for NI Water to register Article 161 agreements on the Statutory Charges Register. These are agreements between a developer and NI Water for the adoption of certain infrastructure. I am therefore providing NI Water with the power to register Article 161 adoption agreements and bonds in the Statutory Charges Register. This will enable solicitors and conveyancers to access the records of any ongoing obligation which lies with a piece of land at a single point. Following discussions with the Office of the Legislative Council and the Registrar of Titles, I am confident that allowing this power is the optimum solution to providing a more streamlined and transparent process to assist the conveyancing process in the North. Responses to the proposal to enable the Department to introduce powers for a substantive homeowner flood protection grant scheme to residents whose properties are susceptible to flooding were very positive. My predecessor, John O'Dowd, specifically instructed officials to ensure that applicants are not prevented from availing of the homeowner flood protection grants if there are plans for a future flood alleviation scheme, and I intend to carry this very important policy forward. I recognise the importance of helping people to protect their homes from flooding, and whilst we can't prevent all flooding from happening, we can reduce the impacts with appropriate improvements and development. This is exactly why I announced in July of this year an increase in the grant funding threshold for the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant Scheme from £10,000 to £13,700 to take into account inflationary increases. And the eligibility criteria will also be improved to streamline the application process. I am therefore now providing my department with the power to develop a substantive scheme so that the current pilot scheme that currently operates will have a sound legislative basis going forward. Further consultation and new regulations will be required for a new scheme. My final proposal is to provide powers for my department to amend, update or revoke the Drainage Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations Northern Ireland 2017 and the Water Environment Flood Directive Regulations Northern Ireland 2009. This power is being taken to replace the powers which my department previously had before the UK left the EU. I'm not planning any such amendments at present. Rather, this power will be used as and when necessity dictates and will follow the normal consultation process. Any future regulations will be made by draft affirmative resolution, which will allow for full scrutiny by the Assembly. The majority of the provisions in the bill require commencement orders to introduce then following royal assent. So, Gormagood, that's Concordia, and I'd be very happy to address any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And before I call the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, I just want to welcome Peter to his position, and we wish to pass on our regards to Deborah. Peter.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her statement this morning. I hope you'll indulge me for a moment so that I can take this opportunity to record the committee's gratitude and my own for the work that Deborah has done. She's stepping back from political duties, as most people are aware. She's last stage in her pregnancy and expecting a baby. Hopefully she's doing something more interesting and relaxing than watching second stage in the Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill this morning. I would certainly hope she is, but I suspect she's not. I suspect she is probably watching us. And that gives me a really great opportunity to pass on my best wishes to her. I hope to see her later on in the week. It's an incredibly exciting time for both her and Robert, and also just to say to her that this lectern is hers, and I'm just trying to fill her shoes for a period. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on this bill in my role as committee chair, and then I might make some quite short comments in my role as a DUP MLA as well. Now that the bill has been formally introduced, the committee will conduct a more detailed examination of its provisions should it successfully pass second stage today. As we have already heard, the bill seeks to amend and enhance existing legislation to introduce measures to decrease pollution in watercourses, enhance our ability to withstand extreme weather events, as the Minister referred to, particularly flooding and drought, through strengthened flood resilience, to encourage the use of sustainable drainage systems known as SUDS, which I think is an incredibly apt acronym for such a drainage defence, in a way to manage surface water, and finally to improve water resource management through the introduction of a more environmentally friendly solution for managing water resources. The committee, I know, has already undertaken some pre-legislative scrutiny of the outlined proposals when it received oral evidence from departmental officials at its meeting in April of last year. Following that session, the committee received further evidence from representatives from Northern Ireland Water, who, as we all know, are a key stakeholder throughout the passage of this bill. I would like to record our thanks to both the Department and to Northern Ireland Water for making themselves available to provide this evidence to allow the committee to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the key aspects of the bill proposed. In the course of the oral evidence from departmental officials, the committee noted that within 7 policy areas a number of measures will be included in the bill. Understandably, the committee will be keen to examine the scope of such measures, including activities that would be prohibited during a hosepipe ban to better manage water supplies during drought. In addition, powers to introduce guidance and arrangements for the use of sustainable drainage systems, known as SUDS, will play an important role in supporting the implementation across Northern Ireland should the bill be enacted. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill also contains a number of provisions to enable Northern Ireland Water to adopt private drainage infrastructure that was built, and the Minister just reflected on this, before 1973, when it will be of obvious and critical benefit to the overall network. The committee will undoubtedly be interested to examine the particular circumstances envisaged that could be constituted to benefit the network to mitigate flood or environmental damage. Furthermore, provisions to enhance the powers to deal with misconnections to the network, which, as we all know, can be a source of water pollution, will also undoubtedly be of interest to the committee's scrutiny processes. As every member in this chamber will know, Northern Ireland Water has been operating from a very constrained financial position, and therefore I'm sure this will be an ongoing consideration that the committee will be keen to examine Northern Ireland Water's assessment of its financial requirements to deliver the intended policy and legislative outcomes using these powers. This is particularly critical given the underinvestment in our water network, which, as we have all seen, is having a severe impact on our ability to build new homes and also facilitate economic growth due to a lack of capacity in the overall system. Whilst these funding constraints form part of a much wider issue that will not be solely resolved through the progress of this bill, the additional powers within it can seek to deliver the much-needed incremental improvements to our network. During the pre-legislative evidence, the committee had expressed some concern over the uncertainty of the funding made available, and therefore I'm sure committee will undoubtedly wish to explore this in more detail now that the bill is before us. These provisions have the potential to make a very positive impact and deliver intended policy objectives. However, without sustained and sufficient funding, they may simply be a power that cannot be effectively used. It is therefore important that the committee seeks to examine all the provisions of the bill to ensure that the powers can be fully utilised to deliver against its legislative aims. Turning to another key aspect of the bill, our ability to respond and manage our flood response has been tested over recent years due to the increasing trend of extreme weather events. Not only do such events have an impact on our infrastructure, but also upon people's homes, as they do our businesses. It is therefore critical that we seek to advance all possible preventative measures to minimise the risks and devastating impacts that floods can have, but to more widely build capacity in our flood forecasting infrastructure to provide the much-needed time-real data to prevent a much swifter flood response. Undoubtedly, the committee will seek to examine the key issues arising from such extreme flooding events and the support that is available to those who have been affected. Of particular interest to the committee will undoubtedly be the provision that will put the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant Scheme on a statutory basis, and through its scrutiny may examine historical information around the uptake of the scheme and the forecasted funding requirements to ensure that the eligible homeowners can access the available support to make preventative improvements that minimise the devastating impacts caused by flooding. Assuming the bill completes this stage today, the committee will undertake all the necessary time to consider its scrutiny and to develop a plan of whom it might wish to call to receive evidence from. I very much look forward to the continuance of constructive engagement by both the Department and Northern Ireland Water that we have seen during the committee's preliminary scrutiny to ensure that important issues contained within the bill get the attention that they deserve. I wish to assure the Minister that I and the committee will work alongside her and her department to ensure we get the best and most effective legislation that we can. Mr. Speaker, if it's okay, I will say a couple of short comments as a DUP MLA. In terms of the bill today, I am encouraged that we have it at second stage. I also see the real and meaningful impact that getting effective legislation can mean for everyone in Northern Ireland, both for businesses and for homeowners. And in looking through the bill last night and studying some of its clauses, I noted, and I've referred to them in my speech as committee chair, that some will make real and meaningful impact in certain areas. And to pick up one or two, how we ensure that we have less pollution in watercourses. And obviously there's the well-documented issues with Loch Ness, but also in other watercourses as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm a fisherman, and when I read of fish kills in rivers, it breaks my heart, because those rivers take years and years to recover, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. It just happens, and that's it. And so that is something that I think we will undoubtedly have a look at in the course of this. In terms of my own experience of the impact that this legislation could have as it progresses, in my own constituency, we have a play park that is trying to be built, and the money's there for it, and everything is in order to take it forward. But it's stuck in planning because of disagreement between Northern Ireland Water and also our planners, who have simply said, Northern Ireland Water have come back and said, well, where's the drainage? Where's the offset drainage? And so the children can't have a play park because of some of the things that we're going to be looking at in this bill. And I thought I'd just share that real world impact. For some people who are watching, they may think that a water sustainable drainage and flood management bill perhaps isn't very thrilling, but it is having real world impact. And I think as a committee and alongside the department and the minister, this bill can elicit really positive changes for the people of Northern Ireland, and I look forward to scrutinising its progress in the Infrastructure Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Justin McNulty. Justin.
I rise to speak as SDLP spokesperson on infrastructure and also as a member of the Infrastructure Committee. I welcome the statement from the Minister. It's long after time. I know the Minister is very good at sharing the blame when things go wrong in her department. She needs to share some credit here. This process was initiated by my former colleague Nicola Mallon. Obviously it's hit a brick wall along the way, with the Assembly being down because Sinn Féin and the UP walked away from this place for 5 years. In terms of the three-pronged approach, Minister, yes, you're dealing with SUDS, you're dealing with seeking funding from your executive colleagues. Good luck with that one. Maybe you can speak to your predecessor, John O'Dowd, who probably knows about the funding crisis in NI Water and in the department, and you might be able to curry favour, so to speak. Also, you're exploring developer contributions. Obviously, that will mean higher house prices, and just something just to really recognise. In terms of the consultation, have AECOM and ARP been consulted? I'd be interested to know. In terms of the clauses, I'm going to go through the clauses one by one. A few wee notes on them. The first clause, obviously, on temporary hosepipe bans makes sense. I think it's probably about education more than enforcement, and it's a little bit of treating the symptom and not really treating the problem. Clause 2. Will there be flexibility and imagination in relation to incorporating new technologies and offering SUDS and our NI Water on board with this? Have they agreed with all the proposals? And was it about separation? Is it about reed beds? Is it about attenuation? Or oversized pipes and oversized manholes? Is that really the answer to SUDS, as is now? 25 years ago, I was working in engineering practice in Dublin, consulting consulting engineers. A bit of a shout out here: Patrick Obdi, Quebec, Paul Connell, Dara Aiken, Lars Schneider, Hunter Jenkins, Niamh Ennis, Paul O'Callaghan. I'm honest here. These gentlemen and that company taught me a lot about engineering, about the standards of professionalism, about writing, project management, relationship building with clients, planners, statutory authorities, councils, contractors. I say that because in my engineering experience in Dublin 25 years ago, we were designing SUDS in the schemes. What's taking so long here? What the hell is going on? SUDS are not an optional bolt-on. They're a design necessity in terms of planning and in terms of development. Clause number 3. Again, this is about the issue of guidance, and I think this is probably more, it's about education rather than enforcement. Clause number 5, by the by, supported absolutely. Reducing stormwater volumes and I can't read my own writing, and slowing down flows, that obviously makes sense, long overdue. Clause number 6, flood protection grants, is that not already taking place? I thought there were grants going to in terms of flood protection, but yes, supported absolutely. Flood risk assessment and management, really? Are we not already doing that? Really? Clause 8, drainage works, environmental impact assessment, really? Are we not already doing that? Clause number 9, scope of regulations, okay. Clause number 10, okay. Clause number 11, unlawful sewer communications and remedies. Where does the culpability lie? Who pays? So if I'm a developer and I purchase a site and it's got historical issues, who's responsible? Where does the liability rest? Clause number 8, adoption by sewer undertaker, removal of restrictions, okay. Clause number 13, supplementary incidental consequential traditional provisions, okay. Clause 14, okay. Clause 15, okay. I think that's the Minister's favourite clause. A few other just pointers. If you bear with me, please. So NI Water have to be flexible in their approach to solids and adopt new technologies. They need to be approved via the planning approval process prior to A161 application stage. Or NI Water planning on the same page, or are you all in the planning on the same page with this? So NI sewers for adoption needs updated as last revised in 2010. So by all means supportive of the proposals and the bill. Get a move on.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the time, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1300 today. Therefore, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 1400. The debate will continue after question time, when the next member to be called will be Cathal Boylan. Cathal. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ministers. Thank you. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. What would I do without you?
Time for questions to the Minister for Justice, and I call David Brooks.
Question number 1, Speaker.
Minister.
Pre-release testing is a vital part of public protection and prisoner rehabilitation work undertaken in our prisons. Most prisoners go through various stages of pre-release testing successfully and reintegrate back into the community. However, a small number continually fail or abuse the process by going unlawfully at large. I have met with victims of crime and political representatives, and I share their concerns regarding that small number who do not take the opportunities afforded to them and the impact which their behaviour has on victims and their families. I've asked the Northern Ireland Prison Service to review what further steps could be taken to manage individuals who raise serious concerns during pre-release testing. This includes what can be done to strengthen the risk management for those individuals and the sanctions they will face if they go unlawfully at large. That work is in progress, and I can provide further information once it is complete.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, it is not enough to implore others to do more. I think it is clear that we have now serial absconding from our prisons that is causing confidence issues for the general public, but also hurt for victims. What are you doing to intervene to ensure this does not happen on a regular basis?
Well, I didn't ask others to do more. I instructed one of my officials, and a senior official in the Director General of Prison Service, to undertake a review in order that we can look at how we can better balance resources. Pre-release testing is absolutely critical in terms of ensuring that when people are released into the community, they're able to be released into the community safely. And most of these prisoners will be released in part of the testing that leads up to consideration by the parole commissioners in order to facilitate their proper assessment of the risks attendant on that person. So I've set out what I intend to do as Minister, and as I've said, I will inform the House once that review is complete.
Conor Hagan.
Thank you. Could the Minister please outline the role that pre-release testing plays in the rehabilitation of offenders?
Well, pre-release testing, as I've said, is a vital part of rehabilitation work. It tests an individual in a structured, measured and risk-assessed manner prior to consideration by the Parole Council for Northern Ireland. The Parole Commissioners for Northern Ireland. It provides additional evidence for the Parole Commissioners to enable them to apply their statutory tests, and it helps them to decide whether to direct the release of a prisoner on licence. Prisoners are initially tested under the supervision of prison staff, progressing to short periods of unaccompanied release before potentially progressing to living and working in the community. At every stage of the process, the level of risk they present is kept under constant review. The reality is that by the very nature of testing, some people will fail the test. By not progressing through any stage, even the early stages, or by being returned to prison, while others will progress successfully into the community. It is also the case that if we do not test, the Parole Commissioners may not have the evidence they need to make a properly informed decision about the final release of an individual on licence, and we can be challenged under a legal review.
Doug Beattie.
For her answer so far. And I think she's absolutely right. I think pre-release testing is incredibly important. I have no issue with that. It just needs tightened up. But what I have to say is when it goes wrong, it's really wrong. And as we've seen with Jim McFadden's family, who have been treated absolutely appallingly and have been kept in the dark for the last 10 months now about the murder of their dad, James Meehan. Can I ask the Minister, given the fiasco around this, would it not be fair for her to meet with the family, listen to their anguish, their story, and actually apologise to them in person for the absolute chaotic way that we have dealt with this?
Well, I don't accept the characterisation of the situation by the member, but I do accept that by going unlawfully at large, James Meehan has caused further distress and anguish to the McFadden family. I have apologised publicly to the McFadden family for how this has been handled. I have offered a meeting with the McFadden family, and I am more than happy to meet with them and listen directly, as I am with all victims. A review was undertaken in McGilligan immediately following James Meehan's absconding, and additional safeguards have been implemented as a result, and the lessons learned from that short-term review have also been shared with our other establishments. It is an important part of rehabilitation and resettlement back into the community, and it is worth remembering that there are around 4,000 prisoners who leave our system each year, and of those we are dealing with a tiny few who do not pass their pre-release testing regime in order to be successfully rehabilitated. That does not diminish, however, the impact that this has on individual families and on the pain that they express. And while prisons do not get everything right, and I'll be the first to say that our prison staff are committed professionals who are trying their best every day to support and challenge prisoners to change and to make Northern Ireland safer.
Nick Matheson.
Question number 2, please.
The last few years have seen an exponential rise in the proliferation of non-consensual, sexually explicit deepfake images, which research shows are overwhelmingly targeted at women and girls and are yet another form of sexual abuse and exploitation. These images perpetuate, promote and normalise misogyny and the sexualisation of women. They dehumanise and objectify them. The harm they cause is incalculable. My aim is to address this growing threat and the harm that it causes. That's why earlier this year I announced in the Assembly my intention to table an amendment to the Justice Bill at consideration stage to provide for Northern Ireland-specific deepfake offences to ensure all aspects of offending in this area are captured. In July, I launched a public consultation on legislative proposals in that regard. Subject to the outcome of the consultation, I intend to ensure that all aspects of this despicable behaviour are captured. Specifically, I'm seeking views on proposals to criminalise the creation, requesting the creation, sharing and threatening to share a sexually explicit deepfake image. I believe these proposed offences would cover the full range of abhorrent behaviours associated with the images. I'm also seeking views on the inclusion of specific motivations, to include where a person is carrying out the behaviour to humiliate, alarm or distress the person depicted in the image, or for the purpose of sexual gratification. I believe that this distinction is important to identify those who pose a risk of future sexual harm. Where sexual gratification is proven, risk management measures such as the requirement to notify to police would be applied. The proposed offences would provide further protections and add significantly to the suite of measures already in place to protect people from intolerable sexually motivated behaviours and eradicate violence against women and girls. The consultation closes on the 6th of October, and I would encourage members of the House and the public to respond.
Mr Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that comprehensive answer. Can the Minister outline how these proposals fit within the wider work that she is undertaking to protect people from sexually motivated behaviours and the eradication of violence against women and girls?
Well, members will know that I have been committed to strengthening the law where possible to try to stop these blights in our society. In the last Assembly mandate, I introduced a new domestic abuse offence that marked a step change by capturing, controlling coercive behaviour and psychological, emotional or financial abuse. I also introduced new offences of stalking, upskirting, downblousing, cyberflashing and 4 new offences to tackle adults who pretend to be a child with a view to sexual grooming. I also created a standalone offence of non-fatal strangulation to provide greater protection against behaviour that is often abused by abusers to exert control and create fear, serving as a precursor for further violence and closely linked to domestic homicide. I believe those offences have added real, tangible and valuable protections against sexual abuse and violence. However, I do not believe that we can stand still on these issues, and so there are further strengthening of the law with a number of provisions from the UK Crime and Policing Bill, which is making its way through Westminster, and the first of 2 intended legislative consent motions in that regard was agreed by the Assembly on the 23rd of June. I also want to look at the provision that amends the current offence of possession of a paedophile manual contained in Section 79 of the Serious Crime Act 2015 that extends to Northern Ireland, and a new provision of possession or advice or guidance about creating sexual abuse images will also plug a gap by bringing AI-generated images within the scope of the events. There are a number of other things which I hope to do, but time will not allow me to outline them all.
Diane Forsyth.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer so far and her work in this area. As someone who was a victim of deepfake some 3.5 years ago, I welcome the opportunity to work with the Minister on a number of round tables, taking things forward on this. But from then, as I say, it's 3.5 years ago. It's hard to believe it's so long, but it opened my eyes to how much the PSNI's hands were tied with the limitations within the law to make prosecutions on electronic offences, and it made me particularly concerned for my children and just children right out there, what the safeguards would be whenever fake images go into mass circulation. And I just want to know the Minister's view on how we can keep the law up to date with the digital age.
Sir.
Well, I think there are a number of elements to this. I think first and foremost there was a significant delay when the Assembly wasn't here, and that created problems. The deepfake image was originally to be brought forward as part of the Crime and Policing Bill, which is going through Westminster, and we would have simply piggybacked on those offences. But unfortunately it was moved as an amendment to a different bill earlier in the mandate, and because it was an amendment we were unable to do so, which is why the committee graciously said that we could take a further amendment through a consideration stage. The law is one part of it, but the removal of the material is the other part, and under the Online Harms Bill, there is a requirement on providers where images and other material has been posted that the host of those sites should remove it quickly. Now, it doesn't actually say a definition of quickly, but that's something that, as you know, that's a Westminster piece of legislation because it relates to communications offences, but it is something that Ofcom are working with in terms of the definition of what speedy removal is, how that should be undertaken, and then that should also help with protection. Undoubtedly, there is a genuine fear that people have about the increase in sophistication of these images. I mean, these are not what used to happen with the kind of rather sad cut and paste things that you could identify by eye. Most of these are almost unidentifiable from a real image by the naked eye. There are also issues around AI-generated child pornography, for example, that have raised concerns. Thankfully, those are already covered in legislation because it doesn't need to be images of real sexual abuse in order to qualify as images of sexual abuse. But there is a need for us, I think, constantly to refresh the law. There is also an issue of resources because as things become more complex, the amount of time it takes to be able to research and investigate those crimes also becomes more complex. But my recent visit to the Cybercrime Centre actually showed how there are even developments in that space which are allowing the police to speed up their investigations.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, you may have answered some of my question, but in relation to regulation and enforcement and adherence to reasonable standards from those social media companies in particular, what discussions have you had with the technology firms, particularly international ones, on improving their current inadequate response to the posting of explicit deepfake images on social media?
Well, the issues that the member refers to fall into the reserved space rather than the devolved space, but I have obviously had contact, first of all, with Ofcom, who are responsible for implementing the Online Harms Act and are the body that are doing the oversight with that, and I have been engaging directly with them about our concerns. And I'm regularly briefed by them on the work that they're doing to develop codes of practice and guidance for those bodies. And I've also obviously raised those concerns that I have with the Home Office directly, because if there is to be any tightening of that legislation further, which I know that certainly some of us believe there could be, particularly around issues of anonymity, it would be for them to take forward rather than us, because it is a reserved matter. But it is something that I am engaged with on a regular basis.
Trevor Clark. Minister.
Proposals to extend the use of penalty notices provided for in the Justice Act Northern Ireland 2011 are a significant element of out-of-court disposals workstream of the Speeding Up Justice programme, which is seeking to minimise avoidable delay in the criminal justice system and will be a key tool in reducing demand on the formal system from lower-level offending and to help redirect scarce resources to more serious offences such as serious sexual offences. This work is part of my department's wider programme for government commitments to explore options for expanding out-of-court disposals. The Criminal Justice Board, on which myself as Justice Minister, the Lady Chief Justice, the Chief Constable and the Director of Public Prosecution, along with other senior justice leaders, agreed to consult on proposals to secure views to inform policy development. Police Service of Northern Ireland presently has the power to issue a penalty notice to a number of public order-related offences, such as indecent behaviour, criminal damage, disorderly behaviour and resisting, obstructing or impeding police. A working group led by PSNI with representatives from my department, Public Prosecution Service, Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals, identified a number of offences which may be suitable to be included within the penalty notice arrangements, insofar as the specific offending in each case is of a suitably low level. These proposals have been taken forward through a departmental consultation exercise, as is normal process. Penalty notices will not be suitable for all cases involving those offences on which the Department is consulting. Most cases, due to their nature, will continue to be prosecuted at court, and it's my intention to increase the maximum sentence available for some of these offences at the more serious end of the spectrum. However, for cases at the very lowest end of the offending spectrum, penalty notices offer a flexible alternative to prosecution and help resolve cases more quickly, reducing pressure on police, prosecutors and the courts, which can be targeted at more serious offending. The consultation on the expansion of out-of-court disposals is due to run until the 20th of September, and I will carefully consider responses before bringing forward any firm proposals.
Mr Clark. Can I thank the Minister for the answer? I appreciate we're at an early stage in relation to this. But I suppose there is a danger, Minister, in terms of how it's drafted or how it seems, that we're not going hard after those who are committing offences. Indeed, then we're also reading about attacks on police officers. Those, I mean, universally across this chamber have been supported in all of our blue light services in the past, and we should continue to do that. And we should no way minimise attacks against officers or indeed anyone within the blue light services. So what I'm asking you, Minister, is to try and reflect on your thoughts and the rationale. It sounds good to minimise the delays within the Justice Service, but however, that shouldn't be at the expense of justice. Minister.
Well, it certainly won't be at the expense of justices, and the member knows that when it comes to the sentencing bill, which is due to be introduced later this year, we will be increasing the penalty for attacks on anyone providing a public service or engaged in public duties, and that will cover police officers and will actually raise the sentence available both in the magistrates and in the Crown Court. This is to deal with that level of offending that currently would either not be prosecuted or would not reach the threshold for prosecution in the Crown Court. So we're talking about the lower end of the spectrum and stuff that might actually fall foul of not being prosecuted in the Magistrates' Court. This was brought forward by the PSNI, excuse me, by the PSNI because they were keen to have a quick response in terms of their response to low-level offending. The experience is that where people have a quick response on that low-level offending, whether that be a financial penalty or some other out-of-court disposal, they are less likely to reoffend less likely to come to the attention of the police again. But to be clear, if they re-offend, for example, within 12 months of having a penalty notice given to them, they can't get a second penalty notice. They will then face prosecution. So you're right, we will not lose sight of justice in all of this, but we do have to think about whether justice delayed is actually serving the public, and we need to ensure that there is a proportionate use of resources so that the most serious offenders are dealt with expeditiously, as well as low-level offending.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the previous question, Minister, clearly there's a strong argument for using out-of-court disposals and even increasing their use to free up court time and prosecutor time for other things. But if they are going to be used for riotous behaviour, and that riotous behaviour is aggravated by sectarian or race hate, shouldn't that be an aggravating factor? And will it be in the sentencing bill, which I do hope we are going to see sooner rather than later?
As it stands, the proposal would be that those offences that are aggravated by hate and motivated by a hate incident, or that are domestic, would not be able to be dealt with through one of these notices or orders.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, along with out-of-court disposals, may I ask you to outline the wider work being undertaken with regards to the Speeding Up Justice programme?
Well, the programme obviously is looking at the handling of cases and trying to get the most serious cases to court more quickly, because that is ultimately how we ensure the best protection of the public, and also allows us the best opportunity to work with offenders and deal with their behaviours. It is also best for victims because they have a much shorter wait in terms of their cases being dealt with. We're looking at 5 work streams: existing work on committal reform, existing and emerging work in the digital arena, and also exploring other areas including early engagement, court remits, and then, as I've said, out-of-court disposals. As you will know, the committal reform bill passed through the Assembly in October 2022, and we're now working with justice partners on the next phase to allow cases to be transferred directly from the magistrates to the Crown Court. Early engagement is looking at how police and PPS and defence can work better together to expedite cases, ensuring cases are in a good state of readiness when they come before the court. That should reduce the number of adjournments, but also should ensure that there is no nugatory work being undertaken by prosecutors and police where there is already agreement on certain facts of the case. I'm also looking at how we can better use technology to improve efficiency and also support victims and witnesses through the process. So these are issues that we are looking at very seriously, and although at the moment we are focused on out-of-court disposals, it is only one element of the overall work that we were doing. The latest departmental statistics indicate the average time taken for a case to be dealt with from the offence date reported from the date of the offence was reported to the police was 189 days. That's a 16% improvement over the past 3 years. It is a key measure of how the system is performing overall, a sign that efforts to speed up the justice system are having an impact, but also, I think, an indication that we need to continue down this road and continue to keep the pressure on.
John Burrows.
The Minister said that the proposal to expand penalty notices only applied to lower level offences. Could the Minister then explain to the House why one of the offences includes assault occasioning actual bodily harm, which includes breaking someone's nose, smashing someone's teeth out, or rendering them unconscious? Does she consider that AOABH can ever be a serious crime? And if not, why is it in the proposal?
It's in the proposal, as I explained, because Mr Burrow's former colleagues in the PSNI suggested it was one of those on which we should consult. And so, given that they were leading the work on this particular aspect of speeding up justice, I believed that it was important to take that consultation. And we will look at this, but there are lower levels of offending. There are also circumstances around offending that the police will consider. What this does, effectively, if we go to out-of-court disposals, is it widens the range of tools available to the PSNI in terms of how they respond to offending. So if a police officer has their nose broken, it won't simply be the case that that person will get an out-of-court disposal. They may well face prosecution in the High Court for such an offence. But there will be lower levels of offending where it will be appropriate for an out-of-court disposal to be used, and that is what we are trying to give, widen the toolkit that PSNI have in terms of the amount of resource that they have to put into investigating and prosecuting these issues and ensuring that it is proportionate to the seriousness of the crime, and this gives them the discretion to do that.
Number 4. Thank you.
Being able to voice and share an opinion is vital in any democratic society, and people should be able to do that freely. I note the UK Government has responded to the report in question, highlighting that free speech is vital for democracy around the world, including here in the UK, and I very much echo that view. The right to freedom of expression is protected in Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Freedom of speech is, however, a qualified right. It is not an absolute right and therefore may be subject to restrictions in certain circumstances. Boundaries, for example, exist when speech becomes hateful or is used to incite criminal or reckless conduct, and people behind such speech should feel the full force of the law in line with our international obligations. My department recognises the importance and challenges around freedom of expression, including the need to balance protection of human rights under Article 9 and 10 of the ECHR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Given the Minister's answer regarding responsibility around freedom of speech, and whilst I defend her right to say it, does she now regret calling a past chairperson of the Justice Committee male, stale and pale? And would she like to apologise to this House? And is the Minister considering doing anything that would erode freedom of expression and speech in any of her proposed bills coming forward?
Minister.
No, I don't regret it, and indeed the issue was looked at and dismissed because it's such a trivial issue. I'm disappointed that the member in question, who has just taken over chairmanship of the committee, has chosen this issue with which to open his engagement with me as Minister. However, to assure the member, I have no intentions of bringing forward anything that would diminish people's right to free speech. But it is interesting that those who cry most about the containment of the right to free speech are the first to take offence when other people exercise their rights.
Hear, hear. Colin McGrath.
Would the Minister agree that the prescription of Palestine action, with 89 arrests last week, recently in London, and arrests here in Northern Ireland for democratic and peaceful protest, is an affront and should be reviewed and reversed?
Sure.
Well, the issue of who is prescribed as a terrorist organisation is one for the UK Home Office, and it would be inappropriate for me as Justice Minister in Northern Ireland to be opining on the responsibilities of the UK Government in matters that are accepted and are the responsibility of the UK Government. I have sought a briefing and had a briefing from the Home Office regarding their evidence base and their rationale for doing this. Given that there are live cases involved in this, it would be also inappropriate for me to express an opinion either way at this point in time. But I would encourage the member, if he wishes to raise it with the Home Office, to do so.
Carl.
You mentioned qualified right and also reckless conduct. I don't know about your review, but I was certainly worried when I saw 100,000 people in London marching, maybe for different reasons, but led by a well-known fascist, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, aka Tommy Robinson, and I'm concerned about any impact here. In terms of freedom of expression, Minister, do you agree that the freedom of expression should exist for people organising anti-racist and anti-fascist activity, including counter-protesting far-right and fascist activities, and how would she ensure that that right is protected?
I think it's incredibly important that everyone has a right to their opinion, but it has to be in a civilised society. Those are qualified rights. The manner in which you express your opinion, the means by which you choose to do so, is often regulated for the good order of society and to protect the rights of others with whom you share this space. And so it is important that people are free to exercise their views and expound their views, but it is also important that they're able to do so safely and be properly protected. In terms of my role in this, I have no role in what Tommy Robinson does in London. It's well outside my jurisdiction. But in this jurisdiction, we already have well-established Parades Commission, well-established laws around public assembly, and I think that what we need to do is respect the law, cooperate with the law, and work via the law to make our opinions heard.
Deirdre Hargey.
On there, rightly so, that there's ongoing legal proceedings to challenge the British Government in terms of prescribing Palestine action. Would you join as a third party in those proceedings?
It would not be appropriate for me to join as a third party, and I know the member has placed this as a written answer, but it would not be an appropriate use of my department's scarce resources for me to join as a third party in a case that is a reserved matter, an accepted matter, over which my department has no responsibility or control. So I will not be joining on that basis. I know the member asked about issues around human rights and also around other organisations that may wish to raise cause, and they can of course apply to the court to be seen as a third party, but it wouldn't be appropriate for the Department of Justice to do so given the varies of our responsibilities.
Neil McAllister.
Question number 5, Minister.
All victims of domestic and sexual abuse face challenges that can have a significant impact on them. However, I recognise that many victims within the LGBTQIA+ community will face additional challenges around reporting, confidence and stigma. I recently opened an event to launch a report into the prevalence, nature and impact of domestic abuse as experienced within the LGBTQIA+ community in Northern Ireland. The research was carried out by Here NI and was funded by my department from the Victims of Crime Fund. This report has identified specific vulnerabilities and challenges that are experienced when a domestic abuse victim is a member of that community, including that abusers will often use their victim's sexual orientation or gender identity to psychologically abuse them. The report also identified instances of prejudice or a lack of understanding from responding professionals, as well as the lack of tailored support to meet the specific needs of LGBTQIA+ victims, and noted that these can act as barriers to accessing justice and support. I've asked my officials to explore how we can address these gaps and break down the barriers that LGBTQIA+ victims face in coming forward and seeking help when subjected to domestic abuse.
Ms McAllister.
Thank the Minister. I want to ask the Minister, therefore, after this report, how are you going to ensure that LGBT+ victims are considered in the development of any policy, any legislation or any services?
Well, we've already started on that journey to ensure that we are as inclusive as possible of victims of domestic abuse and that they're recognised and supported. We still have further to go, and I think the report demonstrated that. Last year, along with the Health Minister, I jointly published a new domestic and sexual abuse strategy, and that explicitly recognised that anyone can experience domestic abuse and that we need to tailor our responses to the needs of victims, particularly where they have additional vulnerabilities or challenges. In re-procuring advocacy support services, we have made it a requirement that staff providing those services need to be trained to meet the needs of different groups of victims who may encounter additional barriers to accessing help or engaging with the criminal justice system, including those who are LGBTQIA+. We have ensured that the support services we fund need to promote the fact that they are available to all victims and particularly reach out to more excluded or vulnerable groups. We have also recognised the need for an inclusive approach in awareness in our social media. So our Still Abuse campaign, for example, included a range of scenarios and relationships, including abuse within a same-sex relationship and interfamilial abuse.
Bill Brunley.
Speaker, Minister, I have and I continue to work with a number of male victims of domestic abuse, and they often raise the challenges that they have in regards to safe spaces, accessing support and also the stigma that is associated with it, particularly for males. So Minister, in terms of their challenges, what have you done and what has your department done to increase support for male victims of domestic abuse also?
I very much welcome the opportunity to update members on that as well. The first year of the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy has seen a deliberate and focused exercise, of which the last report was one part, in building an evidence base to ensure that future interventions are effective, targeted and sustainable. This approach reflects our commitment to delivering meaningful change, not quick fixes, and ensures that the voices and experiences of all victims shape the way services are delivered and that the key gaps are identified. The coming years are going to be dedicated to addressing these gaps, so the recent research which was undertaken by the Commissioner for Victims of Crime on male victims and also the Here NI report that I've just referenced are going to be vital drivers of that work in terms of identifying where the gaps are. They provide really valuable insight to the experience of victims, and I think will help us to decide how we then prioritise our resources to give the best possible support we can to every victim of domestic abuse. I'm already on record, however, about the real financial pressures that the justice system is facing, and so we do need to be properly funded and resourced in order to be able to meet what are largely unmet needs right across society. We have the law in place, we have the goodwill and the practice, but what we do need is the resource to be able to ensure that it is sustainable and accessible for every single victim, and that we work as a society to challenge some of the cultural norms and expectations that are often a barrier, particularly, I think, to men reporting this kind of abuse.
Move to topical questions. Call Patsy Malone.
Minister, given the increase in vile, racist attacks over the last while, could you advise, please, how many times you've met in the last 6 months with the Chief Constable to discuss this rise in hate crime?
Well, I meet with the Chief Constable on a regular and ongoing basis, usually at least every month and often every fortnight, and we have raised the issue specifically around hate crime, around racism, around anti-immigrant sentiment and violence and prejudice more widely at pretty much every one of those meetings. This is a priority for me. It is something that I am incredibly concerned about. It is a cancer within our society. It is destroying the fabric of our society, and it is doing no one, neither those who live in those communities traditionally, nor those who come to Northern Ireland to make it their home, any favours whatsoever. It's important that there is a proper policing response. It is important that there is a proper criminal justice response. But I have to say that if members are looking to either me or the Chief Constable to police out the attitudes on which this flourishes, that is not possible. That requires a whole society approach, and that's why I'm working with colleagues in the Executive Office, in the Department for Communities, in the Education Department, in the Department for the Economy, to look at how we can better support those who are vulnerable, better invest in communities to tackle the underlying issues, and to challenge the narratives that I think are being exploited now, false narratives in many cases that are being exploited by those who simply seek to divide.
Mr Malone.
I agree absolutely with you, Minister. It is for political leadership, but involved in that political leadership will be the extra resource that's required by the police and others indeed to help tackle this issue. Can you advise what ask the Chief Constable has had in that regard, and how or in what way you've been able to facilitate that ask?
Well, there are a number of asks that the Chief has made, but the first one and the most important one was during the particular period of riots where we needed to rely on mutual aid. We were able to get the £5 million additional for his budget to be able to cover that mutual aid. You will know I'm on record as saying that whilst it was absolutely necessary and had to happen, in many ways it's another example of where bad behaviour ends up absorbing resources that could otherwise be invested where it might do some good, and that's a classic example. The Chief has also, as you're aware, we've been working together in terms of developing a 5-year plan. So the first 3 years of that would be to regrow PSNI numbers to around the 7,000 that we have as a target, and a further 2 years to sustain that. So we have first call on the resources for that to happen, which will, I think, have a big impact on neighbourhood policing. And also I'm hopeful that in this round, where we are setting up a CSR period for 3 years, there will be the opportunity to secure the remaining funding that the PSNI need so we can grow police numbers. Because we cannot get through this without that good neighbourhood policing, without that work on the ground that allows communities to have confidence in the PSNI and also allows the PSNI to respond in an appropriate manner when these challenges happen. But again, I reiterate, we can't look only to policing when it comes to issues around hate. The crime is one thing, and by then people have already been harmed, but the hate is going to have to be tackled by us all and not just by policing and justice.
Peter McReynolds.
Minister, will you join with me in condemning the disgraceful attacks on people and vehicles that have been reported in East Belfast recently and which are being investigated as a racially motivated hate crime?
Minister.
Well, I absolutely will, not only as Justice Minister, but as a member of the Assembly for East Belfast. There is absolutely no place in our society for the hate and the racism and the intimidation that we have witnessed in our streets, not just over recent weeks, but over recent months. And I would really urge people not to get involved in this despicable behaviour, not to allow their frustrations with services in their neighbourhood to be displaced and targeting those who are similarly disadvantaged, but for them to focus on working with their elected representatives to articulate those areas of concern that they may have and to work productively and, crucially, lawfully to address those with those of us who are serious about wanting to see those communities improved, but will not tolerate sectarianism, hatred, violence or racism on our streets. I think it's also important that I pay tribute to the member who raised the question, because I know that he has spent quite a lot of time liaising with the PSNI locally on these issues in terms of both their response but also that information sharing that we get as local MLAs, and I want to say thank you to him for his hard work in that regard.
Mr McReynolds.
Minister, for your very kind words there, and I thank you for your response and certainly share your views on the abhorrent scenes that we are seeing in East Belfast and social media. Racism and so-called vigilantism have no place in Northern Ireland's future. But Minister, what is your assessment of the importance of cross-departmental and whole societal approach to tackling hate crime?
I think it's absolutely essential. Ultimately, people would not be behaving in this way were there not those who are perpetually on social media, on mainstream media, in the press and other places, perpetuating falsehoods around immigration, false narratives around the level of immigration we have in Northern Ireland, false narratives around the impact that it's having in our society. And then that is exploited in turn by those who have serious issues in terms of their own white supremacist, racist and other agendas. We need to be aware that that right-wing threat is a serious threat, not just here in Northern Ireland, but right across the UK and beyond, and we need to treat it seriously. What we need to ensure we do as an executive, but also as politicians in this chamber, is ensure that we are accurate in our information, that we correct misinformation, that we are temperate in the remarks that we make and the discussions we have on these issues, and that we redouble our efforts to ensure that those who wish to exploit local communities in this way are not given any opportunity to do so. It's really important that we do that collectively and that we do it consistently and not just at times of crisis.
Minister, information released to me by the PSNI shows that my constituency of North Belfast is home to more of people convicted of sex crimes than any other part of our city, now standing at 200 people. Under current legislation, there is no requirement for automatic disclosure to the local community if someone convicted of a child sex crime moves into that community. Would the Minister support my call for a change in the law to protect the local community?
Well, there are already powers that are available under the current regime for disclosure. There is the power to ask, so if someone in the community has a concern about an individual and their interaction, they can ask the PSNI. And there is a power to tell that the PSNI have where they believe that an individual's behaviour has come to their attention or they would have concerns about their engagement. The problem with a wider issue of disclosure, I think, is significant. The first is that many of those who would be disclosed would then go to ground, and actually the supervision of them under our supervision and notification rules would become more complex. The second is we've just talked about vigilantism in our communities. We are already in a situation where there has been quite a serious incident involving such vigilantism over this summer, and I think we need to be very cognizant of that risk. And thirdly, and most importantly, if we provide a list of convicted paedophiles, it could create a false sense of security that there are only 200 paedophiles living in North Belfast and that we know where they are. The truth is we do not know how many paedophiles are living in your constituency, many of whom will be undetected, many of whom have not been convicted, and many of whom are living amongst us. How we best protect our society is to use our right to tell, our right to ask, and to treat anyone who is engaging with a child as a potential risk to that child and take those responsibilities seriously.
Lord Dixon.
Sorry, Minister, well, we do know that there are 200 people convicted of sexual crimes in North Belfast, but the right to disclose puts the burden on those who want to protect their local community. Why does the Minister not believe that they should go further and ensure that that right is promoted right across society? And what work have you done as Justice Minister to encourage people to understand that they have the right to apply for that information?
Minister.
Well, I have on a number of occasions raised this issue, both in the Chamber and in response to members' questions and when questioned publicly about it. That right to ask the question is only one element. There is also, as I've said, a right to tell. We have very good public protection arrangements in Northern Ireland. We shouldn't dismiss those. We shouldn't dismiss the work that is done by probation, by police and by others in terms of those supervision requirements. And it's important that we do that in a way that is focused on the protection of the child. And I believe that the best way we can protect children is to ensure that the right to tell, the right to ask, are well-known rights and that people can exercise those proportionately, and also, as I said, that we create within society an awareness. The majority of children who are subject to sexual abuse and misconduct are victims of people who are known to them, who are members of their family or their immediate circle. That's the reality. The stranger danger that was all the rage when I was growing up is not the reality of child sexual abuse. And so we need to be a fit-for-purpose service and a fit-for-purpose protection mechanism for these times. It also relies heavily, Mr Speaker, on proper age-appropriate education so that children understand what is appropriate and inappropriate conduct and understand that they should have the confidence to tell that they haven't done anything wrong if anything does happen to them.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Minister, you'll be very aware of the recent BBC Spotlight programme which highlighted international drug cartels which are reportedly smuggling drugs through the island of Ireland onto the UK and indeed through to mainland Europe. What action has you been taking as Minister with regards to this issue?
I thank the member for the question, and obviously I think the BBC Spotlight and Panorama investigation highlighted that threat, but it also highlighted some of the successes that there have been, including through the NCA, in terms of tackling and disrupting those routes. Border security and international relations is a reserved matter and so falls outside my area of responsibility as Justice Minister, but I am concerned at both the resource and societal implications which arise from increasing use of Northern Ireland as a trafficking corridor via these islands and onward into Europe. I wrote to the Home Secretary and drew her attention to the programme and asked that she urgently engage with her Irish counterparts, seeking their cooperation and assurances that consideration is being given to whether additional measures are needed to address the issue for all of our protection. I am awaiting her response, but it is important that at a local level we continue to work closely with operational partners to keep these harmful illicit substances off our streets through the OCTF structures. And that we work through those to ensure that people in Northern Ireland in particular are protected.
Mr Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, can you outline to the House beyond this answer what other mechanisms are open to you on a cross-border basis to tackle organised crime?
Well, I would want people to be assured that there are existing robust mechanisms in place for law enforcement agencies to work collaboratively to tackle the threat posed by drugs on a cross-border basis through the Joint Agency Task Force. Cross-border policing strategy also acts as an overarching delivery strategy for the work of the JATF, and one of their 6 priority areas is focusing on drugs. I get 6 monthly updates on the work of the task force through the intergovernmental agreement arrangements and then provide a statement to this Assembly on the relevant matters within that. Tackling harm caused by organised crime is also one of my key priorities, and I'll continue to work closely with partners through the OCTF and JATF, not only to manage the threat from drug-related crime, including on a cross-border basis, but also to target those in the gangs and the supply routes being used. Separately to corresponding with the Home Secretary, I recently attended a UK-wide drugs ministerial meeting with the Health Minister. It provided an opportunity for us to shine a light on the Northern Ireland position, including these concerns, as we discuss themes including drug enforcement and prevention. And I want to collaborate with our colleagues in these islands to ensure that this does not become a major route for trafficking of drugs, both through these islands and then onwards into Europe.
Wilson.
Mr Speaker, what measures, Minister, are being introduced to address the backlog of court cases in Northern Ireland, particularly in family and criminal courts?
The family courts and the scheduling of business more generally is largely a judicial issue, but I have referenced earlier in the question time the work that is being done to speed up justice and some of the options we're looking at, excuse me, Mr Speaker, some of the options that we're looking at around out-of-court disposals, addressing, for example, the jurisdiction of some of the courts, and then looking also at where there are alternative means of taking crimes forward. In terms of family courts, we are obviously doing work in that space in terms of trying to promote alternative dispute resolution and mediation. And that's something that we would very much like to see, because we know that it is preferable to having to go through the courts. That is not always possible. Ultimately, however, the management of cases and the time that they take falls to the judiciary, and whilst we can try to streamline the processes and the procedures that they have to follow, it is nevertheless for them to do the scheduling.
Thank you. That concludes questions to the Minister. We point of order, Mr O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, in finance questions last week, the Finance Minister, in response to a question from me, indicated that he believed there had been no underspend, or he stated as fact there had been no underspend on what's called financial transactions capital, no £50 million underspend. In actual fact, as per the outturn ministerial statement he made earlier this year for 24 and 25, there was, it says, in black and white a £50 million underspend in financial transactions capital. That may have been human error, but could the Speaker's office advise on how we could seek a correction of the record?
Thank the member for raising that. If the member wants to put that in writing to us, we'll look at it for you. We now revert to the second stage of the Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill, and I call Cathal Boylan.
And I'd just like to welcome to the new chair to the committee and look forward to working with him, and also Mr McNulty's not in. I welcome him to the committee as well, and I want to extend my best wishes to Deborah as well and her family. And hopefully she's watching him, so we'll give her a wee thumbs up. Last Cancórdia, I welcome the opportunity to speak at the second stage of the Water Sustainable Drainage Flood Management Bill, and I want to begin by thanking the Minister for bringing forward this important piece of legislation to the Assembly today. This is an important aspect of the Minister's three-pronged approach to addressing issues around wastewater infrastructure and how we live with water in the future, and I know the Minister is committed to doing everything she can to find and implement solutions. Addressing the challenges in wastewater infrastructure is much more than an issue for the Infrastructure Minister. It is an issue that affects every aspect of public services, from building new homes to hospitals to schools. This bill aims to go some way to make progress. Last Cancórdia, firstly, I am acutely aware of the pressures facing our wastewater infrastructure and, by extension, NIW. And I know the Minister's intention for this bill is in part to improve processes for NIW and allow for new ways to reduce and mitigate flood risk, while also supporting those impacted or potentially impacted by flooding occurrences. Collecting and storing rainwater in new and innovative ways by integrating natural drainage systems into our wastewater infrastructure as the preferred drainage solution in new developments will enable water to be stored and released gradually into the network, which has the potential to help address wastewater overflows. Moreover, Las Cancórdia, using more natural and sustainable drainage methods as a tool to living with water will ensure we don't always use a concrete solution, but that we integrate ponds and other drainage into new developments. In relation to other issues covered within the bill at present, such as the extension of the hosepipe ban, it is clear that these measures are only to be used in very limited and prescribed situations. This bill is another example of how the Minister is keen to meet the needs of a growing population and a stretched wastewater network alongside an ever-changing weather pattern as a result of climate change. Finally, Las Cancórdia, I also welcome the provisions within the bill which enable the Department to provide grants in relation to measures to protect domestic buildings from flooding. It is, in my view, that we must do all we can to protect residents from the worst impacts on flooding, and where this requires investment in the form of flood protection measures outside of improved drainage and other measures, we must do so. Las Cancórdia, the reality is that we need to learn to live with extreme weather events, including drought and flooding alike, and this bill at this stage seeks to assist in this. I look forward to scrutinising the new SUDS and Floods bill further in the committee, working with all members, officials and the Minister to ensure we progress on this important issue.
Thank you. I call on Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think I'm okay for time, so I don't want to be chastised from straying too far off the subject at the start of the debate, but I do want to pay a brief remarks. From the outset, I want to associate myself with the remarks directed at Mrs Erskine. While her presence in the committee and the chamber will be missed, we do wish her all the best. Togaboge, take it easy, see you when you get back. And I also like to welcome the new the chair, Mr. Martin, to his new role. I would have said, I see Mr. McNulty's not here, but it would be good if Mr. McNulty and Mr. Martin had introduced themselves to the committee, but I think they covered that last night in the debate on roads maintenance, so they did, so that's all good. And I'm glad that Mr. Boylan got in front of me, otherwise some of the old hand committees, there was might have taken umbrage if they were served in least time getting in ahead of them, so it's good to see a bit of balance restored there. Anyway, on to the matter at hand. I welcome the second stage of the Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill, and I support its principles and its intent. This is an important piece of legislation that will hopefully strengthen resilience in the face of heavy rain as well as drought, both of which we are seeing more of these days as a result of climate change. We're also being told that it will help reduce pollution in watercourses and facilitate more environmentally friendly solutions to managing water resources. These are all important goals which the Alliance Party has been championing for a long time, so it is natural that we welcome the Minister presenting this bill and we would like to see it progress. I support the proposal to expand temporary hosepipe bans to allow restrictions to a wider range of non-essential uses in times of drought. At the moment, watering gardens and washing cars are the only activities which can be restricted. Thankfully, hosepipe bans have not been necessary here often in the past, but climate change is changing the way we are seeing more extreme weather events, wet as well as dry. Only last week, the Republic of Ireland extended existing hosepipe bans in parts of County Meath, Westmeath and Donegal and set to remain in place until October. I think this is a sobering thought that droughts are becoming an issue on the island of Ireland, even in the autumn. It's only right that we are right in preparing for that, and the proposed bill includes powers to ban some additional non-essential uses, such as filling or maintaining domestic pools. We need to keep in mind that the aim of the hosepipe ban is to ensure that the supply of drinking water to the public is not put at risk. Wasteful use of water is very hard to justify in times of drought, so I do welcome this aspect of the bill. I also welcome the proposal to put the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant Scheme on a statutory footing. The pilot has been very important in my constituency, especially in Newcastle, where domestic properties have been flooded repeatedly in the Marguerite and Donard Park areas. It is accepted that the pilot has had its imperfections, delivery has at times been slow, and there have also been some issues with the eligibility requirements and so on. And the Minister has made some improvements to this in the past year, and these have been welcomed on the ground. Irrespective of the existing imperfections, this has been an important pilot scheme. I'm glad that the proposed bill will continue to allow it to continue in principle. One thing I would raise is that flooding can also have a severe impact on our local economies. We have seen this in Downpatrick, where the town's Market Street was severely hit by the 2023 floods. Not all businesses have been able to recover from this event, even with the financial support offered by the Minister for the Economy. This shows just how devastating floods incidents can be, and I know that DFI is planning bigger flood alleviation measures in the town. They will take years to put in place, and there are worries that they may never materialise, and I'm concerned that local businesses will be able to protect themselves from flooding in the meantime and unable to recover if they are hit again. A scheme like the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant, but for commercial premises, would be hugely welcome in Downpatrick. I would urge the Minister to consider including a power to make similar grants to protect commercial properties. Including such a power wouldn't oblige her in any way to actually bring forward such a scheme, but at least would have the ability to do so. I want to move on to the comment on the sustainable drainage system, the SUDS element of the bill. It is proposed that the bill will allow the Department to issue future guidance on the design, maintenance and adoption of sustainable drainage systems. We will still be a long way from having the actual guidance in place, but the proposed powers will help get us there. I had the opportunity to attend a DFI event on SUDS some weeks ago, and I learned a lot about the benefits as well as the pitfalls. It has really opened the eyes to the complexity of the matter, and it will be very important that this guidance is put in place. There can be no doubt for me that SUDS must form an important part of managing water in the years to come. There's no silver bullet, but they can certainly make an important contribution to solving many serious issues that we are facing, from flooding to sewer capacity, and thus water pollution and its effects in places such as Lough Neagh. So I very much welcome and support this aspect of the bill as well. That said, we are facing a severe wastewater crisis. The proposed legislation will largely impact on new developments. It will mitigate to the extent to which new developments make things worse, but it won't make much of a difference to the enormous problem that's already there. We've heard a lot about the Minister's three-pronged approach, of which this legislation is an important part. The second part is the consultation on developer contributions. We don't know the outcome of that yet, but having spoken to many stakeholders over the past few years, I remain to be convinced that developer contributions will bring about significant improvements. Finally, there's the working with executive colleagues to find more money where, frankly, there's not much going spare. So I remain very concerned about the Minister's overall approach to addressing the wastewater crisis. The Minister's party voted to do anything it takes to save Lough Neagh, and I would call on the Minister to deliver on that commitment and face the fact that the way Northern Ireland Water is currently financed is not working. There are a number of other aspects to the bill, such as powers for NI Water to adopt a pre-1973 drainage infrastructure, to fix drainage misconnections on private land and recover the costs from the landowner, to register adoption agreements in the statutory charges register. I've yet to develop a detailed understanding of these issues and look forward to scrutinising them at committee stage. They do appear to be sensible from what we've heard and researched about them so far. The Alliance Party has been broadly supportive of these and other aspects of the proposed bill at the time of the consultation. I certainly have no immediate objections at this stage. I thank the Minister for bringing forward the bill, which will put in place the conditions to tackle several important issues in the future. Will this be enough? No, but we still need to do heavy lifting to actually tackle them, including making difficult decisions. But this bill will open a number of doors. I wholeheartedly support the principles of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on John Stewart. John.
Deputy Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this at this stage. And before I go into my remarks, can I first echo the comments made by the new Chair of the Infrastructure Committee and pass on my best wishes to Deborah and her husband at this time, and wish her all the very best, and look forward to seeing her back in her position on the committee. But in that meantime, I look forward to working with the new Chair of the committee, Mr. Peter Martin, and not to be dismissive at all, Peter. I have no doubt you'll bring a lot to the committee, and I look forward to working with you as we scrutinise this bill and much of the other work that needs to be done on the committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the second stage debate on the Water Sustainability, Drainage and Floodage Management Bill. At the outset, let me say that both I and my party support the principles of the bill. It is clear that our water and drainage infrastructure is under severe and growing pressure, and it is right that we update the legislative framework to reflect the challenges of today. As colleagues from the committee have already said, the bill sets out to do a number of important things: to reduce pollution in our watercourses, to strengthen our resilience to flooding and drought, to promote sustainable drainage and the preferred way of managing surface water, and to improve the overall management of our water resources through environmentally friendly solutions. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are not abstract concepts. They go to the heart of the challenges our communities face, whether it's the devastating floods that we have witnessed in recent years that have destroyed homes and businesses, or the very real constraints that underinvestment in our water network has placed on housing and economic growth. The consequences of inaction have been clear over many years. As colleagues will know, on the Infrastructure Committee, last year we heard from departmental officials and from Northern Ireland Water, who will be a key driver in delivering many of the reforms that the Minister is wanting to bring in. And I want to place on record, as others have done, my thanks to both the departmental officials for their assistance to date and to Northern Ireland Water for their engagement in this, and also to anyone and everyone who contributed to the consultation and who contacted myself about this to raise any concerns they may have. And I know that they will continue to do so as this bill makes its way through the House. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are several provisions in the bill that deserve particular emphasis. I don't want to go into too much detail at that stage because we are still in the principles, but I think it's important to just discuss a few. First is the encouragement of sustainable drainage systems, or SUDs. These will be critical in managing surface water and in the way that reduces flood risk and supports environmental protection. And again, we have seen increased examples of both the impacts of these and how devastating they have been in recent years, and also the impact on pollution. Second, the bill provides for Northern Ireland Water to adopt private drainage infrastructure built before 1973 where it benefits the wider network. This has long been campaigned for and is a welcome addition to that legislation. This has the potential to improve resilience, tackle some long-standing legacy issues, although I do believe the scrutiny needs to be looked at to see how the benefit to the network test could be applied. I will go back to this in my comments as well when I go through it clause by clause at the end. Third, strengthening powers to address misconceptions in the system is a positive and necessary step. Misconnections are a major source, as we know, of water pollution, and it is right that the Department has stronger tools to tackle this problem, although I do do have, again, concerns about enforcement and the ability or willingness potentially to carry this work out sometimes, and the cost that goes with that. That maybe will be for Northern Ireland Water to address, Mr Deputy Speaker. We know the difficulties, for example, in the cost implications that we have with the lack of adoption of roads and the long-standing costs associated with bringing those into the network. I would be very interested to hear where the money and resources going to be to ensure that those happen in those critical instances. The bill also places the Homeowner Flood Protection Grant Scheme on a statutory basis. And again, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a welcome development. We all know families who have faced the trauma of flooding. Giving them greater certainty and support to invest in preventative measures is an important part of building community resilience. And I would be keen to hear how the assessment criteria will be worked out and what will be done to ensure that it can be worked with cross-departmental overlap and also with local councils as well in terms of that rollout. I'd be keen to hear more about the criteria potentially, and also to echo the points made by my colleague from the Alliance Party who talked about the potential for that to be extended into commercial premises, because we all know the impacts that that has had and just how devastating recent floods have been. And all this is important, as we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, because sadly these events are becoming more and more regular. Of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, one issue that underpins all of this discussion is funding. As we know, Northern Ireland Water continues to operate under a constrained financial model. We have seen how chronic underinvestment, both in our water, our freshwater and our wastewater systems, has led to developments being stalled, homes not being built and businesses not being able to expand. That is quite simply unsustainable and unacceptable. This bill alone will not fix that wider funding crisis, but it does provide useful additional powers which, if backed by resource, can deliver incremental improvements and build resilience into the system. But without sustained and sufficient investment, there is a real risk that these powers will remain underused, and I know other members have flagged that up, and that will be something we'll be keen to get into in the committee stage. So, as I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, both I and the Ulster Unionist Party support the principles of the bill. We see merits in every aspect of it. If I could, and I don't want to get into too much detail, Mr Boyd yesterday was saying it's only the principles, and now we're not going to get into the nitty-gritty, and I promise, Cathal, not to do that today. But there are a couple of points I'd like to flag up, and it would be useful if we could get potentially answers both from the Minister, either today or in writing, or as the committee brings it up. The Minister, in her remarks, referred to the issue around the hosepipe extension of that ban potentially. I think we all understand why that's the case. It's a rarity in Northern Ireland that we see a hosepipe ban. Some quite like the novel idea of it coming in because of 4 or 5 days of sunshine, which is a rarity, but it will become more and more of a thing here. I just want to get some clarity about how it would be assured that it wouldn't affect, for example, commercial operators. Though, Minister, I know that it applies to homes, but say, for example, a commercial operator is out carrying out work and it has to tap into, for example, the tap, for example, at a home. If someone is out doing that, just how that wouldn't be the case. The second, and I think it was Mr McNulty, and I welcome Mr McNulty to the committee as well, made the point about education piece, and that is critical. We heard from Northern Ireland Water when they came in that invariably the enforcement powers and the fines are never had to be used because more often than not when this comes in people play by the game. But it will be interesting to see how it will be factored in to try and raise awareness of the issue. One thing that did flag up, and you see this quite often when it comes to planning issues, is how issues of the awareness are raised with the public within both the temporary ban and the ban itself. Within Clause 1, I think it's Section 11B.2, it talks about sharing that information for the temporary ban in 2 newspapers and on the website. I think we all know that, sadly, readership of local newspapers is on the slide, and by the time anyone's picked up the newspaper on the Thursday, if the pipe bans come in on the Monday, it's probably been lost in translation in terms of waiting for that. So there could be a new way of assessing how best that we go about communicating these very short-term, punchy things that we want to get through to the public quite quickly. Social media would probably be the obvious one that we want to utilise, but I don't think just having specifically in legislation 2 newspapers, given the decline of those, I think it's all good that they're there in the newspapers, but that at least an acknowledgement, Minister, that we could do something that would get it out to the public a bit quicker, and also around that awareness piece. The second part, and this is whenever I start to ramble, Mr Deputy Speaker, so feel free to just tell me to shush if needs be, was around the sustainable drainage SUDS regulations. And I get the fact that that's to, I suppose, make us future-proof in relation to that. I'd just be interested to know, and I'm sure it is happening, Mr Deputy Speaker, but how the Department and the Minister is working to look at other areas around the world who are doing this really effectively, and how we look and learn from best practice. I think that is an important aspect within this as well. I'm not going to go through that I agree with each clause, because that's been done already, but again, I'd like to, just on clause 6, go back to the points that I made in my original speech, Mr Deputy Speaker. It would be advantageous, I believe, to have something in statute regarding support not only for commercial premises, but for domestic premises, but also for commercial premises. I do believe that would give some sort of security. And also, if the Minister could, in her remarks, maybe comment about the assessment criteria, what that's going to look like, and the anticipated level of funding over the years, and how this is probably and sadly going to increase as we see more and more turbulent weather. In clause 11, and again I commented, Mr Deputy Speaker, at this at the early stage of my speech, but it was just around the cost recovery and the difficulties around this, and I did raise this with NI Water officials when they came in. And look, I get that when they have to go in and occupy the work, and then some person who owns the land can't pay the price. Does it get stuck or log jammed because the money can't be claimed back, or there's a reluctance to do that? So I just want to get my head around how that works as well. And also around clause 12, the adoption of the sewage system for pre-1973. Is this something that's going to be so cost prohibitive that potentially Northern Ireland Water might not be in a position to do so, given that we already know how much the backlog and lack of road adoption sites are, and a lot of those are due to sewage problems? Where the funding and resource and support is going to be to ensure that while they have the power to take these back on, there's not the massive reluctance to do so, because it only adds a financial burden year on year to the network, which is already under pressure. I think that concludes my ramblings for now, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I just want to say that I thank the Minister for bringing it forward, and I look forward to working with committee colleagues to take this through the next stage and bring any potential amendments that we want to do so. But thank you.
Thank you for your ramblings. Nicola Brogan.
Last Corla, may I also join other members in welcoming Peter Martin as the new Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. I'm sure we'll continue to work constructively together as a committee, and may I also send my very best wishes to Deborah and to her family as they embark on a whole new adventure. Last Corla, while the Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill might not sound very exciting, this legislation is crucial to the development and maintenance of vital infrastructure, as well as having numerous cross-cutting benefits. This bill is further proof of the Minister's commitment to improving protections for citizens while maintaining crucial services here, despite the British Government's repeated assaults on the already stretched budget. The key components of the bill is the introduction of the flood protection grants for domestic buildings, which will help provide peace of mind and practical support for people living in high-risk flood areas. Helping people protect their homes is one of the most fundamental duties of government, and is very welcome the Minister has made it the centrepiece of her bill. The introduction of sustainable drainage systems is a creative addition that will provide low maintenance, sustainable and practical support for dealing with excess wastewater, and one that can be blended into the surroundings without causing an eyesore. Finally, the introduction of temporary hosepipe bans come with very specific criteria and measures for informing the public and ensuring it is only employed in the most serious circumstances. While this bill will obviously have a positive effect on our ability to deal with wastewater and flooding, I'd like to take a moment to address some of the other broader cross-cutting effects these measures will also have. Reducing the strain on our existing wastewater infrastructure will free up capacity for expanding the water network, allowing for more connections and therefore the building of more badly needed homes. Sustainable drainage systems will help reduce wastewater going into the system after flooding or heavy rains, which often result in the discharge of excess wastewater into waterways such as Lough Neagh. And last and yesterday, this House debated the need for improved road maintenance. Excess flooding and poor drainage are one of the primary causes of erosion and deterioration of our road networks, particularly on our rural roads. And the introduction of grants for measures to protect domestic buildings against flooding may even help reduce the cost of insurance in flood-prone areas. So, last and quarter, this is a sensible bill, providing real, tangible protections for our wastewater system, our environment and our people, as well as providing numerous other knock-on cross-cutting benefits. So I am happy to support the bill, and I hope all the members do too.
Speaker, welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill at its second stage as a member of the Infrastructure Committee, and as others have said, the principle of the bill, as outlined by the Minister as well at earlier stages, is ultimately to improve water management and flood resilience in Northern Ireland, and I think that's something that we can all buy into. Through legislative reform and introducing new processes and powers for Northern Ireland Water, we have seen in recent years the impact of storms and the often milder, wetter winters, and this highlights the importance of having fit-for-purpose legislation that allows NI Water and other key stakeholders to be agile and resilient to meet the ever-changing needs of today. The Minister has described it as part of her three-pronged approach to dealing with wastewater infrastructure and the crisis that we're in as well within that particular sector. And looking at the content of the bill, I do believe that it is a step in the right direction, particularly when we look at the issues around sustainable drainage. And I know the Minister spoke last week at an event marking 80 years of the Institute of Water and the Construction Employers Federation, which I also attended, and I think that was a very productive event. And I think it really highlighted the expertise, innovation and experience that was in that room, a very well-filled room of attendees, and the experience within that wastewater and water sector. And I do think they have a key role to play, and they have the ability to focus on solutions and to play their part. And I think this legislation, as I say, is a step forward, and also in addressing the challenges that we have. And I'm sure the Minister is committed to working with that sector and those people that were in that room, and the contribution that they have to make progress on this important matter. Turning to the first clause of the bill, which is referred commonly to the hosepipe ban, which last took place in 2018, and I think that demonstrates it is really only ever used in exceptional circumstances. And I think that last time exposed a number of issues with the current powers and some issues that weren't covered, and I think this clause does give that opportunity to widen out the criteria. We did receive confirmation at the committee recently that these new powers will not impact the operations of commercial businesses, and I think that is an important point to note as well. And it's been talked about around the notification on websites and newspapers, and I'd just like to echo those points around the use of social media. Obviously, it has a key role to play going forward, and I think that is something that would be utilised already by NI Water, but maybe there is room to have it in black and white going forward, and also the role of education is very important as well. Moving on to the sustainable drainage systems, or SUDs, certainly can be a useful tool in reducing surface water runoff and improving water quality, and they can come in many forms with hard and soft measures. And it is worth noting the comments from the Royal Society of Architects that have also welcomed the proposal to promote SUDs, and indeed highlighted and confirmed how they have been in use for many years. The future direction of travel on the SUDs policy, I think there definitely can be lessons learned from right across the UK and beyond. In Wales, for example, making SUDs mandatory for certain new developments has led to issues with application processing and maintenance problems, and also around enforcement powers. And I think there is that opportunity for lessons to be learned, and as well as local authorities as well. They feel that they wouldn't be currently resourced, to best administer and be held responsible for SUDs. So I think there's definitely lessons that we can learn in that. It's also vital that any changes in policy do not lead ultimately to excess cost being passed on to the consumers. And we have discussed the risk of developer contributions ultimately just being passed on to consumers, and I think it would be a failure of the Department and the Minister if 2 out of her 3 prongs of her approach to the wastewater issues were ultimately just to further add to the costs of those struggling to get onto the property ladder, with the ever-rising costs associated with that. Moving on to Clause 6 of the bill around flood protection, I think this clause does provide the Department, rightly so, with the powers to introduce grants to assist homeowners in high-risk flood areas to protect their homes. And as an MLA for the North Down constituency, which includes a number of areas at flood risk. I think this is particularly welcome. Having this on a statutory footing could make a meaningful difference in protecting our communities and our environment. So as the colleagues have said, I remain broadly supportive of the principle of the bill at this stage, and we certainly look forward to it coming through committee when we will look at it in more detail. We know the devastation that flooding can cause to business and homes and families, and the real urgent need to further develop our infrastructure, particularly our water and wastewater infrastructure. And I do think this bill provides some of the legislative tools to respond more effectively to some of these challenges, and I'm happy to support it moving forward to the next stage. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Colin Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
I'm pleased to speak in support of the Water, Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill brought forward by the Minister. This is a practical and much needed piece of legislation that tackles a range of issues from flooding and drainage to sustainable development. And it does so in a way that benefits both people and the environment. We're all aware of the need to upgrade our drainage infrastructure, and this bill is again a step in the right direction. The reality is that climate change is already having an impact on communities here. More frequent and heavier rainfalls has increased the risk of flooding across the north, and many households live with that worry throughout the year. That's exactly why the introduction of flood protection grants is such a welcome step. It allows people to take action to protect their homes with direct support from the government, and helps reduce the long-term damage and disruption caused by repeated flooding. A key part of this bill is the introduction of sustainable drainage systems into our water and planning infrastructure. These are low-maintenance, nature-based solutions that help manage surface water more effectively. They reduce the pressure of our existing sewage network and help prevent the kind of pollution events that we've seen in Knockmore and other waterways. They also deliver real environmental benefits, from supporting local biodiversity and improving water quality to making our towns and cities greener, healthier places to live. As well as the environmental impact, this bill supports other executive priorities too. It will help unlock stalled housing developments by easing the pressure on our water infrastructure and supporting the delivery for more homes, which we know are urgent need. This bill is another example of how we can make real progress protecting communities, supporting sustainable development and responding to the climate crisis, even in the face of serious financial challenges imposed on this executive. The Minister has shown that determined leadership can deliver, and I want to acknowledge her commitment to delivering for workers, families and the environment. So, Gormila Mayagov.
Thank you, Aoife. I call on Keith Buchanan. Keith.
My comments is going to be very short, and first of all I'd like to welcome or congratulate Peter, my colleague, taking up the chair, and to Deborah. She's probably watching. I don't know which camera we have at. Normally we get an indication, but so I wish her well. I wish her well, and I wish Peter as well. I've only briefly, very two comments, because a lot of people have covered. I'm not going to get into the depths of this, but first clause on the hose pipe. It's just a query on farms. With the domestic allowance on a farm and how that's covered, Minister, maybe you can cover that as well. A farm gets a domestic allowance. What sort of thoughts put into that? And then the other comment, the flood protection grants you previously mentioned about that moving from 10 to 13,000. I had always a query about those flood protection grants because it protects the building, as in the house or the garage, for example, on let's call it a standard dwelling, but it doesn't protect the property. We had a few incidents where if you had protected the property, it would have been cheaper than protecting the physical house. So it's how we look at that, and I appreciate we can get into the nuts and bolts of this. It's probably not the day for that, but that's two things that jump out at me immediately. There is other things we can go through in more detail, but this is not the day to do it. I think tomorrow, if this bill passes, we'll have further communication from officials and research papers as well, which can go through these and get into more depth. But I think that's two things to look at: the farm aspect of the 20% relief, and then the property, how we protect the property and not only the domestic building as such, which is the way this is worded. A few other wee lines, but I'm not going into it, about cleaning a private motor. There's terms that uses hose pipe, there's terms that doesn't use that. We could argue that all day. There's wee terms there needs tweaked, but this is not the day. And I'm not going to talk all day on this, Chair, you'll be glad to hear. But I'll be looking forward to the meeting tomorrow and working with my colleagues across the House on this. All of them. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And just before I call the Minister, I think the Infrastructure Committee Chair, you've got the one that only seems to do peace, love and harmony. Amazing. Only one we've got here. Minister, over to you.
And I want to thank and welcome the new Chair for the Committee for Infrastructure. I hope that we can work as well together as I have with Deborah Erskine. And just to echo other members' comments, I too want to wish Deborah and her husband all the very best and what I hope is a very exciting time for them both, and I look forward to hearing her news in hopefully the not so distant future. And I want to thank all the members for their contributions today and indeed their optimism, because I think this is something that will have an impact of a positive nature in terms of our overall wastewater systems and how we deal with drainage and flood management moving forward. There have been quite a number of queries and issues raised throughout the debate, and I'll do my best to address as many of those as possible. First, I'll go to the comments from the committee chair, Peter Martin, and others had also raised this around the funding query. The bill itself is broadly cost neutral for NI Water, so hopefully that will be welcome, apart from some small administrative costs in terms of miscommunication. The bill will also allow NI Water to recoup costs for any repairs costs that are associated with miscommunications. There may be some costs associated with bringing private drainage infrastructure up to an adoptive standard, and this may be a shared cost with the original owner, so hopefully that will be minimal as well. In relation to SUDS, there will be additional costs in putting in place the regulatory framework. However, as has been outlined as part of the debate today, there are already some examples of hard SUDS for that. The other queries were in relation to the expenditure on the homeowner flood protection grant scheme that is already existing. As of May this year, 165 homes have been provided with grant funding at a total of 1.5 million, which includes consultants and support fees. Approximately 20 homes per year have received an average grant of £7,850. Just on the subject of the flood protection grant scheme, others have raised some queries. I'll maybe go to Keith Buchanan's query around what the criteria is regarding the property itself, and I think you mean the boundary of the property. And I suppose just to say I've had an example of this in my own constituency in terms of the recent flooding, and I know that's a challenge. So there will be an opportunity through that engagement with the committee and the consultation to look at some of these issues again and see where we can. I think it's something I'd be keen to explore as well, because I know then that where it hasn't maybe come into the house itself but caused significant damage to the external part of the property, it still requires a huge cost to deal with, so we can look at that. In terms of the criteria John Stewart had raised around the flood protection scheme, as I've said, that will require regulations to be made, so as part of that process that criteria will be legislated for as well. Some of the queries from, and just to welcome Justin McNulty to the committee, and also look forward to engaging with him in the time ahead when I'm in with committee and in terms of the debates in this House. There are a number of questions around the SUDS proposals and why it has taken so long to progress SUDS here. I suppose just to say, yes, there are already SUDS happening and in place, and I know the construction industry have also raised this. They're more in relation to hard SUDS systems, so that's, as you've alluded to, bigger pipes and tanks, things like that. The focus of the regulations will be on nature-based SUDS solutions, so swales, detention basins, that type of thing, that are looking at natural drainage that align themselves with that kind of natural approach to what actually should be happening in the environment anyway, and how we can enable that in a much more managed way that we will see a real impact. As I've said previously, I will be launching the public consultation next week on SUDS in relation to new housing developments. So that will be another opportunity for the committee and for the wider public to engage with that consultation and raise any issues, concerns, queries or suggestions they may have in relation to that. And I suppose just in terms of soft HUDs, unlike hard SUDs, they are have the potential to treat surface water by removing potential pollutants, which also is positive in terms of our efforts to tackle pollution, in particular to our waterways. Some of the other questions that Justin had raised in relation to some of the clauses that he asked, were we already doing this? Yes, in some cases we are. However, the clauses in this piece of legislation simply allow for future amendments to existing regulations should they be required as new developments or technology arises. So we're not hamstrung by what we have in place already. We have the opportunity to continually modernise and update those amendments to help us to move with the times, I suppose, and respond effectively and efficiently. A number of members have also raised queries around the hosepipe ban. I suppose the first piece in relation to communication. Yes, absolutely. With social media, all of those methods that are already being used for communication purposes, NI Water use them very well. They will continue to be used in that way, and as far as possible. My understanding is through the legislation, I think it's a minimum of 2 newspapers. You know, that was probably as a requirement, as a minimum, but I think most of us would know that we would be using all communication channels and methods available to us. They're already used extensively. The query around domestic allowance, just to get a clarity from the member, is that in relation to the hosepipe ban, you mean?
The farm, and you have obviously a metered supply, you're allowed a percentage of your cost against the domestic usage. So how would you square that circle if somebody at a domestic house living on a farm? How do you define the hosepipe ban there? Because ultimately they're paying for water, but they have a domestic allowance. Yeah.
So at this point, my understanding is that for anything where it's relating to a private business, so for example, a window cleaner would be another instance where this may be, they can use things like the tap to fill the bucket or a private water tank or something to enable them to carry out their duties. So, but where they maybe use a hose pipe to try and clean the windows, that would be a contravention of the legislation. So hopefully that explains it a wee bit better. But again, I think we could get into a wee bit more detail maybe at committee stage around some of those queries. I think I've answered the majority of issues that have been raised. Largely it has been quite positive in terms of where people think this will go, and I do welcome those comments. I want to just come back to my colleague in Southdown, Andrew McMurray, and in relation to some of the flood management issues, and I know these affect his constituency, and just to say, as part of work external to the legislation, we have now received confirmation from NI Water they're doing some modelling for a permanent solution for the Newcastle issue, for and I'd met with Sheila McGinn and the Community Resilience Group there, who do really, really good work in terms of trying to find solutions. So they are aware of that, and hopefully we will see a permanent solution found for that issue as well going forward, which will provide confidence and reassurance, which is the crux of what we're doing as well through this legislation. I trust that this debate today has provided members with an overview of the policy intention behind the bill, and as I've said, if there are any other points that I haven't covered, I'll endeavour to address those in correspondence if members want to write in more detail to get further clarification. For me, it's been a very valuable opportunity to hear members' views, and I'm pleased that the general consensus has been positive and supportive of the principle of bills that give way.
Thank you, Minister, and apologies for coming in the middle of your wind there, and I've just vacated my seat on the committee. However, I'll retain a keen interest in this area of work and welcome this legislation coming forward. It was with regard to the changes to the homeowner flood protection grant, and they're to be welcome as of changes to the criteria to make it more accessible to people. But an issue that I have seen rise on numerous occasions, and I anticipate that'll be replicated across our constituencies, is will it apply to just private homeowners, or what about social housing landlords? Will there be scope for the likes of the Housing Executive or housing associations to apply to DFI for assistance to put measures on to protect their tenants?
Well, I think, as I said in response to some of the queries raised in relation to the grant, there will be an opportunity to look at this when we are laying the regulations and to look at the criteria. So that may be an issue that arises, but I suppose predominantly the existing criteria is to support those homeowners who have a responsibility and are then dealing with the cost of that for their property. So look, it's something that we can look as part of that committee stage and further on to see what can be done, or if there can be anything done in that respect, and happy to have a further consideration of that. I believe this Act will play a significant role in empowering my department and NI Water to continue to provide a high quality service to meet the needs of all the people in the North. And these powers are vital in the face of the unique challenges that we all see in the 21st century now. And I thank the members for their support and I commend the bill to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. The question is that the second stage of the Water Sustainability, Drainage and Flood Management Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Water Sustainability. I say that again. That concludes the second stage of the Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Infrastructure. Please take your ease while we hand over the top table. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion on bonfire regulation. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes that this summer has again seen illegal and unregulated bonfires on contaminated land placed dangerously close to hospitals and used as platforms for racist and sectarian displays. Further notes that the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition report set out a framework to regulate bonfires, including limits on the materials that can be used, the distance that bonfires can be placed from physical structures, and the prevention of flags, emblems and election posters being displayed and burnt, and calls for the implementation of the Commission's recommendations to put in place bonfire regulations that prevents threats to public safety, pollution to the environment and attempts to spread hate.
Thank you, and I call Colm Gildernew to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Gildernew, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank
you, Deputy Speaker.
Every summer, the issue of offensive and dangerous bonfires rears its head, and this year was unfortunately no different. From the outset, it's important to say that I recognise the importance of bonfires to unionist culture, and this motion should not be seen as an attack on the practice of burning bonfires. Bonfires, when they are organised in a safe and inclusive manner, can be a positive vehicle for people from the unionist community to celebrate their Protestant heritage. This motion, however, is about what are known and called problem bonfires.
Unfortunately, every year there are a small number of bonfires which become symbols of hate and division and which display sectarian and racist messages. I'm sure members in this chamber will all have seen images from July of this year from Moyashel in my own constituency, where a bonfire displayed an effigy of refugees in a boat with a disgusting racist message, raising fear and anxiety throughout many people across my constituency and way beyond it. It's also important, I believe, to say that the issue of offensive bonfires is not confined solely to the Unionist community, as there is also a small number of bonfires in nationalist areas of Derry during the month of August. Each year, a small number of bonfires also cause significant health and safety concerns. In the past, we've seen young people seriously injure themselves by falling off bonfires during the building process. Also, a small number of bonfires are made up of materials such as tyres, which when burned are harmful to the health of the people who are gathered and indeed the environment. We have all seen the unacceptable behaviour earlier this year when a bonfire in Belfast was burned in an area which had been confirmed as containing asbestos, but the organisers refused to consider the health and safety of the attendees or indeed the local residents. So I believe we cannot continue year after year dealing with the same problem. It's long past time we found a common sense solution, and I think it's important we start now to discuss that in advance of next year. The FICT report into flags, emblems and bonfires looked at this issue in great detail and made some recommendations on how to tackle the issue of problem bonfires. Unfortunately, none of those recommendations in the FICT report have ever been implemented, and we have to ask ourselves why that is. All of the Unionist political parties have so far failed to show any political leadership which would create the space for a mature and a constructive conversation about the best way forward. Finding a solution which meets the needs of all communities is in the best interests of everyone, and it's well past time that political unionism came to that realisation.
Thank you. And I call David Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Once again, we find ourselves here debating culture, tradition and identity, and once again Sinn Féin come forward not with proposals to celebrate diversity, but to regulate and restrict the traditions of the Unionist community. This motion raises the small number of instances where regrettable and unacceptable messages have been placed. While we work with communities to see such things removed, we have seen no such motions from Sinn Féin when there is routine glorification of terrorism at Republican events and festivals. No reflection on the hurt caused when it comes to IRA commemorations and displays. Sinn Féin insists those are sacrosanct, untouchable. Yet when it comes to Unionist traditions, suddenly we are told they must be tightly controlled, monitored and curtailed. Loyalist communities have no intention of coming cap in hand to Republicans to seek permission for their long-practised traditions. Let us be very clear, bonfires are not a new phenomenon. They are a centuries-old expression of culture, of remembrance and of celebration within the Unionist community. Some of my best childhood memories were spending the weeks before the 11th of July collecting wood from around my hometown of Cumber for our annual bonfire at the Barley Field. It's a tradition that means a lot to me, and I've always been passionate that while beacons and similar have their place, they should never replace traditional bonfires. They are part of our heritage, passed down from generation to generation. For Sinn Féin to treat these traditions as though they are a nuisance to be managed or stamped out is an affront to cultural respect and parity of esteem. And let me tell them here and now, they are not going anywhere. Now, nobody denies that there are responsibilities that come with tradition. Communities themselves have worked hard in recent years to promote safer practices, to reduce tensions and to keep bonfires in the main as positive and family-oriented events. And notwithstanding that there have been some poor examples, and I understand that. That progress, though, has not come from top-down regulation imposed by those who have no sympathy with our culture, but from engagement, dialogue and local initiative. Groups like Legacy Network in my own constituency have worked closely with young people from loyalist working-class communities, and we have seen vast improvement in some of the bonfire sites where there have previously been issues. Not through nationalist-imposed diktat, which will never run, but through re-engaging with our history and traditions, building an understanding of confidence in who we are, learning not just what we do, but why, investing in the work of re-injecting our cultural festivals with a common history and understanding it is how we will improve things. An adversarial approach will provoke a similar response, but I often believe that is what Sinn Féin both here and in City Hall in particular, seek to do on a regular basis. The work undertaken with local communities has seen less problematic behaviour, and I personally hope in time we will also see bonfires move away from burning a flag to something more historical or linked to the 12th in a similar way that we have with Guy Fawkes or other fire festivals internationally. But let us remember that the people bringing this motion are not the voice of reason, but rather the reason that tricolour has been found on bonfires over the years. It was their comrades who sat in front of the flag reading statements to justify their latest sectarian bombing or murder for 30 years. They talk about concern over hate, but for years Fila hosted the Wolf Tones Up the Ra bigot fests at Falls Park, glorifying terrorism. The truth is, Sinn Féin's proposals are not about health and safety. They're about control, about trying to bring a Parades Commission model to other parts of unionist culture. They're about using bureaucracy to chip away at cultural confidence of the unionist people. And I say to Sinn Féin directly, if you were genuinely interested in building respect and reconciliation, you would seek to support communities. Our message is simple: hands off our culture. We will continue to work with communities to promote safe and respectful celebrations. Very many are engaged in that work already, not only themselves but through engagement with public agencies and emergency services. But we will not allow nor stand over Sinn Féin attempting to dictate terms over unionist traditions. Regulation imposed by those who reject our British identity is not the way forward. It must, absolutely must, have community buy-in. Respect is a two-way street, and it must start with recognising that bonfires are a legitimate and valued part of Northern Ireland's cultural landscape. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Every summer we witness the same problems. We see flags, effigies, political posters and other racist and sectarian symbols placed on bonfires. This is not a reflection of unionist celebration nor culture, nor should it be portrayed as such. And I would go further, Mr Deputy Speaker, and say that I believe that those who place such items on bonfires do a disservice to the wider loyalist and unionist community. Every summer we also hear reports of bonfires being built on land close to houses, play parks, electricity substations for public services and so on. And over the years I've been contacted by landowners, but for the record I have never been contacted by the landowner for Merity Street, who are desperate to find a way to prevent the collection of bonfire material taking place on their land. This desperation is not born out of any negativity towards the tradition per se, but it is out of fear that something will happen to one of the bonfire builders on a site for which they're not covered for insurance. It is important to be clear on this. Many bonfires are for celebration, they're for commemoration, and they are considerate of everyone in the nearby constituency and neighbourhood. They go ahead without contention and are enjoyed by local communities. And it is this positivity that we must focus on. The bottom line is this: bonfires must be lawful, safe and respectful. Anything else is a threat to the public in the immediate term, in terms of good relations, and in the longer term in terms of the ability for that community to regenerate and attract inward investment. This year alone, during the 11th night celebrations, there were 72 bonfire-related incidents reported out of a total of 194 incidents dealt with by firefighters. On the night of the 11th of July, the Fire and Rescue Service received 277 emergency calls. This was more than double from the previous year, and that tells us that the problem does seem to be escalating, potentially in isolated and repeat locations, but there is an issue there that needs to be dealt with. In recent years, we have seen countless injuries, a recent death, and even firefighters attacked while carrying out their duties. And we all have to ask ourselves, how long does this, should we allow this to continue, and at what point do we finally say enough is enough? As I've said many times in relation to my private member's bill on the display of flags and emblems, and I repeat the same sentiment here today, this is not about removing tradition nor policing culture. It is about respect, it is about safety, and it is about building communities where celebration does not come at the expense of others. That is why I call for the support for the implementation of the FIC recommendations. I would, however, suggest that this motion would have been more successful if it had instead called on leadership from the First and Deputy First Ministers for the establishment of a cross-departmental programme board for with oversight from the Executive Office, because this is not a problem for one minister nor one department.
They cannot resolve this in isolation, but this does need a united approach across government here. It requires collaboration from the Environment Agency, the Housing Executive, PSNI, Fire and Rescue Service, the Department for Infrastructure, local councils and, most importantly, the local community. But it also requires addressing the wider question of land ownership and responsibility. Too many sites are used for bonfires do sit in this grey area, as I mentioned earlier, with landlords either absent, unwilling or unable to secure their property. If celebrations take place on contaminated or unsecured land, this is not a cultural issue. It becomes an environmental crime and a public threat to safety. We need coordination, we need clarity, we need accountability, and we do need robust... Yes, well...
Can I thank the member for giving way? Would you agree with me that it is incumbent, particularly on community leaders, those that hold position and respect in the community, that when a bonfire like the one that you're referring to in Meredith Street occurs, that they have a duty and responsibility to encourage people not to enjoy that bonfire, but to take the responsible action and to say, we need to sort this out.
There's an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yeah, I would agree with Mr Brooks. There are really successful community bonfires going on across the city and beyond, Belfast City and beyond. But we do need our community leaders to step up whenever there is a serious... I will, please, go ahead.
Would the member recognise that there is an issue that where, and I'm not saying that it's unreasonable at times, but where development takes place and building on traditional bonfire sites, there then becomes a problem in areas where there is no traditional bonfire site left, and quite often that you may well end with a return, and some people want this, to return to smaller bonfires, but often built on roads as they were in historic days, and that would cause problems as well. So it is a problem of how we allow unionist communities to celebrate their history and heritage in a responsible way, but those sites are reducing.
I suppose somebody's come from a background of urban regeneration. I like to see our brownfield sites regenerated in our inner city areas, but there are alternatives. Obviously, there are the beacons, and there are other ways that we can make them safer and more in line with reducing the public threat. But I do take your point that we do have to respect tradition, but we have to in a way that is safe. So, Deputy Speaker, I am conscious that I'm running out of time here, but I do think that whilst there are pieces of legislation, regulations in place, and the FICT Commission did identify those, they're not being properly overseen. So we do need a refresh to look at how we can actually implement the recommendations in the FICT report. We need leadership, cooperation, action and these regulations. Our communities deserve safe celebrations, free from hate and free from harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have the dubious honour of having been on the FICT Commission for 3 years. But I've got to say it was a good commission. It had good people on it from right across the spectrum of political divide, and they come up with some really good ideas. And yes, many of them have not been implemented, but they've certainly been spoken about. FICT covered an awful lot more than flags and bonfires, by the way, and sometimes I think we ignore other things that they're covering because it doesn't really work. So it covered culture, identity, bonfires, flags and public buildings, Allen Street furniture, the media, sport, language, arts and public space, murals, memorialisation and commemoration. And some political parties, I have to say, dodged that question pretty quickly. But let's look at bonfires. It's been said, and it's true, and over years it's improved. The vast majority of bonfires in Northern Ireland pass off safely, are well-run community events, and the Commission highlights this on multiple occasions. Yet, and here's stark truth, every single bonfire in Northern Ireland is unlawful. Every one. Doesn't matter how long they've been going, and they've been going for an awful long time, and we're talking about it now, every single one is unlawful. That is why the Fire and Rescue Service cannot engage directly with bonfire builders, because they're engaging directly with something that is unlawful. That's important to understand. So what is Sinn Féin actually... Yes?
For giving way. Would he concur with me that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service also say that there are no safe bonfires? They cannot stand over fires that are uncontrolled.
Absolutely, and there's unguarded fire anywhere, whether it's a bonfire or a campfire, is exactly that. Yes.
Would the member also recognise that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service do engage with bonfires and bonfire sites and do give advice as to what will be safe and not, even if it's not official?
Yes, they absolutely do, and my colleague will be able to raise that later on, if that's okay. But the point I'm trying to get to here is, what is Sinn Féin actually calling for? Are they calling for legal authority for all bonfires? Because that's what FICT recommends. FICT recommends that every bonfire is given legal authority. That's the starting point. And if they are saying that they're going to give it legal authority, then it's up to the DAERA Minister to change the Waste and Contaminated Land Order to allow bonfires to be lawful. And if that's what we do, then the first thing I'm going to be doing is pressing the DAERA Minister to say, when are you going to do this to make these lawful? If Sinn Féin are calling for Article 10 of the Recreation and Youth Order 1986 to be extended to other landowners, because that's what it says in the recommendations, so that other landowners can identify land for people to build bonfires on, then I'm going to be going to the First Minister to ask him when they're going to be doing this. Are we calling on the Northern Ireland, just I haven't the time, mate, honestly, I just stopped a minute ago and we've got a couple minutes. Are they calling for the Northern Ireland Executive to develop a new funded civic accredited arts and heritage education training and exhibition initiative in dedicated spaces for bonfires as per the FICT recommendations? Funded? If they are, well then I'll be going to the Finance Minister and ask when's he going to provide the money in regards to that. I hope in summing up that Sinn Féin can clarify what they're actually trying to achieve by this motion. If recommending legal authority for bonfires as a starting position, then there is a number of criteria as per the FICT recommendation that each bonfire would have to adhere to. Height and distance, 1:5 ratio. And that's when the Northern Ireland Fire Service will engage to check this is a 1:5 ratio. What if there's a 1:4 ratio? What if it doesn't adhere to the criteria? Who's responsible? The police? DAERA? The executive? We need to know, because that's who we're going to be going to. Or is it a criminal justice issue? And if it's a criminal justice issue, I'm going to be going to the Justice Minister to find out what she's going to be doing in regards to this. I've got a couple to give away. I'll be very quick if you're brief, please.
Just to be very brief, what we're asking for is the space for a mature and constructive conversation about the best way forward. Simple as that.
Yes, and I think I'm giving it a mature, and I'm giving the practicalities of where we are in regards to this. Look, I was a bonfire builder in my youth. I do not support flags being burnt on bonfires. I do not support images or posters being burnt on bonfires. I do not support effigies, apart from historical, traditional effigies, being burnt on bonfires. That's a fact. And in most cases, the vast majority of bonfires and bonfire builders have addressed that. But the solution isn't top-down legislation and regulation. It's bottom-up, community-level activism. That's working, believe it or not. And you can go back and you can look at the statistics and you can see that it's working. But if we pass this motion, I tell you what, there's an awful lot of ministers have an awful lot of work to do, because I'll be making sure that they're going to be held to this. I'm going to be honest. This motion is as vague as I've ever seen. It really is as vague as I've ever seen, because it hasn't gone in and given us any details apart from the FICT Commission. But if you go into the FICT Commission and you look at the recommendations, you will see that there's an awful lot to it. And the first is make them all legal. And that's legal authority. So it's difficult to support such a vague motion. And I do believe in a conversation, but let's make sure that conversation is from the ground up, from the communities to us, not just us dictating going down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Durkin.
Deputy Speaker, a decade ago, during my time as Environment Minister, I tried hard to bring forward licensing proposals to deal with bonfires. This was about striking a balance, protecting communities from the very real dangers of these fires, while respecting the cultural significance that they still obviously hold. And I stand over that principle. But culture must never be a shield for lawlessness or a licence for hate. The political will wasn't there 10 years ago, and I fear, and I think it's obvious, that this place has gone backwards since. What we witnessed this summer in many areas wasn't culture. It was an orgy of hate, of racist and sectarian displays, of despicable personal threats, and I'd offer support and solidarity to those whose names or images appeared on bonfires. I've been there myself and I know it's not pleasant. But that holds no place in our society. Homes and hospitals were put at risk. The environment was choked with toxic fumes. That can't be defended. This isn't tradition or something to be celebrated. And part of the problem, the elephant in the room, is that our leadership parties continue to peddle division. They stoke up hatred when and because it suits them. They thrive on tribal tension, while ordinary people are left to live with the consequences of intimidation, fear and violence on their doorsteps. Culture isn't something to be feared, and it's not something to be weaponised. It's something that should be shared and something that should be respected. The motion, it rightly notes that the FICT set out a framework to deal with these issues, but the point is that there's still no implementation plan. And when we, the SDLP in opposition, sought to amend this motion to include, I believe, a very practical call for the First and Deputy First Minister to bring forward a full FICT implementation plan, the amendment wasn't accepted. But what we're left with is a motion that calls on no one. Mr Beattie referred to its vagueness. This absolves ministers of responsibility, and Paula Bradshaw rightly identified the collective nature of that responsibility. I fear debates like this don't do anything to tackle sectarianism, but rather they only serve to stir that tribal pot. In the meantime,
and thank you for giving way. One of the other issues in regards to this is, and going back to this issue of legal authority, we're giving legal authority to burn bonfires. I wonder how that plays with the new Climate Change Act, because we've moved on since FICT, and that's a reality.
Absolutely. So any implementation plan would have to take these new legislative requirements into consideration. But in the meantime, good people, decent people who just want to celebrate their traditions, however they do it, are being let down by a lack of leadership. I'll only have an extra minute. Right? Residents who just want to live in peace and safety are forced year after year to contend with bonfires that put lives at risk. The SDLP would prefer to see more alternatives, and fair play to those communities who offer so much in this regard. And ultimately, I make no bones about it, we'd like to see an end to bonfires. We're clearly nowhere near there yet, but I do recognise their significance, particularly in some of our most deprived areas. They are bound up with identity, a sense of belonging and of community pride, as odd as it sounds. But let's not dismiss that pride, especially among young men who spend weeks and months designing and building these structures that, before they're marred with grotesque images and flags, are pretty impressive. This takes skill and graft, but for them, the bonfire's a project, a claim to belonging in communities where opportunities are scarce. So let's eradicate the harmful elements of bonfires, the pollution and damage to the environment, the damage to community relations, the race to the bottom, and rather than condemning all these young people, harness their skills, create apprenticeships and employment opportunities, give them purpose, pride and a stake in their future. Because let's be real, this cohort has been let down time and time again, and they continue to be by this executive, leaving them ripe for exploitation by unsavoury criminal elements. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, today can't just be about what hasn't been delivered. It has to be about what we're going to do going forward, although I don't think this motion sets out what exactly that should be. We want a society where culture is celebrated with respect, not weaponised with hate. Culture should bring people together, not drive them apart. That requires action and real political will across this chamber, because we might think no one is watching what happens here, but what happens here filters out and across our communities. So I'd say to the leadership parties, stop hiding behind non-binding motions, and stop hiding behind excuses. Start leading.
Members, before we proceed, and this is a general comment, it's not direct related to the last speaker or any other, but in general, and as we move forward through this debate, members are reminded that references to amendments that were not accepted are not in order, nor is any challenge around the decision not to accept such an amendment. I call Patrick Delargy.
Each summer we see bonfires across our communities. We know that too often they take place in unsafe and in unsuitable locations, close to hospitals, to schools, to other people's homes, and or in contaminated land. That's not just a question of property damage, but a very real risk to families, to children and to residents. Alongside the safety concerns, there are also environmental issues, such as the burning of waste materials, which creates pollution, damages our health outcomes and the fabric of our communities. The clean-up costs fall back on already stretched public services, money that could and should be spent in youth provision, in housing and in community development. But this debate should not just be about problems, it should be about solutions. In Derry, we have seen the power of community when it is supported and invested in. The planned transformation of Meanan Square is an example of regeneration that is making a real difference, creating space for positive activity in the heart of the Bogside. The Bogside has a proud history, one of resilience and one in which the campaign for civil rights was born. Civil rights and the movement our community fought for was about building our community up, about securing proper investment in housing, in infrastructure, but most importantly, in people. In showing that our community have just as much right as any other community to first-class services, and Meanan Square is the embodiment of a new vision for a new generation. The redevelopment of Meanan Square includes 8 social homes, youth and community services, office space and a new shop for the area. That's positive, progressive vision for our community, and that's what the people of the Bogside want to see on this site. This summer alone, Féile ran 150 events across the Bogside, Craigan, Bishop Street, Brandywell and Fountain areas, with audiences of more than 20,000 people and over 2,000 participants. We have incredibly brave community groups, good community groups, who work not just in the summer months, but throughout the year, with Féile being the key delivery partner, ensuring that everyone has access to community events that celebrate our community and all that it has to offer, through delivering festivals, youth programmes, family fun days, or cultural events.
Could we return to the subject of the motion, which is bonfire and regulation around that?
Yes, Las Concolia, and I'm trying to provide examples of that alternative and what positive political leadership we can offer in our communities. The comment, of course.
Does the member agree with me that we all have a collective duty to realise the Good Friday Agreement commitment for citizens to live free from sectarian harassment, and this must mean enshrining effective legal sanctions for those bonfires which promote offensive, racist and sectarian materials and which threaten the health and well-being of residents within all our communities?
The member continues. This is not a wider discussion on agreements, previous or current. The terms of the motion are clearly laid out on the order paper.
Well, I absolutely agree with the member. And the political leadership that has been touched on today, the point of intervention I was going to ask is that I very much welcome Mr Durkan's comments today. I'm just going to finish this point. Very much welcome Mr Durkan's comments today, but what I would ask is why over the 2 weeks of the bonfire being built in Derry, there was no public comment from our MP, an SDLP MP, nothing for 2 weeks. Nothing for 2 weeks. I'm more than happy to give way.
I thank the member for giving away. I can't comment on the lack of comment from anyone else. However, the member will be aware, or certainly his councillor colleagues will be aware, sitting on the council Bonfire Working Group that there had actually been an agreement in place not to make any public comment on the bonfire in the Bogside. That was broken initially by Gary Middleton, to which Sinn Féin responded. There was subsequently public condemnation from myself and my colleagues.
Now, I'm going to make something clear that I really would have expected every member to know. Members of Parliament are not here to answer any queries in relation to their performance, and there should not be seeking to answer on their behalf. I've asked a number of times in the past 2 or 3 minutes alone for people to return to the subject, which is clearly laid out in the motion. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, and the next speaker is Philip Brett.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, as someone who proudly attends 11th of July celebrations, I can confidently and clearly say, as my party has consistently said, that the burning of flags, election posters or other offensive material is wrong, always has been wrong, and will never have the support of this party. I and my community are proud enough of our traditions that we do not need to denigrate anyone else's to rise ours up. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, I fear the motion before us here today is an attempt to blanket all community celebrations across Northern Ireland as sectarian hate fests, which they want to eradicate. They want to eradicate and erode the proud unionist and loyalist traditions right across Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is no mention in this motion whatsoever of the hundreds of bonfires that take place right across Northern Ireland that pass off without incident. There is not a mention on this motion about the hundreds of people who engage in positive outlets throughout the year to ensure that our young people can be involved in this proud and historic practice. In my constituency in North Belfast, the transformation of bonfires in recent years has been commendable. We have young people being led by those who want to see a positive outlet for their future. In Rathkill, we have an amazing Rath organisation which show our young people that we celebrate our culture and we do not demean others. We have work that takes place the length and breadth of North Belfast, but there is no reference to that within this motion because, as was let out, the cat was let out of the bag by the opposition spokesperson. They don't want to see bonfires take place, full stop. Well, there is a very clear message from these benches, and if we are the only party to say it, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will happily say it. There will always be bonfires here in Northern Ireland, and this party will continue to support them. Does Ms Armstrong want to get in, or is she just pulling a face at comments that I continue to make? Yeah, of course.
I don't know why the member thinks I'm pulling the face, to be honest. I love the fact that in my local area there are a number of, not bonfires, but the beacons are lit on a regular basis. Cultural celebration is nothing to be feared. What is to be feared is the hate fest that comes with it. And I have to say, having borne the brunt of several very sectarian comments, would you agree with me then that that needs to stop and be taken away from a cultural expression event?
If the member had listened to the first 45 seconds of the opening of my remarks, I made very clear attacks on anyone, any person or any individual is reprehensible. I have always stood against attacks on democracy. Unfortunately, others in this chamber don't have the same record that I have on that, or indeed campaign to have terrorists released from prison. But back to the motion that is before us, Mr Deputy Speaker, actions speak louder than words. And we can have all the warm and woolly comments from the Alliance Party, from Sinn Féin or from the SDLP to say that they support the legitimate expression of culture. But let's look at their actions. In my constituency of North Belfast, Sinn Féin and the SDLP together acted illegally to try and have the Adams Street bonfire in Tigers Bay removed because they didn't want that small unionist community being able to celebrate their culture and identity. And their actions were struck down by the High Court. That was their actions, not their words. In Antrim and Newton Abbey Council, Mr Deputy Speaker, where we support bonfires that don't have flags or emblems, those parties with the Alliance Party vote every single year to try and remove that funding because actions, not words, Mr Deputy Speaker. In South Belfast, Mr Deputy Speaker, We had a great interest in the working class community of the village. Of course, there had been no commentary from those elected representatives for years about the lack of social housing in that constituency, which my party fight for. But when it comes to the issue of bonfires, they all appear because they want to denigrate unionist community. Mr Deputy Speaker, this motion wants to try and introduce and to nitpick parts of the FICT report to include parts of denigration of the unionist community. Of course, there is no reference to the FICT study in relation to the removal of illegal monuments, because other parties are very happy to support the terrorist shrines right across this country, which have a negative impact on community relations. Other members spoke about the organisation Fela and Phobal. No comment, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the work that they do in terms of bonfires, about celebrating the IRA. Nothing about celebrating the Bayardo bomber and the 50th anniversary and the murderers that they done. This party will take no lectures whatsoever on legitimate expression of culture and identity from any political party represented in this chamber. The SDLP, Sinn Féin and the Alliance Party want to use every opportunity in this chamber to do down unionism. This party will not stand by quietly and allow that to happen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Perhaps I can try and paint a slightly different picture of where the Alliance Party is actually coming from in respect of these matters. The Alliance Party has, Deputy Speaker, been very clear, and we recognise the wish of those who want to celebrate their culture with bonfires. At their best, bonfires can be a genuine celebration of culture, history and community spirit, and they can be opportunities for people to come together to mark that tradition and to enjoy an event. However, Deputy Speaker, celebration should never come at the expense of respect, safety or the law. And that's where the Alliance Party believes that all bonfires across Northern Ireland must meet those three clear principles. All bonfires must be respectful, they must be safe, and they must be lawful. That's a reasonable ask of anyone. Firstly, bonfires need to be respectful. Sadly, too many this summer were anything but that. We saw sickening displays of effigies or political leaders, election posters, mine and my party colleagues and many others in this chamber, and even the grotesque racist imagery. Only in July, a bonfire in Wygashel was used to display and burn an effigy of a migrant boat, complete with life-size dark-skinned mannequins in life jackets. That was not a celebration of culture. It was a blatant act of racism and hatred. Such displays have no place in any society, let alone a shared one. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, bonfires must be, and I cannot stress this enough, they must be safe. This isn't just about fire safety, although that is critically important. It's about protecting nearby homes, businesses, electricity substations, and even hospitals. Just this summer, the bonfire in South Belfast built alarmingly close to an electricity substation that supplies to two major hospitals were at threat. I was actually a patient in the city hospital on the day of that fire, and my outpatient's appointment had to be transferred to the Royal Victoria Hospital because the city hospital was under threat as a result of the concerns about that substation. This isn't just reckless, it's indefensible. We must remember the tragic loss of John Steele, who fell to his death from a 50-foot bonfire in Larne. I don't believe that the safest way forward is to replace the traditional bonfire structure with a pre-prepared beacon. This would be a pre-purpose built structure that could be safely lit. Yes, it will.
Recognise that the culture of traditional bonfires is not simply in the lighting of them, but it's children and young people like myself who took pride in the weeks before a bonfire, collecting around their communities, bringing it, and having pride at looking at the event that they had put on for their local community. That is the culture, that's what means so much to a lot of us. And a beacon, while it has its place, replaces all of that and takes it away.
I do recognise for the member the collection of wood is something that young people and children get involved in, but that includes vandalising trees and pulling apart pallets and various things like that. When that includes vandalising trees and pulling pallets and doing things like that, then no, I don't agree with you. What I do agree with you, no, stop shouting shame at me. I do agree with you. I do agree with you that it is appropriate for young people to collect bonfire material. But let's try and move on to beacons. We are also faced with the problem of toxic fumes from unregulated collected material. Often tires, plastic and even asbestos contaminates material from the way and finds its way into bonfires, releasing dangerous pollutants into the air. And yes, the Commission on Flags, Culture and Identity has been clear. Bonfires should be wood only or beacon-style material. That is what we need to have. Finally, bonfires need to be lawful. Permission from the landowner needs to be granted. Far too many bonfires are erected each year without consent of the landowner. In my own constituency of East Antrim, some bonfires are regarded as traditional just because of their location. But the reality is that permission has never been sought or granted. This not only undermines the rule of law, but it places the landowner at risk of legal liability. So bonfires organisers who are genuinely proud of demonstrating their culture and want to produce a responsible bonfire should show respect of the rights of others and ensure that they operate within the law. Let me be clear, Deputy Speaker, bonfires should never be platforms for sectarianism, racism or intimidation. They should not be used to threaten neighbours, to mark territory or to spread hate. If the organisers seek recognition of their culture, they must also respect the rights and dignity of others. The Alliance Party wants bonfires to be genuine cultural celebrations that are lawful, safe and respectful. And until we reach that standard, they will continue to pose division, danger and risk to public health and the environment in a society which is still healing from conflict and one where we cannot tolerate this. Let me be clear, Deputy Speaker. I and the Alliance Party do not wish to do anything other than provide for respectful, safe and lawful bonfires, regardless of community or tradition. This is a cross-departmental issue and one which all departments need to engage in. This motion today is just a starting point. We need to move from where we are now.
Time. Trevor Clark.
Intended to put my name on this debate until I listen to some of the rhetoric across the chamber. This motion, Mr Deputy Speaker, isn't a serious attempt. This is merely sabre-rattling. That's all it is, sabre-rattling. When I look at my own constituency in South Antrim, and indeed Antrim Council, indeed you'll be aware of this yourself, Mr Deputy Speaker, where actually Antrim at one point led the way about the change of bonfires and about how they were built. They removed the tires so that there was community-led. We didn't need a dictatorship from across these benches telling our communities how to do it. They had the wisdom and they led it and they done it themselves. I remember many years ago coming into Randallstown one night and the river had turned a different colour because of the amount of tyres. But the community decided to change that. They didn't need people, hypocrites, some of them from the opposite benches, telling them how to do that. And that's the difficulty with this motion. Because then it goes on to talk about flags. The MLA for Sinn Féin for South Antrim raised an issue at the 12th about flags, but only has rose-tinted glasses and only seen one colour of flag. He didn't see the offensive flags that were painted in the walls of Crumlin. He didn't see the offensive flags that was painted in infrastructure in Crumlin, or he ignored. He was only interested in one flag, and that was the one that represents my community. He actually raised tensions unnecessarily where we could have got community resolution with the PSNI, which we've done previously. But of course, Sinn Féin weren't really interested on actually resolving these things. They wanted to raise the temperature in the constituency. Oh well, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and I would come back to the comments from Mr Beattie, who was on the Commission, that the FICT report did not just give recommendations for bonfires and flags, it also covered memorials and murals. Would the member agree with me that we need to look at all the recommendations from the FICT Commission report so that we can tackle all these issues together? Thank you.
A reminder that the motion refers to bonfires. I can't believe I'm reminding members of that again. I give the member an extra minute.
Well, I would hate to say, but it does reference Commission on Flags as well, Mr Speaker, unless you're speaking to your party colleague, and that's why I'm bringing flags into the debate. As I say, there was reference made by the member for East Antrim about cost and environmental and toxicity of some of these things. That is the whole and sole reason that credit to the then Chief Executive of the Council led to do away with tyres, to do away with the clean-up costs, to do away with the environmental impact that it was having on our constituencies. Again, I point out, community-led, not by a dictatorship across from these benches. So I think there's a danger in this motion of stoking up tension. It's morally, in terms, I think, a response to the Bonfire and the Bogside, where it's interesting the Speaker didn't make any reference to some of the stuff that was in the Bonfire in his own constituency. Indeed. And whilst they may have attacked him personally, they attacked many others as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be opposing this motion because we see it for what it is. It is a sabre-rattling attempt to stoke tensions and to increase tensions so soon after the marching season and indeed the Bonfire season.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like the last Speaker, I hadn't intended to speak in this debate, although I am passionate about bonfires, and I'm possibly one of the most, how could you say it, experienced people in this room maybe to talk about them. Because as a young person, I did indeed build bonfires. It's part of my backstory, it's part of my heritage, it's part of my culture. It's something that I thoroughly enjoyed, and there was a little bit of a debate between Delance, MLA, Stuart Dixon, and I think was it Trevor or something, in and around young people. And I was one of those young people who did actually enjoy that whole bonfire experience. But what I will say is, in the motion, there are things in the motion that I could agree with, because, like Mr. Brett, I want to see bonfires, good bonfires, as something that can be celebrated as part of our wider culture. And I would go as far as to say this: they don't just belong to the PUL community, whilst it's something perhaps is more important too. They tell part of our collective story, like it or lump it. That's our background here, guys. We've got to share our history. I also wear the hat, obviously, of having served for 16 years in the Fire and Rescue Service, and I do love to hear the Fire and Rescue Service being talked about in here, because many nights I did attend bonfire sites, whether that was just in terms of inspection, whether it was in terms of a response. Yes, absolutely.
Record, and I hope the member agrees with me, in terms of the work that was done with Antrim Council at that stage, was with Fire and Rescue Service, was with the Housing Executive, and was with the Council, in terms of site selection, safety and all of those other things. So we don't need a motion to address that, we need the community to address it themselves, and commend the work that each of those services done in working with the community to actually get those resolutions.
There's an extra minute.
Thank you very much. Sir, I agree with everything that the member has said. What I would point out is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are around 300 bonfires across Northern Ireland and around the 11th of July. 300. Now today, whilst there hasn't been specific detailed mention of bonfires, I've sort of done a rough count of about four examples, and I will say bad examples. Bad examples. Some of those, and I hate to say it, and I've been at bonfires where I have asked and persuaded and stayed for hours to see posters taken off bonfires, flags taken off bonfires, because they do not reflect what I believe to be a cherished part of my tradition. And that is something we should all be involved in and not shy away from. But I do agree with the comments that to see real success, this has to be bottom up, not top down. And why is that? Because the delivery of the motion by the member from Sinn Féin didn't reflect the words on the motion. Because the member said this was about opening a dialogue. It's not, because the motion says this is about implementing part of the FICT. Part of FICT. And there wasn't a collective agreement around FICT at the end, because some of those matters proved too difficult for some of the parties. I want to go back to one of those bonfires that have been alluded to, and yes, if you're brief.
Thank the member for taking an intervention, but would the member agree with me that it's all very well for all of us who don't have to live beside these bonfire sites talking about it from an abstract point of view? But I dealt with a family, actually an elderly lady living on her own in Dungannon, who for a number of years begged the people who were building a bonfire beside her home to stop it. For 2 weeks of every summer, her windows were boarded up. That's how she lived, in a house with wooden boards boarding up her windows, and her bathroom tiles melting off her bathroom, and Housing Executive had to come every year and fix that. This is a ridiculous situation.
The intervention. I have no issue if a bonfire is too close to a building. I say no issue, I mean they should be in places where they're distanced. Listen, I did my fire safety engineering exams. I understand that they should be in places where they're not too close to properties, and certainly that nobody is in danger. Because what I would actually like to see is, I would like to see a series of bonfires on the 11th night where tourists actually can come and we can tell our story in a respectful manner. But unfortunately, this motion doesn't do it, and the very fact that it leaves out very important parts of the FICT report, which matter to me as a former prison officer. When you talk about personal safety, unfortunately, there's things in there about memorials to terrorists, which actually applies to me, because I have 32 members of the workforce that I work for. Unfortunately, I'd like to see that part of the FICT report brought forward and invoked, and we'll maybe do a motion on that at some stage. But I think what we've done today, and we've seen today from some of the commentary, is that we lose sight of all the good that has been done. There's more to do. I also chair and I'm not speaking as chair, by the way, I also chair the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, and part of that is looking after environment. And I would like to see young people educated through this in terms of what we're doing and how we can actually go to repair that and actually build into it. So if people are actually serious about having a conversation about how we cherish that part of our culture and that we save it, rather than, as some people have said, and disappointingly from someone I respect dearly, to see them eradicated in totality, we can't be part of that conversation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Reynolds. I welcome today's motion and thank the members for putting it forward for debate. Deputy Speaker, I've been involved in politics since 2013, elected in some capacity since 2017, and a phrase I first heard when I was Deputy Lord Mayor of Belfast was how we here in Northern Ireland had normalised the abnormal across society here, and I fear we're seeing some of that during today's debate. Every year, without fail, the same problems arise in terms of illegally erected flags on lampposts demarcating territory and worrying residents because no one knows who put them up, why, for how long, or when they'll be coming down. The same happens with some bonfires in Northern Ireland which appear on land without permission, contain harmful materials, or are too close to residential properties, creating the lunacy of the Northern Ireland Fire Service having to hold down homes, as we've just heard from Ms Dillon. You see, Deputy Speaker, bonfires can be positive. They can be a cultural celebration that welcomes all. They can be inclusive. Earlier in the month, the Chief Constable opened his statement to the Northern Ireland Policing Board by praising the effort, commitment and flexibility of his officers as they policed over 300 bonfires across Northern Ireland, where sadly 16 caused significant concern. We have seen the positives in adapting 11th night celebrations into environmentally and family-friendly events through the Beacon programme, where 7 beacons were received by my constituency in East Belfast through funding from Belfast City Council. Bonfires can be inclusive, safe, cultural celebrations, but without regulation, we see very real dangers becoming more and more prevalent. Only 3 years ago did we see a young father fall from a bonfire to his death. This year, here in East Belfast, we saw a man receiving severe and life-changing burns during the lighting of a bonfire. Regulation in terms of health and safety, cultural expression and protecting the environment should not be demonised by lack of political leadership, which ignores the society we should all want to create here and turns a blind eye to illegality. Oh, 2 seconds. We are sadly seeing it at the moment with condemnation of vigilantes 1 minute and then legitimate concerns based off misinformation the next. We need to see political leadership driving change so everyone celebrates tradition without putting themselves and others, crucially, in danger. There is so much potential for bonfires to be part of safe, family-friendly cultural events, but without regulation we are limiting this potential. Money could be spent to enhance regulated events and drive tourism, but instead it's needed for repairs and use of public service time to respond to emergencies created by unregulated events. This is not to erode culture, but to ensure safety when celebrating culture. I'll support today's motion and its call for bonfire regulations to be introduced to ensure safe celebrations for all.
Speaker, I'm listening to the debate and trying to channel the average person watching this and with their head in their hands and thinking, will we ever make progress in this society? Because the quality of the debate and some of what has been said has just been absolutely depressing, it has to be said. I will happily engage my DUP colleagues across the chamber. I will respond to some of the points they've made, though obviously only a few minutes. The motion, I will come on to why this is a hugely important topic. Clearly it speaks to the divisions we have in our society, our need to express culture, but also that is inevitably a manifestation of the fact that we're still a divided society. It's important to say the motion doesn't actually call on any specific minister to do anything, that despite the fact that the party who's tabled the motion are the largest party in this chamber and the executive. I think that's disappointing, and I think it speaks to an absence of real leadership, because the First and Deputy First Minister, were there to be a full-blown implementation of FICT, that would have to be led by the First and Deputy First Minister. There's no other way for it to happen. We've seen the two big parties today, what they make of these kinds of division. It's not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a joint determination to move on and show leadership together. It's a determination to use these issues to divide and to yell across the chamber and to find ultimately political and electoral benefit from the division in this society. That's what it's all about. I'll give away in 1 second. You can peddle some more division. That's what it's all about. Ultimately, it's not about culture. It's not about protecting safety. It's about peddling division. Important to the issue is, but I'll come on, Mr. Burks, I'm sure we'll have something mature and enlightening to say.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not here to peddle division. What I was going to say, both to yourself and the speaker before you, in my constituency, I've worked with bonfire builders in Clonduff, in Orangefield, in Craigie, where we faced some of those issues, worked with Legacy Network, worked with Eastside Partnership. Can I ask, Mr McReynolds didn't take the intervention to be asked, but how many of those communities or communities similar in your community do you work with, have you engaged with, and have you talked to?
Let me just answer that point, because this drivel is thrown at parties like mine all the time, including by members. Hang on 1 second, Mr. Clark's shouting across the chamber at me. Earlier this summer, there was a bonfire. It was mentioned earlier on at Mareedy Street off the Donegal Road. Next to it were tons upon tons of asbestos. Those people you're shaking your head. Are you denying there were tons of asbestos lying off the Donegal Road? Is that you're not allowed to talk about fact. I correspond.
Order, members. Comments will be through the chair and speakers will be heard.
No, I won't give way, because I give way to your colleague. I know it's 6 minutes. I have very short time. I've already let your colleague in. I corresponded on behalf of my constituents on the Donegal Road. And to answer your question, I've engaged with community groups across my constituency, including from the loyalist background. I do that, when I say that is a priority for me, I couldn't be more serious. I care about that tradition. I care about that community. I want the best for them. That's why I didn't want a bonfire to be built next to a big pile of asbestos, because I didn't want them to get asbestosis, pneumoconiosis, and all the carcinogenic complications. I find it astonishing that I was called some kind of angry, bitter Republican activist because I didn't want my constituents to breathe in that stuff. I think that is a tragedy for unionism that it finds itself in that position. I think that is a tragedy. That bonfire shouldn't have gone on. I do have to address the point that was made. I engaged with the Environment Minister. No, I won't give way, because I have a very short amount of time. The Environment Minister did not speak on the subject until about 48 or even 24 hours before that bonfire was built, with the greatest of respect to him. And it wouldn't have happened were it not for my party standing up and talking about that issue. So that's us using our role to speak on behalf of people in that constituency, in that community. And let me tell you, my office had calls from people in the village, working class people who live in that loyalist community, who said, thank you for speaking up about this, in part because other people weren't. On the broader point about bonfire regulation, I do want people to enjoy bonfires safely. It isn't something I'm going to be going to every day of the week, but I do want my constituents and others across this region to enjoy it, and it is something that people do enjoy, and I respect that. That cannot legitimate hate. Don't say that people who are calling out the hatred at Moygashel, what was displayed at Moygashel was the most disgusting, revolting type of hate and racism. And by the way, it's a disgraceful slur on ordinary working class unionists and working class communities in general to say that that's some kind of legitimate expression of culture. The answer to all this is yes, implementing the findings of the FICT inquiry, of the FICT Commission. That's going to involve joined up work by the First and Deputy First Ministers and their parties, not slurs across the chamber, but also a genuine commitment to see one another, see one another's culture, empathise with one another. And members of the Sinn Féin Chief Whip is laughing at me. Apparently it's a bad idea to be calling for working together. I agree with some of the intent that's in this motion. I wish there was a specific call, I wish there was a specific action, and I wish this debate was somewhat more mature, because I genuinely think some of the people watching this debate, particularly young people, whether they're loyalist young people who want to build a bonfire on the 11th night and enjoy themselves, or whether they're young people from any other background, perhaps they're people who are thinking about, maybe they're about to go to university across the water and they're listening to this debate and they're wondering, will I ever come back to this place? If they listen to this debate, they think, do you know what, maybe I won't. Honestly, we should genuinely think about the future and think about how we move forward for loyalist communities and all communities to respect one another rather than constantly digging at one another. And I just fear the quality of this debate has been absolutely depressing. But I hope we can move on at some point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Members, if a member when speaking makes it clear that they're not about to give way, you should not persist. There have been various examples of that across the chamber. It's for each member to decide whether or not to take an intervention. It's perfectly clear that a member is not going to take an intervention. Those asking should desist. I call John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that the quality of the debate has mostly been substandard. First of all, I want to commend the Alliance Party for their strapline. I think it sums up just the very issues in one simple four-word phrase: safe, lawful and respectful. I'm delighted they borrowed that from me, because I used that in an interview with the Deputy Leader during the summer and then started seeing it in press releases. So I am glad to help on justice with the Alliance Party. Getting back to the substance of the motion, 100% through lived experience, I can say that bottom-up approaches to dealing with bonfires are the best way. What we tend to do in civic society, those who have elected jobs of leadership, and those who are getting paid in councils, and those who are sometimes in my old organisation, 999 Services, they want to abrogate the responsibility to someone else. Create a quango, create a commissioner, and ask them to deal with it. And generally speaking, they just get paid for not dealing with it. The reality is, things can be done better if everyone rolls their sleeves up. If people plan early, instead of waiting to the cycle when you're virtually into June, and actually sit down and work with working class communities, where quite often these issues are, and actually sit down and say to them, what sites are you planning to use this year? Let's have a subcommittee of the PCSP. Then let's bring the fire brigade in at that stage before anything's actually built, and the police service, and the council. And then we start agreeing collectively, there are certain things we won't have. We will have no posters. We'll have no hate crime. We'll make sure that it's safe in terms of the distance it is from houses and the size that it is. We'll have an appointed person who's going to set light to it. We'll engage with the fire service. And we'll make sure there's no sectarian chanting. And there's nothing on it that's a danger to the environment. None of that needs a quango. None of that needs a commission. None of that needs a legal framework. That's just leadership that we never see. And everyone just wants to score points, so blame the unionists. And here's the thing, and it really does... Yes, I will give way to...
Thank the member for giving way. So in Belfast, we would have like the bonfire management scheme, and the bonfires are inspected by council officials right up until the last day. And then within a couple of hours before they're about to be lit, then that's when a lot of these political posters, etc., are put up. How would you deal with those instances?
Thank you. The way you deal with those instances, hopefully with the right leadership, it doesn't happen, but there are criminal investigations that you can do if something crosses the line. And that's why, for example, and this happens on both sides, when my former colleague, Detective Chief Inspector John Caldwell, was put up this summer, a poster of him put on the bonfire in the Bogside. That's why I was working to try and get that down. We couldn't get it down. That was a disgraceful thing. Just as it is disgraceful if the member's poster was put on a bonfire. And the thing of the Ulster Unionist Party, we have been consistent that both is wrong. But this is an attack, in my view, on culture. It's absolutely attacking culture. And here's what poisons these debates in terms of people actually listening. There are people who will say, and this is directly linked to this, there are people who will say, as the members over there from Sinn Féin said, oh, it's a disgrace when there's something happens like the Moygasha bonfire. Yes, it is a disgrace. But it's also a disgrace when people shout, ooh, ah, up the rah. And you cannot say that's wrong. You describe the Moygasha bonfire as something that causes fear and anxiety. I agree with you. I hope the people are arrested, charged and taken to court. But you will sit and justify people saying that burning people in a hotel with a firebomb was necessary, when bonfires are something that we should be regulating and burning a hotel is something we should be celebrating. You've simply got a moral myopia. And that poisons this whole debate, because I actually want to look forward. But how can we look forward when people immediately get their backs up because they see an agenda? And that's the reality. You have no authority or legitimacy when you speak. And the Alliance Party, I'm afraid to say, whilst they've got a great strapline, do tend to be more vocal about issues about unionism than they do issues about republicanism. I never hear them on the talkback or the Nolan show banging the door down, calling for investigations when there's up the rat the fella. Why can you not show the leadership as the party that used to represent the middle of the ground? You've abdicated that. You've abdicated that. So my closing,
Mr. Burrows, can we return to the motion?
We can. And I will say this. Address the chair. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And I'll always respect the office of chair, so I do apologise for that profusely. The essence of this is actually a little bit of respect in our language towards people who have been badly traumatised and hurt in the past would actually allow us to have a better, more rational conversation. And the way to deal with this is leadership, and deal with things bottom up, and not come in with an, 1 second, I'll give way, with an arbitrary commission or anything else that's just another quango that's going to abdicate all our responsibilities to someone else. And I'll give way.
Member for giving way, and I would like to say feel free any day to give that leadership, because when people are burning bonfires in my town, I am the person standing out in the road, gathering the tyres and asking the police and the council to come and collect them, because that is showing leadership, and it is preventing our young people from putting themselves in danger and putting the people who live beside those attempted bonfires in danger. That is leadership. Give it an attempt any day you feel like it.
Okay, unfortunately the intervention has taken up all of the time allocated to the member to speak, so I now call Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, and here we go again today. Another day, another lecture from Sinn Féin, aided and abetted by their little helpers in the Alliance Party, and taking a swipe, and looking down their noses at unionism and in particular loyalism. No one believes for 1 minute that Sinn Féin care about dangerous bonfires in unionist areas. This is the same party that tells us there was no alternative to Le Mans, where 12 innocent people were burned alive. Yet they suddenly pretend to care about a bonfire in the very same constituency as Le Mans, where no one was injured, never mind killed. The leader of the opposition in this House represents Donegal Road. But the only time I've heard the word Sandy Row cross his lips in this place was last December, when he gave off to me for daring to raise the plight of unionist businesses cut off by Grand Central Station. The only time the lofty establishment in South Belfast gets exercised about loyalist areas is when people dare to stand up and celebrate their culture. During the summer, many people rightly asked me the obvious question: why do these people only get interested in asbestos in early July? Why wasn't the Borden Developments, which owns the site, and coincidentally, Liz, wife of the Armagh GAA captain and manager, forced to clear the site either months or years before? As for the outrage that we've heard today about what's burned on bonfires, the hypocrisy absolutely stinks. These are the same people who gave artistic licence to Kneecap, who unveiled a mural where there's a PSNI Land Rover on fire.
Okay, Mr. Gaston, not for the first time this evening, return to the terms of the motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I do take your wisdom and guidance. In England, burning effigies on bonfire night is accepted as cultural expression. In Lewis, it's even promoted as a tourist attraction. But when unionists do it suddenly, it's treated as a hate crime. The truth is, the lectures are predictable. The lectures are condescending and rightly ignored by a community that sees through the hypocrisy of a political class that despises them. Give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. As you all know, I represent Strangford constituency and my office is in Newtownards town. Just to say very clearly that Alliance is made up of unionists, nationalists and people who don't have a constitutional preference. But when I'm in Newtownards, I serve everyone. The majority of people who come to my office are actually unionists. And this week we have spent time going round each of the estates. So I would ask the member to please be careful with his language.
There's an extra minute.
Careful about my language. Any unionist that's in Alliance Party, please step forward, because I certainly don't see too many in this chamber. This motion says nothing about the cultural importance of bonfires to the unionist community. It doesn't admit that only 18% of unionists support a regulatory commission for bonfire and flags. Without community support, such a system is doomed to failure from the start. And unions don't need to guess how regulation works. We've already seen it in action. Let's look at the Parades Commission. Let's look at North Antrim in particular. The Loy accordion band can go to the Belfast tattoo, be rightfully praised by the Sinn Féin Lord Mayor, but it can't play a hymn. Something as simple as Jesus Loves Me walking up the Loy Main Street. That exposes the contradiction at the heart of this very motion. Republicans believe that unionist culture should be policed by the state, while their own culture, they want it to be promoted by the state. Deputy Speaker, just 15% support is enough for Irish language street signs. An Irish language commissioner is to be appointed. Meanwhile, the Parades Commission bans hymns being played by an accordion band. And now this Assembly, in its wisdom, oh my goodness, nobody knows better than this Assembly, calls for yet another part of unionist culture to be policed. My culture doesn't need Sinn Féin's permission. My community sees through the hypocrisy of the nationalist Republican agenda which flows from this House, and we will not be lectured by those who excuse firebombs while they condemn pallets being burnt on a bonfire.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the victim mentality of the unionist parties really went on to a different level in this debate, and I'm afraid not for the first time this evening. Illegal and unregulated, I've just started, maybe if you wait a second. Illegal and unregulated bonfires, Deputy Speaker, are annual reminders that the threat of loyalist violence and intimidation is still unfortunately with us. Every summer, like clockwork, sectarian tensions are heightened, and for all the talk about peace and reconciliation, loyalist paramilitaries clearly hold a tight grip on communities, and I blame them and not ordinary working class Protestant people for the scourge of dangerous and threatening bonfires. The summer saga at the Donegal Road bonfire, Deputy Speaker, was a clear example of the absurdity of politics in the north. This bonfire was at an interface site, smack bang in the middle of neighbourhoods blighted by poverty, alienation and decades of sectarian division, something I talk about all the time. We witnessed a toxic mix of asbestos, a health and safety nightmare, fused together with sectarianism. I live a stone's throw away from that bonfire. None of the members to my right live near that bonfire, and I am concerned then, as I am now, about the impact that that bonfire being burnt at a site covered with asbestos will have on my family, my neighbours, and my neighbours in a different constituency across the way. Sure, I'll give away.
Could I just ask the member, since he does live so close to the bonfire, when did he first start raising concerns about this bonfire site? And now that the 12th of July has passed, does them concerns, they still exist, and what have you done about it since then?
Member know that I've been raising concerns about asbestos in that general area for quite some time. If he goes and checks the Irish News, he'll see me speaking about potential asbestos at the Broadway Tower former site, faraway sites, earlier this year, so before July. So, I mean, you can't pick and choose and it's terrible to have the deflection. But anyway, I proceed, Deputy Speaker. I mean, this bonfire should not have been lit, but the obvious point is why it was allowed to be erected in the first place. And I imagine unionists like Mr. Gass and others would be aghast if there was attempts to prevent it from even being built. The NIEA, Deputy Speaker, has launched a criminal investigation into the presence of asbestos on this site, and I sincerely hope all asbestos has been removed, and the Executive can confirm whether this is the case or not today, and happy to give away to anybody on that. But I fear that the damage has already been done, Deputy Speaker, and sustained exposure, has been, we have heard already, sustained exposure to asbestos particles in the air damages lungs and causes cancer, well documented, and I fear that more working class people will be consigned to that fate, and because it's working class people's health, it seemed to be okay and justified and justifiable, which is sickening. And I've written to the First and Deputy First Ministers demanding that task force to be set up to assess the health impacts of this toxic bonfire. So it's not just a case in July, but it's a case after July and before the next bonfire is attempted to be erected, that there's some kind of investigation about the health impacts on people from AAV, St James, but also those working class people in the village in Sandy Row and elsewhere who are affected by the fumes and having a bonfire on a asbestos site. Bonkers indeed. It should also involve engagement with clinicians, best placed people, Deputy Speaker, to understand and to treat any long-term health impacts on working class communities that already suffer from, like I said, unacceptable health inequalities. And it would be foolish here not to mention the role played by politicians in the community and the Stormont to court, fund and protect loyalist paramilitaries in particular for over many decades. These figures should have been shunned. Instead, the red carpet and funding was rolled out to them. Over the summer, we also witnessed the burning, as we have heard, Deputy Speaker, the disgraceful and despicable burning of migrant and asylum seeker effigies. This is not legitimate political or cultural expression. It's disgusting hatred and needs to be condemned. Yet year after year, political leaders give the green light to hatred and division of this kind. The deprivation ushered in by both Westminster and Stormont has created the conditions for racism and sectarianism to thrive. Normal politics at Stormont, Westminster and the Dáil have failed people right across this island, and we should all be angry about poverty, the housing crisis, violence against women and many other issues faced by deprived communities. But unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, far-right agitators and paramilitaries want to control the narrative around the problems faced by our communities. They weaponise genuine feelings of despair and frustration for their own gain to scapegoat migrants, marginalised people for their own feelings. And unity. Go ahead, yeah.
Member paints himself and his party as spokespeople of the working class on both sides of the community, yet it seems to be denigrating people, and there's large crowds attend these bonfires, but they seem to be all being painted as paramilitaries. As someone who paints himself in that regard, do you engage with these communities? Have you talked to the communities in Sandy Row particularly about the bonfire, and do you not think the majority want that bonfire?
I remember that my constituency takes in the Shankill Road, a large part of the Shankill Road, and I let the member know that my party, alongside trade unions, organised a march, significant march in 2019 of trade unionists and workers from the Shankill Leisure Centre up through Lanark Way, down the Falls Road against the privatisation of leisure. I'll invite the member to give me one example of his party uniting working class people of any stripe for any occasion across East Belfast, West Belfast, South Belfast. He's unable to, and on that point, I'll emphasise, Deputy Speaker, that unity and working class struggle is the key to overcoming the division that the member is happy to stoke. Thank you.
Members, I now call on Deputy Hargey to conclude and wind up the debate in the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Very much, and again, thank you to everybody who spoke on today's motion. And you know, I've been listening intently, even to those that I might not directly agree with. We'll have difference of opinions and views, and do you know what? That's okay. That's what a political chamber is for. And often when we're discussing these issues in terms of bonfires and the matters that pertain around them, we often forget about them and move on once the summer months are over. Not just in terms of politicians, but also the agencies, I'm sure, give a sigh of relief once the kind of July and the August period's over and we forget about them. But the residents and those who are impacted by them don't, and probably live in fear and anticipation of them coming up the following year. So I do think it is important that we don't leave it until May and June of next year, that we are actually trying to engage and to look at these issues, and it is in that context that we brought this motion today. I think it is important that we do have a unified voice, and I still have hope that we can have a unified voice in terms of this motion. It's not a contentious motion. I don't believe that it is. I don't believe that it's an attack on culture. Nowhere in the motion have we said that we don't want to see bonfires. We haven't. Yes, go on ahead.
The member, I agree, Mr. Speaker's asked for a unified voice. There has been a unified voice from this side of the chamber that the Moygashow bonfire image of dinghies and migrants in it was wrong, shouldn't have happened, should be condemned. Will she give a unified voice that shouting "Ua up the Ra" is wrong and should be condemned when it is at Republican festivals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're here talking about the bonfire motion, so if you want to talk about other issues, I'm happy to engage on those other issues, and I'm happy. I know Mr. Gasson's laughing. You don't even talk to any of us in the corridor or wish to engage. So how can you overcome contentious issues if you won't even sit down with other people that are elected in this chamber and have conversations and engage? I'm willing to do that. The question is, are you? So I am willing to look at that. I don't believe that this is an attack on culture. I believe that this is a logical and common sense approach that focuses on public safety around life and around property, that focuses on the environment and limiting the impact on environmental damage. It focuses on an end to sectarian and racist displays. And I don't care if that's a bonfire within a loyalist community or a Republican nationalist community. If there are such displays, they are disgraceful, they shouldn't happen, and we should all work to ensure that they're going to be removed. It's also about the location, and there are some that are deliberately put in interface areas. And I know the Adam Street bonfire was raised earlier and there was criticism around it. But if you look at the summing up in the judgment from Justice Horner pertaining to that, when you look at the words that he wrote around the clear ground rules that need to be in place around bonfires, particularly where there's contention in terms of the location of those bonfires, in summary, what he said is there should be clear ground rules for the construction, for the size, and importantly, for the location. And I do believe that bonfires or any of these structures should not be in interface or in flashpoint areas, because that is about trying to create contention, and that is what's happened in areas like Adam Street. So I stand over action that has been taken around those issues. Our focus is not on every bonfire. It's on some bonfires where these issues have manifested themselves, as I say, around particular locations at interfaces, around health and safety, around environmental damages, or around displays of hate. But I do think it is important to praise good work as well, and we have done that in the past. I have praised the good work that's been done in the Woodvale area. I've praised the good work that's been done by Phelan O'Hoan in my own constituency in South Belfast, which is the Festival of the River. Now, in that community, that is about replacing unwanted bonfires, but the Woodvale one is about a celebration of culture of how that community wants. And indeed, Belfast City Council has supported both of those programmes and has got broad party support within that, and I think that is a model of good practice, and I think it is important to raise those models of good practice as well. Our motion calls for people to act within the confines of existing laws and for the regulation to oversee this. And I do believe that regulation can work with community engagement and with participation. Regulation can also give clarity to communities as well, and I think that's important, that if they do believe that this is an important part of their culture, that they want to continue to have these, then regulation isn't a dictatorship. It can give clarity to those communities as to how they can keep within the confines of the law and how they can go about and enjoy their day by doing that as well. I come from a working class community. I still live there, the community I was born and bred in, and my background is in community organising. And I don't believe for 1 minute that any type of regulation, whether that is around bonfires, whether it's around children's safety when you're running summer schemes or anything else, that it gives clarity, and I don't believe it's just a top-down. It can be bottom-up as well in terms of that. I think these issues have been highlighted in a moment when I move on a bit. These issues have been highlighted, and I know many members have talked about the FICT report that was published a number of years ago. And I would agree that we need to see the establishment of the working group in terms of their remit would be bringing forward the recommendations of the FICT report. And I would agree for the parties that are calling on that. But the reality is there is a party that is blocking that. And it's not Sinn Féin within the executive in terms of blocking that. We want to see the establishment of the working group. We want them to take forward the recommendations that were laid out within FICT. And if there's contentions or concerns around that, we have to get around the table and discuss those out. But if we don't establish the working group, then how are we ever going to move these issues forward? There was also the Tom Frawley report that was commissioned by Belfast City Council in 2017 as well, and that was a really comprehensive report. For those that haven't read it, I would recommend that you read it. Both of these reports outline the legal and legislative frameworks which we're working under at the moment and that pertain to bonfires and how they take place, set within a regulatory framework as well. But what we also need to see is agencies take more action around the adherence of laws which are already in place. I have again recently written, and I know this issue has come up to the DAERA Minister, I've also engaged with the PSNI on the issue of asbestos and toxic materials at the Donegal Road site. And it is a disgrace. There's no point in saying anything different. The fact that those materials have been allowed to stay there for over 10 years, that's a disgrace. And it's a disgrace on the agencies and others that have allowed that to happen. And we do, and I would call on it again, we need to see those materials removed without further delay, because it isn't just around the bonfire. I'm still concerned for the residents that live there and the impact that those toxic materials, asbestos and other materials as well, have on the residents that live adjacent to that site, but in the broader community as well, and it's unacceptable. We have also seen unacceptable racist and sectarian displays of hate, and these need to be robustly challenged as well. So I want people to enjoy their cultural festivities, to go out and have a good day. I know Philip talked earlier, and he actually appeared on my Facebook feed. We don't follow each other, but he did on the 12th of July, and he was out having good fun, and it looked good, family fun days and all of that. It's what we would run in my community in the August period as well. But I want to make sure that we do it in a safe way, that we're not breaking laws which are already in place, whether you're trespassing on property that you don't have permission for, or whether you're burning displays of hate. Yes, of course. Sorry, Dan.
Sorry, Dan. Would the member recognise that, yes, any sort of regulation, if you have regulation, I don't think it's workable, but it has to be with the support of the communities in this regard. Now, you've said about that being top down. Does she understand that within working class unionist communities in particular, their experience of the Parade Commission means that they don't have confidence that regulation imposed by this place will be fair or level-minded in the way that it's enacted?
Well, I think if there was the establishment of the working group that was set out within FICT, I mean, we should see the establishment of that working group to start to bring forward these areas, to start to look at what a regulatory framework could look like. Because I do believe, from a working class point of view, it can help give clarity, because it can set out what the clear ground rules are for those that want to have these structures. It can clearly set out what the ground rules are around it, and to ensure that that's done safely, to actually take the contention out of it. Tom Frawley has said that, the FICT report has said it, Justice Horner said it in a summing up around the Adams Street. And I do believe that we can find a unified voice on these issues and give clarity. So I commend the motion. Thank you.
And thank you for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, have any no? No. Think the ayes have it? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order, order, members. Order, members. Members, the question is that the motion on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any, no. The ayes have it. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Patrick Delargy and Nicola Brogan. Tellers for the noes are Cheryl Brownlee and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Members. Order, members. Members, order. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
77 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 31 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Thank you. Members, the motion is agreed. Please take your ease for a change at the top table before we move on to the next item.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down, please. Let's get ready. Everybody here? Kelly, you ready? Minister, ready? Okay. Matthew. Trevor. I would never do that. Right. Okay, the next item of business is a motion on sectarian and racist intimidation from homes. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly condemns all sectarian and racist attacks on individuals and their homes, recognises the need for elected representatives to speak clearly and unequivocally on behalf of the victims and to be responsible in the language they use in the aftermath of such attacks, expresses frustration at the ongoing delay by the Executive Office to bring forward a refreshed good relations strategy as a successor to Together Building a United Community to address sectarianism and racism through a whole community approach, acknowledges that there is a housing crisis which requires urgent cross-departmental interventions to remove barriers to building more social and affordable homes, and calls on the Minister for Communities to outline what specific action his department is undertaking to focus resources to deliver housing for all based on the community safety framework designed to protect people being targeted in their homes.
Okay. Thank you. I call on Kelly Armstrong to move the motion. Kelly.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Kelly, could you please open the debate on the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to propose this very serious motion today. And I urge every member present to consider not just what is said in this chamber, but what it means outside this place, in the homes, in the streets and in the lives of people who feel unsafe simply because of who they are or where they live. And I ask everyone in this chamber today to support this motion, to vote for it, because we must act, and we must act together, and we must act now. I am very grateful for the statement that came out of the Executive confirming that all the Executive parties have condemned all racially motivated violence. And I'm sure the Opposition, although they're not in the Executive, concur with that, as does People Before Profit and our independent member and TUV. What has happened this year, Deputy Speaker, across Northern Ireland has been disgusting. No one should fear that they are going to be attacked simply because of the colour of their skin. No one should be left wondering whether they are safe to walk through their community. As an assembly, we can't just condemn what has happened and move on. We need to see politicians taking leadership, making brave decisions and actually tackling the root causes of what has happened across Northern Ireland. In recent months, and particularly in places such as Ballymena, Belfast and other towns and cities, there have been multiple reports of sectarian and racist intimidation and attacks on individuals and homes. Windows smashed, threats made, people terrified in their own neighbourhoods. Some have had to flee their homes. Some are left wondering at what point their identity, their accent, who they are, might be enough to make them a target. Sadly, these are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of deeper tensions, of an absence in places of a strategy to protect people, promote shared understanding and confront hatred. We, as elected representatives, must speak clearly, unequivocally, on behalf of all of those victims. It is not enough to say we condemn without naming what we condemn. Sectarianism, racism, hate, intimidation and violence in all its forms. Our community needs to know that we, their political representatives, see them. Not just the criminals, we see them. That we mean what we say, that we'll follow our words with action. And when someone's home is attacked for who they are, whether it's race, religion or ethnicity, politicians must not equivocate. We must take responsibility for the language we use, and we must call out behaviour that seeks to divide, intimidate or threaten. Targeting anyone with violence is wrong, full stop. I have to say I'm a bit disappointed that the Executive Office is taking so long to bring forward its refreshed good relations strategy. It's a successor to building a united community, which was itself intended to tackle sectarianism and racism through a whole community approach. And while our community faces division, violence and tension, we're still waiting for the new strategy. Now more than ever we need that. Without that, we have no cohesive strategic framework grounded in clear actions, measurable targets, accountability. Without that, we are fighting individual fires rather than preventing them. Without that, we will not have identified programmes funded throughout the upcoming multi-year budget. The delay is not simply a bureaucratic failing, it's a failure, and sadly it comes with a human cost. As the Minister will know, we are in the grip of a housing crisis. Families need safe, affordable homes, homes that are secure, in communities they can stay in, homes that are not just a roof over their head, but a refuge from fear. Poor housing, shortage of social and affordable housing, barriers to building more new houses, these are not just infrastructure issues. They are matters of safety, of community cohesion, of equality. When people are pushed into overcrowded, substandard housing or into areas with tensions, when waiting lists stretch and when affordability is out of reach, that heightens resentment, anxiety and can even feed into hate and misinformation. It provides the far-right antagonists with an audience who turn on people within the community instead of pointing fingers at us, the politicians, who are failing to meet housing needs and other needs. This motion calls in particular for the Minister for Communities to outline what his department is undertaking to focus resources to deliver housing for all based on the community safety framework designed to protect people being targeted in their own home. And I have to say that I read with much interest the departmental business plan for 25-26, and it highlights that there will be actions looking to recognise diversity, tackle poverty, encourage participation in society and promote social inclusion to create a society of respect and acceptance. But my disappointment comes slightly in the activities that are mentioned under that heading. It talks certainly about things that we all agree are important: fuel poverty, the disability strategy and looking toward the actions for sign language. But to be honest, if we're going to talk about social value, then we need a clear plan with a funding timeline and accountability for the new relations strategy with tangible actions that address sectarianism and racism. That's not for the Minister on his own to deliver, that's an executive strategy. But we do need stronger use of the community safety framework, identifying risk zones, supporting those targeted, ensuring that police and community safety agencies act swiftly, prevent escalation. We need specific housing interventions. Social houses need to be built. We need to make housing for all developments the standard. Rented properties need to be affordable. Homelessness needs to be mitigated, and barriers in planning, in finance and funding and bureaucracy need to be removed. And these are all things that we can do to support the Minister for Communities. Cross-departmental coordination to help communities, for the environment, social development, justice, all must play their part. Crucially, the Minister for Communities has the opportunity, if he is funded to do so, and actually steps up to carry out the objective in the business plan, that will help him to, or that will allow him to deliver community programmes that help bring about a more inclusive and welcoming society. This means investing in grassroots initiatives, in shared spaces, in youth and cultural programmes that bring people together rather than divide them. If we want people to feel safe in their homes, we must also ensure they feel safe in their neighbourhood, in their community, in the daily fabric of life. Making Northern Ireland work is as much about building a society where we are all respected and included as it is to develop the economy. There is no place in our community for hate, for xenophobia, for racism, for Islamophobia. That has to stop. And certainly my thoughts are with all those who've been impacted by this targeted violence and intimidation. This House stands with you. Deputy Speaker, this motion is not about scoring political points. I think we're all in agreement when I say with confidence that we're all opposed to the violence that we have seen in our newspapers, on TV and on social media. It's about protecting people. It's about publicly recognising that the fear many are living with is real. It's about demonstrating leadership, not waiting for things to get worse. And just to be clear, the tensions that we are seeing in our community is not about the people who live there. It's because our community needs more resources and help. Not having housing, not having access to enough money to pay for food, which we heard today from the Trussell Trust when they had released their Hunger in the UK report, where Northern Ireland has 130,000 children going hungry and 520,000 people in Northern Ireland in food insecurity. So I ask everyone if we could come together in this Assembly to vote in favour of this motion, because we all condemn sectarian and racist attacks, not just in words but with commitment. Because we recognise elected representatives must be clear, unequivocal, consistent in their language, especially in the aftermath of attacks. Communities need a refreshed good relations strategy now with tangible actions. Because there's a housing crisis that demands urgent cross-departmental interventions, and I do look forward to hear from the Minister about what is happening there. The Minister for Community, I appreciate that you have responsibility for housing, but you also have responsibility to help to build a truly inclusive and welcoming society. And I hope today to hear the specific actions that you and your department are delivering to stop the spread of hate, disinformation and the breakdown of community cohesion. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's show that this Assembly can act. Let us show compassion, leadership, moral clarity, and let us vote for this motion for the safety, dignity and future of every person in Northern Ireland, irrespective of their background. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call on Colin Gildernew. Colin, and you have 5 minutes, just to remind you.
I want to start off by thanking the members for bringing forward the motion on such an important issue. In June of this year, racist intimidation took place on the streets of Ballymena, Larne, other places in what were some of the worst racially motivated riots the North has ever seen. In the months since, there has been a number of very concerning sectarian and racist attacks in Belfast and other places, which have left whole communities living in fear and have driven some families from their homes. Let me be very, very clear. These attacks are unacceptable. They're disgraceful and they must stop. We must be unequivocal in our condemnation of these attacks, and we must do all we can to support the families who've been targeted. Racism and sectarianism have no place in our society, and we all have a duty to face down those individuals and organisations who are responsible for sowing the seeds of hatred and division. The figures released by the PSNI last month show that the number of recorded race hate crimes are at an all-time high, with 1,329 recorded incidents, which is an increase of 48% from the previous year. As someone who lives in a constituency with an ethnically diverse population, I know all too well the positive contribution and value that people from different backgrounds make to our communities every single day. Many of our businesses benefit from the skills, experience, energy and commitment that people from overseas bring with them, and the very same can be said for our health service. I also know that they and their children bring huge dynamism and energy to our schools, our sports clubs and our communities more widely, and we value all of that. So I would like to condemn the appalling ongoing situation also in Lower Old Park area of North Belfast, where sectarian and racist attacks have been carried out on the homes of Catholic and ethnic minority families, forcing them to flee the area. My thoughts are with all those who have been affected. It is widely believed that loyalist paramilitaries are coordinating the attacks, and it's clear that those responsible see both Catholics and ethnic minorities as legitimate targets for attack. We've seen windows smashed, cars damaged, and unfortunately there have been death threats made against young families with children. This robs families and young children not only of their home, but also of a sense of safety, security and sanctuary that we should all expect to experience and indeed take for granted. Yeah.
The member gave way and I join with him in his condemnation of the disgraceful events in North Belfast and elsewhere. Would you agree with me that those sort of unfortunate and disgraceful attacks and intimidation should refocus the minds of the Minister his disgraceful decision to remove the intimidation points from people when they're on the housing waiting list?
Well, I'd be keen to hear from...
You've got an extra minute.
Thank you. I will be keen to hear from the Minister in terms of review of that decision and how that is playing out in its implementation and his thoughts on that. So I think we also need to see the PSNI step up their actions and bring those responsible before the courts. The motion calls for political leaders to use their platforms to call out these attacks, and I have to say it is disappointing the Minister for Communities has not been overly vocal in condemning these attacks. After what happened in Ballymena and Larne, the Minister should reflect... I will.
That's absolutely disgraceful to imply in any way that I have not condemned all of the violence that has taken place. I've done that on multiple occasions in this House and on the media, and things outrageous for the member to say what he has just said at a time when we should be coming together, and we have an opportunity today to unite as an Assembly and as executive to send a clear message. I think he's failed in that regard.
Well, I have to say, Minister, I think that at the time of those riots, in particular in relation to the incidents in Larne, you yourself failed to speak out strongly and clearly in a way, and I think many people believe that also. So I believe the Minister should reflect on the responsibility as Minister that he carries for communities and how his words matter. The Minister also has a responsibility for housing and therefore a duty to support those victims of intimidation in terms of securing accommodation. So, in conclusion, perhaps the Minister can give us an update today on any involvement or contact he has had since with the victims of recent intimidation, and, importantly, what he will do moving forward to ensure that those seeking to create a fully segregated housing system do not succeed.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Paul Frew. Paul.
Speaker, and again I rise to first of all thank the Alliance member Kelly Armstrong for bringing forward this motion and opening it. And I listened attentively to her speech, and I must say that the vast majority of the content of her speech I agree with, and I also thank her for the tone in which she has opened this debate, because I think this is an opportunity where we can unite as an Assembly to condemn violence, but more specifically sectarian and racist attacks on individuals and their homes. And my constituency has also borne the brunt of some really atrocious attacks in the past number of months. But through that time, I felt that when people talked in generalisms, it did a great disservice to some of the underlying issues that faces our working class areas and our host communities. And I also was aggrieved at the generalisation of some of the concerns that people were intimating to me and to the media at that time. And I think that this is a very complicated, multifaceted issue. And because it is such, I think that's where and that's why it's been placed in the programme for government. With regards to one of the priorities is safer communities. And because then it's placed in the programme for government, there's absolutely no doubt that it means that it's a multi-agency and multi-department issue to deal with. And if I will be critical of the wording of the motion, it is that the Alliance Party had a very big opportunity, given the role that the Justice Department has to play in the community safety framework. Because the mover of the motion, the motion itself states in the motion about the community safety framework. Now, it asks the Minister for Communities to outline what specific action his department has undertaken to focus resources to deliver housing for all based on the community safety framework designed to protect people being targeted in their homes. And I have absolutely no doubt the Minister for Communities will be able to do that and provide that assurance to this House and to the movers of the amendment. But I do think, the motion, to the moving of the motion, but I do think there has been a missed opportunity, because the wording of the motion could have been calling on the executive to work better together through the community safety framework. Because if you look at the community safety framework, if you type in community safety framework, it takes you to two departments specifically. First, it takes you to the Department of Communities and the Department of Justice. And within that, you can very clearly see that the purpose of the community safety framework is to ensure effective connectivity between the community safety work of the responsible agencies and provide an operational roadmap on how they can collectively deliver the safe community objectives set out in the PFG and the community plans, while providing the mechanism to respond proactively and reactively to operational need. When you look at the bodies that make up the membership of the Community Safety Strategic Delivery Board, it includes the Department of Justice, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the Education Authority, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, the Probation Board for Northern Ireland, the Youth Justice Agency, the Northern Ireland Policing Board, the Executive Office, the Department for Communities, the Northern Ireland Office, the Department of Health, and SOLS, the Society of Local Authority Chief Executives. And I want to make the point that I have been echoing ever since the violence erupted in Northern Ireland this summer. And that is, I believe that one of the real tangible ways that we can deliver for our people and our host communities and for newcomers is that we put together multi-agency task force in each specific area, including all of the departments that has a role to play within this executive, all of the local government agencies that has a role to play on the ground, but also the NIO and the Home Office, who are responsible for immigration. And I believe that is the only way that we will be able to get support and resource onto the ground to ensure that the violence that we experienced will never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call on Andy Allen. Andy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion before us today. The heart of it lies an unacceptable reality. In 2025, people in Northern Ireland are still being intimidated and targeted in their own homes, whether that's sectarian or racist attacks. They're criminal acts, and they are a direct assault on the values of respect, tolerance and peace that so many worked hard to build. They are often carried out by self-appointed brigadiers and their henchmen to intimidate and control. It is shameful and must be condemned without hesitation. But words alone, Deputy Speaker, will never be enough. That is why anyone with information must come forward. The police cannot act on whispers. They need facts and evidence. If we're serious about stopping this unacceptable behaviour, then communities must be supported to play their part in bringing perpetrators to account. And here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, lies a deeper problem. Too often, victims feel the justice system is not on their side. Cases drag on, resources are stretched, confidence in the system is low. We need a justice system that is not only visible, quick to respond, but also one which sends a clear message: this behaviour will not be tolerated. Condemnation must also be matched with action. A refreshed good relations strategy is long overdue, and while it is welcome that the Executive Office is committed to bringing it forward, it cannot stand alone. We need a strong and properly resourced multi-agency approach, as the member has already highlighted. Policing, housing, community safety and good relations all overlap. When individuals and families are forced from their homes by intimidation, it is not just a housing matter, it is also a justice one. Nor can we ignore the wider housing crisis, as this motion mentions, highlighted in the latter part of the motion. Individuals and families across Northern Ireland are waiting far too long for a secure and affordable home, as has often been debated in this House, and I see daily in my constituency office, as I'm sure do other members. This shortage creates pressure that others exploit, as I've already set out. The Minister has taken some positive steps, which are welcome, but no one would pretend they are enough, and I look forward to hearing what further action the Minister plans to take to deliver more homes. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is simply not about housing or community relations in isolation. It is about how we, as an Assembly, send a clear and united message: sectarian and racist attacks will not be tolerated, and the perpetrators will face robust justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased to be debating and discussing this motion today, and I hope that, unlike the previous debate, we can maintain some degree of equanimity. I don't think that equanimity needs to mean perfect agreement, and I don't think necessarily calmness or consensus is always necessarily evidence of progress, because there are issues over where we do need to be respectful but also challenging. And it's often said, and it's been said to me in TV studios and sometimes online and sometimes in person, that people like me, people who are very robust when it comes to their anti-racism and indeed anti-sectarianism, are somehow delegitimizing concerns of people who are quote-unquote ordinary decent people who simply have concerns about, for example, migration. Let me say again, no topic of public policy, whether it's the health service, education, or indeed migration, is a taboo subject. People can talk about it. But what we've seen in Ballymena, on the streets of Belfast, including last summer in my constituency, is not people having legitimate concerns that they wanted to debate. These are people who went out to loot, riot, do damage to property and injure other human beings. The person in Conswater who tried to lift a person of colour out of their car, the gang, the mob who tried to lynch a black man who was trying to deliver food, they weren't, I presume, on their way to policy discussion. They weren't going to a university debating society. They weren't going to a community centre to have a debate and someone stopped them from airing those legitimate concerns. They were going to express hate. That's what they were doing. So we have to be wary about conflating legitimate concerns, which people can have about any subject, and availability of housing is a legitimate concern, specifically when we are, it appears, already failing on our social housing targets. And in many of these areas, by the way, housing waiting lists do exist. In other areas, there is availability of housing which has been bought up and put into HMO accommodation. All of those are things which people can debate and talk about. But whenever that strays into hate, mobs, lynching, which we saw in East Belfast, a virtual attempted pogrom, which is what we saw in Ballymena, then it ceases to be something that we can simply say, well, there's a legitimate debate to be had. We have to, as public representatives, be direct and call it out. In relation to the Executive Office, T-Buck and building a united community, by all means, let's hear it, let's see it, and let's debate it. 2 quick points. Number one, I am the Leader of the Opposition. We are in opposition. It is our job to be robust and direct. I welcome the fact that there was at least the appearance of consistency of response. But it's also important to say the public out there don't just elect politicians to engage in rhetoric. People accuse me of just engaging in rhetoric. Sometimes that's fair enough. It is my job as Leader of the Opposition to challenge and to use rhetoric. People who are in the executive and have power are expected to use that. Whenever we came back after the summer, after an attempted pogrom in Ballymena, after more violence and sectarian and race violence in North Belfast, and after what happened in Collinswater and elsewhere, we were told people would have expected a coherent, joined-up response. They simply got a press conference with some platitudes. Those platitudes were better than nothing, but the coherent action should have been, number one, what's called for here, which is a review of the good relations strategy being updated. That should specifically also had to look at the activities of loyalist paramilitaries, not just loyalist paramilitaries if other paramilitaries are involved, but it does appear to be a specific issue with loyalist paramilitaries. And that brings back to the point about North Belfast, where there's clearly an issue that the UDA appear to see themselves as some kind of pseudo or quasi-housing association. I welcome the fact that Andy Allen was very direct at calling out these brigadiers who appear to see themselves as kind of commandants of the area, and also able to say who does or doesn't live in a housing estate. We have to be direct about that. People from all parties need to call that out and confront it. So we need to see the Tackling Paramilitarism review or programme updated so that we can understand how that's happening. And I'd like to see the Communities Minister and the Housing Executive work with that to get right to the heart of what's happening in those communities and where loyalist paramilitaries are trying to exert that control. Lastly, it does have to be said that in addition to the Executive Office and the Communities Department, the Justice Minister does have a role. The Justice... I will give way, yes.
Yeah, thank the member for giving way. Will the member agree too that part of this strategy, insofar as will be for the judiciary, insofar as those found guilty of some of the worst obnoxious hate crimes and racist crimes, be given increased sentences? That's a key part of all this, to send a clear message out from society.
Yes. And I acknowledge, thank you very much, and to my colleague for intervening with that very pertinent point. I think it's important to say that there is a critical justice component here, so I do want to hear from the Justice Minister not just condemnation, but clarity on when we're going to get this sentencing bill with apparently actions on hate crime. That has to be the three-pronged action. What's happening in terms of good relations and tackling paramilitarism, and also, by the way, a beefed-up racial equality strategy, number one. What's happening, number two, in relation to housing, and clearly the fact that there are people who are in these quote-unquote stakeholder organisations or are gatekeepers, and we all know these gatekeepers exist. The police engage with them, others engage with them. How that is what action is being taken in relation to housing, and lastly, the justice intervention. All these things need to happen. There's more that's in the motion, but we're happy to content to support the motion as it is, because this is one of the most pressing issues that our society faces right now.
Thank you, Matthew. Philip McGuigan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by putting on record my support, solidarity and appreciation to those families and individuals who have travelled to Ireland, who contribute to our society and make this place their home. There is no justification or excuse for racism or sectarianism in our society, none whatsoever.
The racist riots in my own constituency in Ballymena in June, the disgraceful attacks on the cars of foreign workers in the town a few weeks ago, and any ongoing scaremongering and intimidation of people in the town or across the constituency and across the north because of the colour of their skin. These events are a stain on our common humanity and do nothing to help the reputation of Ballymena. The targeting of not just property but people whose only fault is that they were born elsewhere or look different or speak with unfamiliar accents is abhorrent. On an issue like racism or sectarianism, the leadership given and the tone and nature of public commentary, particularly from political representatives, is vitally important. Facts are also important, and it is a simple fact that immigration to the north brings with it a positive impact to our economy, to the tune of many hundreds of millions of pounds. Foreign workers bring with them many skills and fill many gaps within our labour market. Without them, folks, our economic prosperity would decline, and so too would our currently creaking public services. As
Sinn Féin health spokesperson, I have unfortunately had to recently condemn racist attacks and threats to some of our healthcare workers. Everybody has a right to feel safe in their place of work and to not fear violence or intimidation.
not speaking as chair of the Health Committee, but I think it's important during this debate, because I've had to condemn racist attacks on our healthcare workers recently, that I put on record my thanks and appreciation to all who come here to provide treatment, care and compassion through the work that they do in our health service and social care service. Their contribution is invaluable. Without foreign doctors, nurses, allied health professionals and allied ancillary staff, our healthcare system would collapse. If our public services are stretched, and they are, immigration isn't the reason. A big part, maybe not the whole part, but a big part is because of our connection to Britain and being tied to 15 years of British government austerity policies. Attacking the PSNI or the fire service there to protect vulnerable people isn't a valid argument if you're concerned about public services. Burning the houses of innocent families with women and children inside isn't going to help a housing crisis. Refusing the offer of £96,000 of government funding designed to help support asylum seekers in the area, as Mid and East Antrim Council did, with the support of some members not in this chamber but elected to this chamber, isn't going to help local ratepayers. In conclusion, Lascan Collier, we must reject scapegoating and dehumanisation of people who come here to make this place their home. As Farja, Dontushkar,
The North is made richer by its diversity. By its people who come from different nations, who work hard, who contribute, and they should be made welcome by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Brian Kingston. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The incidents of violence which have created victims this summer have been disgraceful. Where these have occurred in my constituency, I've spent many hours door knocking, speaking to victims, speaking to other residents, engaging with community groups, with the PSNI, with the Housing Executive and Housing Associations, other elected reps, local clergy, council officers and any others wishing to help calm the situation. Where possible, I do this away from the glare of publicity, but when necessary, I have spoken publicly to condemn violence and intimidation as wrong, as harmful to the entire community, as well as to the victims, and as not representing the views of the vast majority of people living in the area. That is my idea of a whole community approach, meeting and working with people on the ground, being present in the area, engaging, tension monitoring, not just preaching from afar through the megaphone of the media. It is clear to me that there is a small intolerant element who do seek to play on public concerns and grievances to increase tension and the potential for intimidation and attacks. For short periods, they can intimidate others into silence, but it is important that they are not allowed to set the agenda for the whole community. It also does not help when some elected reps are totally dismissive of community concerns, such as regarding incidents of inappropriate behaviour which have occurred, including indecent exposure and sexual attacks, which must be thoroughly investigated, and difficulties such as securing houses. These are legitimate concerns. Areas which have suffered from sectarian attacks over many years see the irony and hypocrisy of Sinn Féin and others suddenly having plenty to say about the place when they were silent before. Indeed, Sinn Féin have been notable for their silence throughout the summer in response to the issue of groups like NECAP and Bob Fillon using platforms to promote intolerance, hatred and incitement.
Brian, can you keep to the motion?
I am on the motion, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. You can call me Deputy Speaker, but just keep to the motion. Thank you.
It is relevant. Self-appointed patrols, which can be well-meaning, risk raising tensions themselves and can be intimidating for others. I will briefly.
up too much of your time. Would the member agree with me that vigilantes that are going out and asking people for paperwork to prove where they're from is wrong? I don't know anybody that carries paperwork to prove where they're from. Would you agree that this has to stop?
Thank you. And I am coming on to that. I am recognising in some areas people are well-meaning, wishing to prevent crime in their area, but that can be intimidating for others. Some unvetted patrols risk falling on the wrong side of the law when they are non-constituted, not access NI checked, not properly trained nor insured, yet want to challenge people on the streets, as you have said. And indeed, some vigilante patrols have been nothing short of a cover for thuggery and criminal attacks. Policing is the responsibility of the police service for Northern Ireland as the lawful and accountable authority. There was and is always an alternative to violence. It is a pity that not all parties here recognise that fact. The DUP is aware of the massive positive contributions which foreign nationals working and living here make to our society in many sectors, including healthcare, agri-food, business, and indeed every sector. Notwithstanding our views on the need to deal with the source of illegal immigration, including on a UK-wide basis, there is absolutely no contradiction in our position that those currently in our communities ought to be welcomed and supported, whilst also being subject to the rule of law. The needs of people who have lived here in an area for generations must continue to be met. However, we are unequivocal that the answers to concerns around community cohesion and to the traditional residential character of our communities as a result of illegal immigration is not to attack persons rather than the policy. The Democratic Unionist Party remains committed to building a safe and inclusive society in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I call on Shan Mulholland. Shan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have brought this motion, as my colleague Kelly Armstrong has outlined, because no one in this place should ever be attacked in their own home because of who they are or things they cannot control. And sadly, we have seen too many racist and sectarian attacks in recent months. In my own constituency, I worked with pregnant women and their families forced out, children left frightened, people living in fear, and that is simply unacceptable. As political leaders, we have a duty to stand clearly with victims and to never give cover to the perpetrators. Words matter, but words alone aren't enough, given the call that we have in this motion around a refreshed good relations strategy to tackle sectarianism and racism, but it needs to be targeted, it needs to be realistic, it needs to be resourced, and it needs to be delivered across all departments, because people don't exist in silos, and so we should not design social policy in silos. As we face the housing crisis, we know that too many people have waited far too long for a safe, affordable home, and attacks that we have seen over the summer have only made the situation worse. By conducting hate crimes and intimidating people out of their homes, that will not solve a housing crisis. And our motion calls for urgent action, both to protect those targeted, but also to deliver housing for all. A comment was made about legitimate concerns and how, when we talk about this, we diminish the concerns that are felt by communities. And I just want to be really clear that that is not what this is about. We can talk about the concerns that communities have without ever going down the route that these were legitimate, because nothing is legitimate about targeting a house specifically and solely because of the nationality or race or religious background of the occupant. And that's okay for us to say, yep.
The member agree with me that a person's community background, ethnicity, race is absolutely irrelevant to their inappropriate behaviour or whether they're a perpetrator of sexual violence?
Thank you. Absolutely. And I think another issue that I want to just be very clear on as well is that those who commit crimes in our community, We have a justice system for a reason. The vigilantes that we've seen, the attacks that we saw in my own constituency under the guise of protection, do nothing to protect our communities. They actually just perpetuate more trauma, more harm. When we talk about this motion, it is about community safety, it's about investing in our communities, and it's about being the kind of society that everyone, regardless of skin colour, background, whatever, feels safe, welcome and at home. And in my own constituency, the impact of these attacks aren't just abstract. There are children walking past, burnt out cars, there's walking to school or to work the next morning past horrendous graffiti, walking past doors that have flags or little posters that denote the nationality of those who live inside, just hoping that that will protect their property. The Education Minister confirmed to me that in the aftermath, 84 pupils at one primary school did not return. That wasn't just absence, that was trauma. The legacy of those nights is not just about wrecked buildings, but it's about wrecked childhoods. And unless we actually break that cycle, there is another generation that will carry that trauma, not to mention those that are being involved and being encouraged to be involved in this violence that will then end up actually wrecking their childhoods. I was a youth worker in East Belfast during the flag protests of 2012, and I will never forget a young person saying, "We're encouraged to do this, but it's not them that get the tag on their ankle." And that is exactly what is happening again. So for me, I mean, the broader housing crisis, when we're looking at nearly 50,000 households on a waiting list, 37,000 in housing stress, that wasn't created by newcomers or by immigrant families. That's a direct result of inaction, of lack of investment in not just housing, but also in our infrastructure, in our wastewater management. It's also as a result of years of this assembly being collapsed. And we have to admit that when you don't have that leadership that's pushing forward change, this is the result that we are now seeing. That neglect has left us with a broken housing system. The price of delay is always higher than the price of action. Whether that's policing costs, NHS care, whether that's schools having to invest in more counselling for traumatised children, and it's the long-term damage that we're seeing of fractured communities. Supporting this motion is not just a partisan choice. I believe it is a moral necessity, because not one more mother should ever have to hide in an attic to save her children from a lynch mob. Not one more neighbour should be driven out under the cover of darkness because they're really frightened that their car was the first thing to be set on fire, but actually now they're frightened that it's going to be their house. Sectarian and racism have scarred this place for long enough, and the vast majority of people here, the vast majority of people who got in contact with me, just want to live and let live in peace and in respect. And it's time for those voices to prevail. It's very easy, let me tell you, when you go on social media, it's very easy to think that those louder voices are the ones that dominate our society, but I know in North Antrim it's absolutely not. So that's the society we should be building together. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I'm exercising a grace period of up to 15 minutes to accommodate the number of members wishing to speak. So a grace period has been added to 15 minutes to this session. Thank you. And I call on Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
And thank you just to the members for bringing this important motion today. Obviously, we have seen a stark increase in the number of racist and sectarian attacks on homes and on families over the last year, and particularly for racially motivated attacks, it's been the highest in the last year since the records began 21 years ago, so that puts it in context. Just last week, North Belfast MLA Carol Nicullen was highlighting the ongoing campaign against Catholic and ethnic minorities living in the Lower Old Park area of North Belfast. And I've seen attacks in my own constituency last year, and indeed this year as well, and in Ballymena over the summer. The normalisation of this behaviour and the rise of the far right should be an immediate concern for all of us in this chamber. We know that loyalist paramilitaries have repeatedly been linked to involvement in attacks on ethnic minorities and a long history of attacks on nationalist residents. And indeed, the PSNI confirmed that the UDA are behind attempts to intimidate Catholics out of a shared housing site in the Lower Old Park area in North Belfast. CAJ, in a report in May of this year mapping out the far-right activity online, also found that loyalist paramilitary elements are directly orchestrating racist violence and intimidation against migrants. It is important also to recognise the growth of misinformation and disinformation with regards to asylum seekers. And indeed, we've seen in August of this year the DUP MLA for South Belfast falsely claiming that Belfast was the second highest number of asylum seekers in the UK of any city. This was fact-checked by Fact Check NI, who debunked this claim. And in fact, per capita, Belfast is a local
could you
authority.
bring the debate back to the motion, please? I think we're straying just a wee bit off that.
Yes, well, Belfast is 32nd in terms of those housing asylum seekers. But why this is important, when you legitimise concerns, as it's called, this then becomes a war cry, and we see attacks happening on the streets. This only serves to inflame tensions. And indeed, when that statement was made, there was actually a house attack within a couple of days in that same area. So these attacks are real, and I call on all elected members to say that we have a duty to be accurate with the information that we're putting out, be it in a video or be it in this chamber as well. And there's a responsibility, particularly when you look at the racist attacks last year, when you look at almost half of those that were involved in those were reported for domestic abuse themselves, and yet there's no focus on that, there's no talk about that at all. Indeed, in my own constituency, there was racist graffiti around locals only on a new housing scheme, and I, along with local residents and with the community organisation, were out within a half an hour of that graffiti being reported and actively painting it out. That's the proactive leadership that we need to see politicians, community activists and other agencies making. But we also need to challenge the misinformation that's leading to the displays of hate. And we need to focus people that if there are issues around housing, in my own community there's issues, but rather than blaming it on somebody else and punching down, we should be organising those communities in housing campaigns for everybody. In the Minister's own housing supply strategy, it talks about safe, affordable housing, and that would be for everyone. It doesn't define that it's for this section of the community or that section. It's supposed to be for everyone. But what we are seeing is consistent efforts to attach the growing right-wing attention to immigration and trying to attach that to the housing crisis that we're facing. Whilst the Labour Party, the Tories and Reform in Britain compete to outdo each other regarding hardline tactics and rhetoric around immigration and human beings seeking shelter, our primary concern here needs to be for housing for all communities, whilst theirs is a continuing programme of austerity, of cutting public services and punching down on our minority communities. Today, once again, it presents us with an opportunity to call out sectarianism and racism in all its forms, to speak to those families in our communities who aren't sleeping, who are scared to cross the door, who are terrified in their own homes because their homes have been attacked. There's no room, there's no equivocation, no ifs, no buts. Sectarianism and racism is not complicated, it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. I call on Philip Brett. Philip.
Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in today's debate, and can I associate myself with the remarks made by the proposer of the motion. I think Ms Armstrong eloquently articulated the views and concerns of members right across this House, that sectarianism, racism, Islamophobia, and I would add, as a North Belfast representative, anti-Semitism has no place in our society. Though, Mr Deputy Speaker, we do ourselves and this House a disservice when we have people standing up and giving pre-scripted remarks and being selective of the condemnation of sectarian or racist attacks. My constituency of North Belfast has been mentioned on a number of occasions during contributions made by members, and factually inaccurate information has been put out. I want to make very clear that the people of North Belfast, of all traditions and of none, are not a sectarian people. They are not a racist people. And despite facing the worst brunt of the Troubles, the people of North Belfast have a remarkable resilience about how they want to make North Belfast a better place for everyone. I just wish, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the condemnation in relation to sectarian attacks by members in this House had some consistency. In my constituency, the Feldon development of over 100 homes was an executive flagship project under Together Building a United Community. As soon as that development started, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no Protestants allowed, Irish tricolours erected, and the name of the housing officer who was allocating those houses sprayed on the wall. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was no cross-party condemnation of those attacks. There was no cross-party multi-agency meetings called under the glare of the media. There was no self-appointed do-gooders going to the media making up stories about loyalist paramilitaries to try and electrify one particular community. So I think we all do ourselves a disservice when we selectively call out sectarianism or racism. We need to be in this House clear that sectarianism in all its forms needs to be called out, not just when it suits our political agenda. I do think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as this debate has gone on, we have unfortunately strayed back into the difficult position that anyone who dare raise any issues about immigration are automatically labelled as an extremist or as far right. Let me be very clear. Anyone who engages in any form of violence, any form of attacks on a minority is absolutely disgraceful. But what I will not allow, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to happen is that if anyone that I represent comes to me with concerns about a UK-wide immigration policy and they want to protect borders of their country, they are not racist and they are not far right. They have the democratic legitimacy to raise their concerns with their elected representatives, and it's our duty, it's our moral obligation to be able to articulate those in a democratic setting, and that is what I will continue to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this party recognises the difficulties that our housing system faces, and this is why this party stepped forward and selected the portfolio of happily
the issue of Feldon because it is a disgrace, and actually at the time Sinn Féin councillor Michael Goodman condemned it, and actually I know Stuart Dixon I think was also quoted at the time as well. And the one thing that we called for was to say that housing should be allocated on the basis of need, so those who need it, and it should be done in an open and fair way, and I would hope that the member would agree with that as well.
Always say that housing should be allocated on the same basis of need. Unfortunately, your two people who actually represented the area, Mr. Kelly or Ms. Nichillen, didn't make comment, but a councillor from a different district was able to be wheeled out to make those comments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but returning to the remarks that I was making as to why we selected the portfolio of communities, because we recognise the vital importance of ensuring affordable and accessible housing for all members of our community. That is why our Communities Minister has taken action in publishing a housing supply strategy when other ministers have failed to do so. That is why our Minister has taken action in relation to the allocations policy and rightly removing intimidation points which have been abused right across North Belfast, moving problem tenants from one part to another. That is why our Minister is championing the reclassification of the Northern Ireland Housing Executive so they can rebuild houses once again to ensure that land that has lied derelict in my constituency of North Belfast can be used to house those who need it, and houses allocated on the basis of need. And I look forward, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to those parties from the Executive who have stepped forward here today to say that they support the Minister in meeting those housing targets, that they will follow through and ensure that when a budget allocation is made that this Minister is given the funding that he needs, because he shows that when he gets his funding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he can deliver.
Proceed. And I call on John Burrows. John.
Deputy Speaker, it is good to support the motion, and it is good to see a unequivocal support across the chamber for it. I think any conversation on this issue should begin with the condemnation of violence, unequivocal, without reservation, that an attack on any one of us, and I'll use a phrase that the members for Foyle will be familiar with because we used to use it when I worked with them up in Londonderry, whatever you want to call it, was an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And that's, I thought, a really good phrase that unified our response to any attacks. Because no matter who you are, violence against you is wrong. And that is a red line that we should all agree with. So, but condemning these attacks, of course, is not enough in itself. And I see the word in the strategy that jumps out, and it's that dreaded word. People up and down the country will grimace when they hear strategy. Because there's so many strategies, but they're never delivered. And what I would say about this strategy and about the words about bringing people to justice, this chamber and the people in it have responsibility for running down our police service. Today I was typing away an email to the police about a victim of hate crime in Ballymena. And there was no result to the investigation. That investigation was conducted by a response constable who does the 24/7 response policing, gets in a car, drives, goes to the next incident. I can guarantee you the level of investigation that will be done in that hate crime is far, far inferior to what it was 10 years ago when I, for example, was the area commander in Derry. I would have had a detective dealing with that. But we don't have detectives anymore to deal with that. So we don't solve them. And all of the really advanced investigative work you can do isn't done because cuts have consequences. So the fact we've demoralised and not funded our police service has a real... Yes, I will.
I thank the member very much for giving way. I hope that we never have to use the police for hate crimes going forward because we wouldn't have hate crimes. But it's just to say I agree with you. It's a pity then that the Justice Minister doesn't receive enough money to appropriately fund our police. And we heard earlier today from another minister asking for extra money for special education needs capital expenditure. We know that the minister here from communities will be looking for more money for housing. There are pressures on our system. I wish there was enough money to go round, but let's get behind prevention.
And Mr Burrows, you've got an extra minute.
Thank you for that. I mean, a statement, and it sounds lovely, I wish there was never hate crime. I wish there was never any crime whatsoever. We wouldn't need a police service. We'll close down the prisons. Close down the hospitals, half of them, because I wish there was never any disease. I mean, it's just it's a meaningless statement. Here's the reality. It's not a distraction.
No, I didn't say distraction.
The reality is there will always be a level of crime. There's always crime.
Mr Burrows, can I bring you back
yes,
to the motion, please? Thank you.
Yes, I will. Thank you. So we need to invest in our police service. I also fear, and I will say about the motion, I think we're actually going to undermine the attempts to bring cohesion in how we deal in the justice system with those who commit hate crimes. I think we're walking ourselves into a two-tier policing scenario, and I'll tell you why. Because the Justice Minister is bringing extra penalties for hate crime, that is a strategy which I welcome, but at the same time is decreasing the penalties for ordinary crime. And the difficulty with that is...
Mr Burrows.
Yeah.
Mr Burrows.
Okay. I will come back. All right. Let me then just, when I move on to our language about immigration. I do think that whenever we don't articulate things, we do vacate the space that is then occupied by the far right. That we need to show the language of leadership and discuss the issues that people have. That is, one of the things is actually to value legal immigration. I always, and I keep repeating it, my granny in her last years of her life were cared by Filipino nurses. We rely upon the people in North Antrim who love their meat would be vegans if it wasn't for foreign nationals. We rely on them, and we should value them. And that's a key part of strategy. But the next point is to say that you can have, and there is, illegal immigration. It's a law and order issue. If we don't articulate these things, if we don't articulate the problems with asylum, the fact that the system is so slow, the fact that there's an affront to the rule of law by people getting off a dinghy and coming in to the United Kingdom, those things actually cause a toxification of relationships that feeds the far right. And when we don't talk about those issues, we give the space to the likes of Tommy Robinson, who can send a tweet and get tens of thousands of people to support him. So I think in our language, we actually need to occupy and elevate the space of talking about public policy issues, whilst also starting that by saying violence is always wrong. People should. I call for the police to release images. But here's the thing. In this motion, we talk a lot about sectarian and racist violence. We've talked about racist. I released images of people engaged in sectarian crimes previously. I had condemnation from parties in this House. So we need to be consistent. And that is my sort of take on this. Fully support the motion, Let's have honest conversations and let's stand by and actually build up our justice system so it can bring people to justice.
Could the member bring his remarks to a close, please? Thank you very much indeed.
Close, thank you.
I call on Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with anger and frustration that I stand to speak to this motion today. There's been a lot of comments around the racist attacks that have been ongoing over the past few months and the ones that we saw last summer. But I will put my focus this evening on the attacks that have taken place in my own constituency in North Belfast. And I first of all want to comment on some of the reflections from a previous member who spoke from North Belfast. Just to reiterate that in Alliance we are consistent and we do condemn all and any sectarian attacks, no matter what so-called side of a community you come from. But last month saw more sectarian attacks in the Lower Old Park area of North Belfast, with families feeling that they had no other option than to leave and flee the area. It comes after similar attacks in the area back in May, and my preparation for today, I went across the media reports and coverage from the incidences in May, and really they could just be laid side by side because they are just both so similar. Families intimidated out of their homes, politicians speaking and condemning, a multi-agency meeting held to discuss how best to address the issue, all of the actions and the voices copied and pasted. And that's not to downplay the importance of all political representatives calling out these actions, of all political representatives engaging with families. It's just frustrating that it has happened twice in the past few months. My office, like many offices in North Belfast, and I will say that all representatives across all parties were represented at the multi-agency meeting, but also met with residents on the ground. And I think that is important because we do need to show leadership, and we can show leadership in many ways. But as I said, my office has been in touch with residents, community groups, and I do want to thank both the Cliftonville Community Regeneration Forum, the Lower Old Park Community Association, because they both have done work in the area with residents over the past few years, and in particular this year to bring together hundreds of residents in celebration of the area. So it's not all North Belfast, it's not all Northern Ireland, but it still does happen and it still does need called out. We're almost 30 years from the Good Friday Agreement, and the fact that this is still happening really speaks volumes. But it's not limited here to Northern Ireland. The trend of dangerous, inflammatory language around social issues is a global one. It's something that we all have to tackle with every day. We see it on our screens when we wake up in the morning, or if we check our phones before we go to bed. It is very dangerous how the misinformation can spread, and also how the hatred can spread. And we have been all too prepared to witness how that can be weaponised. We are also seeing the Labour government completely engage in a race to the bottom and not tackling the issues. They have failed. But all of this has real-world consequences for members of our community, not only in my constituency, but all across Northern Ireland. Tackling attitudes which leads to these attacks will take a full society approach, but it must begin at the top. The Executive Office urgently needs to bring in a TBUC successor, which will actually bring the entire community together in addressing sectarianism and racism. And there must be an acknowledgement that there is a housing crisis and that we need to get it solved, and it must always be based on need. We must ensure that as we continue today that we work together and we do temper our language. Us in Alliance are committed to doing that and to working across all sections of community to ensure that everyone is welcome and safe in their own home. Thank you.
I call Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the proposers of the motion. Like many across this chamber today, I have watched in horror at the rise of sectarian and racist attacks, not just here, but right across these islands. We are witnessing a very disturbing trend. Anti-immigrant rhetoric and parties that amplify it once thought confined to other parts of Europe, have now taken root in the UK and in Ireland. We see it in the rise of reform in England, and we hear echoes of it sometimes in this chamber. Language matters. Words spoken here carry weight and consequences. Framing inflammatory comments as legitimate concerns does absolutely nothing to absolve responsibility. When elected representatives normalise anti-immigrant sentiment, it should come as no surprise that attacks on migrants rise. But this rhetoric is also a symptom of much deeper problems. It reflects a society where too many people struggle with poverty, poor housing, insecure work and overstretched services. When people feel abandoned, they are more vulnerable to those offering scapegoats instead of solutions. Unless we tackle these underlying issues, division will persist. We all saw the horrifying images from Ballymena, mobs targeting immigrant families, flags in windows, stickers on doors, marking homes by identity. That is not the mark of a shared society. It is intimidation. Yet, too often, political leaders respond with silence or, at best, quiet condemnation. That is not leadership. Yes, yes.
The member is correct. We do often respond and hear that condemnation, which of course is to be welcomed, but we do need to move beyond condemnation and need to see action. What actions do the member think we need to see taken?
Okay, thank you. I agree. Condemnation is not enough, and others have said it here in the House. We need to have a good relations strategy that is not outdated and that is not unfit for purposes, because that's what we've currently got. There is no credibility in holding press conferences about tackling racist and sectarian attacks while failing to deliver these actual strategies and resources that actually could make a difference. First Minister and Deputy First Minister must set out a clear timeline for a refreshed good relations strategy, properly funded, shaped by the voices of victims and frontline workers with measurable outcomes. Publishing a document is not enough. That's not delivery. We must see it on the ground. And T-Book has not delivered the transformation promised. Urban Villages initiative, designed to improve good relations, has too often also failed to tackle the root causes. And communities in transition, just don't get me started about it, which aim to help areas break free from paramilitary control, including in East Belfast and Derry, has not reached or met its ambition. Too many people remain under the shadow of coercion and intimidation. Communities deserve more than short-term schemes. They deserve lasting investment in safety and opportunity and hope. Meanwhile, we continue to see the consequences of failure. In North Belfast, Catholic families targeted with sectarian attacks. In East Belfast, vigilantes patrolling streets, patrolling schools. It's unreal. In South Belfast and Ballymena, young people attacking migrants. In my city, sectarian clashes in Gobnascale and in the Fountain. Is this the society we want to raise the next generation in? Is it not? It's not what I want. It's not what I want for my family. It's not what I want for my grandchild. And it's not what the majority of people across the north here want either. This is not only about tackling hate on our streets. It is about addressing the conditions that allow division to actually fester. At the heart of that, Minister, is housing. Too many families wait for years for a home. Some live in unsafe conditions and others face intimidation because of their identity. And that is unacceptable. Minister Lyons, you must set out what action is being taken to deliver more social and affordable housing and how the community safety framework will protect those targeted in their own homes. Putting up military flags or paramilitary flags and marking territory is intimidation, and people don't want it. Their homes are being devalued. There's homes in my constituency that are so badly devalued, leaving families in negative equity because of paramilitary flags. It is absolutely disgraceful and devastating for those young families who live in those homes. A safe, secure home is not a luxury, it's a basic right. But if we are to build more homes, our broken wastewater system must also be fixed. That is why we need a joined-up approach. No single minister can solve this alone. And as my colleague said, the Executive Office, the Communities Minister and the Justice Minister, we need a collective vision of hope and not in a vacuum. Real change requires leadership. From the very top, from the First and Deputy First Minister working together. Without that, the housing crisis will deepen and
could the member
communities
draw
will
remarks
continue
to a close?
to suffer. Deputy Speaker,
Could the member draw remarks to a
leadership
close?
is also about more than words. It's about responsibility, direction.
Could the member draw
and
remarks to
delivery.
a close?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 more speakers to get in and time is tight, so I would encourage no interventions for the next 2, but you will both have your full 5 minutes. Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First they came for the migrants and I did not speak out because I was not a migrant. Members may be aware of the famous poem First They Came by Martin Niemöller. While I have changed the group, the point still stands. Niemöller was a prominent Lutheran pastor in Germany who first sympathised with right-wing movements but later became a fierce critic of Nazi interference in the Protestant Church, spending years in prisons and concentration camps for his act of resistance. His warning was clear. When prejudice and persecution go unchallenged, they spread. What begins with attacks on one group rarely ends there. The circle will always widen until you're no longer outside it. People are being fed lies, and their frustrations are being preyed upon by those seeking to further their own agendas. It's not migrants who decide how many homes are built. It's not asylum seekers who set your wage. It's not new families arriving here who choose whether hospitals get funding. Northern Ireland has been underfunded for years, and we live in the shadow of our past with an unstable stop-start government that has a real and lasting impact on our lives and the quality of living. Instead of focusing on the need to reform our institutions so that they actually work for the people of this country, people are being told to turn on each other while those truly responsible are watching it all happen. There are clearly those who want you to believe that all the problems in your life lie at the feet of migrants, but that's just the current scapegoat. Do we really think it will stop with migrants? Mr Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, I have seen racist violence with my own eyes. I was in Larne Leisure Centre the night it was attacked and burned by a racist mob in June. And those who attacked the police with bricks and then burned part of my community and threatened the lives of those inside, then were not satisfied with their destruction. They went hunting for foreigners who were housed in the town. Thankfully, they were not successful, largely due to the actions of the police. But these events were a disaster for the town, and it was a miracle that there was no loss of life. This does not represent the vast majority of the people in the town who contacted me in their droves and were disgusted by what happened. The reputation of our town took a real hit, and I want to just take a minute to commend the council staff who were in Larne Leisure Centre that night and stayed to the very end, ensuring that everybody who was there was safe, including very, very young children who were escorted out of the building under fire from bricks and mortar and whatever else. I'm sick of hearing the same vicious rhetoric that foreigners are taking homes or jobs or are a threat to our families. They say that they are taking social housing from the most in need, yet a family in my constituency was forced out of a home that they owned and into social housing by racist attacks. They say that they are taking our jobs, yet our health service, which is already on its knees, would collapse overnight without the migrants in our workforce. Many workers in the health service and elsewhere in Northern Ireland and their families are now living in fear in our constituencies, and that is unacceptable. They talk about protecting families and keeping women and children safe, yet Northern Ireland is the most dangerous place in Europe to be a woman. Since 2020, the 28 women that have been killed here were killed almost all by a man they knew. You do not commit crimes or cause harm because of the colour of your skin. Those choosing to call this country home are people, ordinary people like you and me, like the daughter of your friend who moved to Australia, the son working in America, the cousin in Canada, the uncle in England, the neighbour who retired to Spain. They're all immigrants too. So let's be honest with ourselves here today. It's not foreigners who are pushing families into hardship. It's underinvestment in public services, housing shortages and low wages. It's not migrants who make women unsafe. It is abusers and a system that historically has looked the other way. It is not immigrants who burn leisure centres. It is people who believe lies and those who prey on people's frustrations to spread their own agenda. Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying that people who come to live and work here should be able to do so in safety and without any threat. And I do hope that we do not allow history to repeat itself, because if we do, then when they come for you or me, there will be no one left to speak for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Danny. And I now call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for extending the time, and thanks to the members for bringing the motion. Important. We've heard a lot about honest conversations and legitimate concerns, but quite often, Deputy Speaker, the honest conversations about migration don't always happen, especially from some politicians to the further right of myself. Those conversations don't often happen in good faith. Quite often there's a spreading of myths and misinformation which fuel hate and fear. And I think we need to challenge the role played by the Communities Minister in particular, and his role in the Lauren Leisure Centre around the time of the violence earlier this summer. I think we also need to challenge the fact that he removed the intimidation points earlier this year, which was reckless, and the member for North Belfast had a terrible, risible defence of it. It had devastating impacts, Deputy Speaker, on individuals and marginalised groups and temporary accommodation sector, which is under extreme pressure, and the wider housing system, and particularly in North Belfast, as has been mentioned, but elsewhere. And if he reintroduced this decision, if he made this one move, then I think it would send a signal to people under threats, under intimidation, that he gets it, he understands it, and he has their back, but it looks like he's not for budging anytime soon, which is shameful. The Minister, Deputy Speaker, should have reformed and improved intimidation points and extended them to survivors of domestic abuse. And instead, he levelled the playing field downwards, removing them for everyone. And people who have now been intimidated, Deputy Speaker, and subject to sectarian or racist attacks will lose out on the points they could have got to help them get a new home, a permanent home, in a place of safety. And instead, they'll be forced to stay in a home where they are subject to violence, intimidation, or else uproot their life and move into temporary accommodation, or be stuck on a sofa of friends or relatives. Completely unacceptable. The stats, Deputy Speaker, showed in the last year, unfortunately, that there were 2,049 racist incidents in the north and 1,300 race hate crimes. These are the highest levels since records began. We have a problem with racism in the north. Let's not sugarcoat it. And we know that thousands more incidents have gone unrecorded because, quite simply, victims don't trust the PSNI. They feel over-policed and underprotected, especially minority ethnic communities feel that way for decades. And challenging another myth, Deputy Speaker, Ireland is not full. The country is not full. The number of people seeking asylum in the north is 2,535 people. That's 0.13% of the population. Compared with other countries across the world, Turkey taking millions of asylum seekers, Lebanon takes in millions of asylum seekers, Germany did a few years ago as well. So challenging narratives every single step of the way. 246 people seeking asylum are living in emergency hotel accommodation, but the ones that I've talked to, quite a few over the years, Deputy Speaker, do not want to be in the hotels. They're not luxurious, they're not a wonderful setup. They're quite often like prisons for most of those people. They want a home and they should be entitled to a home, and I'd urge the Minister to get on with it and ensure, briefly because my time is limited. Yeah.
Just to agree with the member, as he will know, some of that temporary accommodation is in hotels where there's no access to kitchens and there's shared bathrooms, so there's a security issue for those people as well.
Jerry, you don't get any extra time.
Yeah, thank you. And there's other problems that I can't elaborate on time, but thank the member for that. And also we have to say, Deputy Speaker, that launching attacks on migrants and asylum seekers, political or violent attacks, is distraction politics at its finest. Distraction from the fact that we have inaction from this Minister, but also from other ministers and the Executive. Inaction on empty homes. There are at least 21,000 empty homes in the north, if not as many as 50,000, depending on what figures you read from different departments. But there are 0 empty home officers, and the Minister could move at speed with that, but hasn't yet. Attacking migrants is a distraction from property hoarding by landlords and investors. It's a distraction from the Executive's refusal to crack down on Airbnbs, and it's a distraction from soaring rents that we're trying to challenge, but the Minister hasn't stopped yet. Rent in Belfast increased more than 11% in the last year alone, driven up by not migrants, not asylum seekers, but landlords. Just the final point, Deputy Speaker, is I think there's a dangerous narrative developing, and it is from the playbook of the far right, and that is that if there's a man of colour in a park or in a shopping centre or on a street corner, that he is putting children at risk. This is racist scapegoat and needs to be challenged. And unfortunately, children are at risk from abuse and neglect, and that usually is from a family member, and usually
could the member draw his remarks too close, please?
By a white person. So we need to be careful about that narrative, and especially the member of North Belfast, because I think his comments were quite dangerous, given approval to some of these real dangerous actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the members who have proposed the motion this afternoon. And I welcome the opportunity to speak to it and to unequivocally condemn the sectarian and racist intimidation of individuals and attacks on their homes. I have said, and I will repeat today, that these attacks on individuals and on their homes must stop. I recently joined my executive colleagues in publicly condemning all forms of racism, sectarianism and hostility towards individuals, whatever their background. And we have been united in our messaging. All acts of violence and intimidation are abhorrent and have no place in our society whatsoever. It is wrong and it needs to be condemned. And that's why I do have to take issue with the comments that Mr. Gildernew made today. The member said, "It is disappointing the Minister for Communities has not been overly vocal in condemning these attacks, and at the time of the riots you failed to speak out strongly." That is an untruth. And that is, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, I consider that a slur against me, and the member has crossed a line. There are many, many examples, because I've been in front of the... No, I won't, because I've heard enough from him already. And he, unless he's prepared to apologise, which I don't think he is, I don't want to hear any more of what it is that he has to say. Because I was very clear in June time, and over the summer time, and in September time, in condemning the violence. Before it happened, I said that it was never acceptable. Afterwards, I said it was never acceptable. And I will always condemn violence. I don't care where it happens. I don't care who it happens to. I don't care what the source is. I will always condemn it because I believe that violence is always wrong. I believe that violence should never be seen as acceptable in any way, shape or form. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's what sets me apart from the member. And that's what sets me apart from his leader in this place. And that's what sets me apart from his party. And they have some cheek to come to this place and talk about condemnation of violence, when they have continued for years to justify violence that took place against people right across our society. So I won't take it. And let me be very clear to this House, and importantly, let me to say to everybody out there, especially those that have been impacted by violence, and those disgraceful scenes that we have seen over the last number of months. I condemn that completely, unequivocally, and I wish that everybody else in this House had always taken that approach to violence. But more than that, we shouldn't just be condemning it with our words. We need to take action to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And in the executive statement on racist and sectarian attacks on the 4th of September, we pledged to continue to work in partnership with the PSNI, civic leaders, community organisations and statutory bodies to ensure that our streets, neighbourhoods and communities reflect the values of equality and respect. This is certainly what I am doing within the Department for Communities and within my responsibility for housing. I would just say at this point that there are actions that we can take, that we are taking, that don't always happen in full glare of the cameras, because sometimes that's not right. Sometimes it is better for us to take a different approach, but that does not mean that we're not taking action. And I want to commend my colleagues, those that have been working, sometimes quietly behind the scenes, bringing people together, allowing opportunity for dialogue and making sure that relations can be improved. I want to thank those members that have taken that approach, and I will continue to work with them on that. Now, the issue of housing has been raised, and I've said on many occasions that I'm working closely with all partners to improve housing supply generally and to remove barriers to building more social and affordable homes. And I'm pleased to say that this is also reflected in the programme for government as a key executive priority. And I continue to press for the budget to build the homes we so badly need, but we also need to have confidence that people and their homes will not be targeted or threatened. I would welcome further funding from the successor programme to TBUC for the Department's Housing for All shared housing programme. It now supports 12 housing associations working across 85 developments, totalling 2,925 homes, either delivered or in development. And this programme makes a very substantial contribution to building good relations in our society through building shared communities. I visited an on-site Housing for All development in Cushendall last week and visited with the children in 2 local primary schools in the community. And the local areas will benefit not only from this additional shared housing supply, but also from the support of a community-led good relations plan. I also visited the housing development in North Belfast in Aloha Street just before Christmas last year. And it was very evident to me that these new homes changed the lives of residents, creating a place to put down roots in the local community. And we were all horrified to hear residents in this development were being threatened, that their homes, which have received significant public investment, have been damaged. And the recent news that this has again surfaced is, of course, extremely concerning. And I condemn these attacks, and I can assure the House that my officials continue to keep in contact with Clanmill, the landlord for these properties, and the relevant statutory partners, including the Housing Executive. And I understand that the local PSNI community team are also engaged, and I'm grateful for the work that Clanmill is doing to support its tenants and to ensure they have a safe place to call home. And as an executive, our departments are working closely on these issues. My officials participate in the Department of Justice's Community Safety Network, and this is an element of the Community Safety Framework, so there is ongoing and proactive engagement on how we can work together more effectively to keep people safe from appalling intimidation. I'm also keen to bring forward legislation to more effectively tackle antisocial behaviour in our communities. The proposal for changes to legislation were part of a joint consultation with the Department of Justice, so there is also active collaboration and engagement in this policy area. I will continue to call for more investment in new social and affordable homes, including community work to build relations between our communities. And it is vital that funding is prioritised by the Executive to support this work. And I will continue to take action alongside Executive colleagues and with other partners to address these issues and ensure that, in line with our PFG commitment, everyone has access to affordable, sustainable and quality houses that meet their needs within thriving and inclusive communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, there has been a significant debate this evening with wide-ranging views. Some of those I agree with, some of those I take issue with. But I hope the one message that can go out this evening is that we are committed to tackling the scourge of violence and intimidation, that we can also air our views on these issues. And I hope that we have the freedom to do so, because in trying to shut down debate and limit conversation about these issues, we are only contributing to some of the issues that we are facing, and the lack of information that is sometimes out there that can lead to some of the problems that we have seen. Being open and being honest and forthright with people will help us as we seek to deal with some of these issues. Trying to shut down conversation Trying to limit people from having their say is never a good approach, and so therefore I welcome some of the comments that have been made by my colleagues on this issue. However, I hope that we can unite on the need to condemn all of the sectarian and racist attacks and work together to make sure that we improve the outlook for the future. Thank you.
Minister, and I call on Mr Dixon to wind. Stuart.
Deputy Speaker, and a sincere word of thanks to my colleague Kelly Armstrong in the first instance for proposing this motion today, and indeed a word of thanks to all of the members in the Chamber tonight who have spoken on this very difficult subject, and to thank them for the way in which I can genuinely say I believe we have coalesced around all of the discussions and areas. And as the Minister's just said, we're not going to agree on everything, but there is a commonality of thought and process in this Assembly this evening with regards to all of this. I don't propose to go through all of those who have spoken, but maybe just to remind one or two people with regards to things that they've said. This requires a whole executive response to the issues that have been set out for us this evening. Therefore, I would encourage those members who felt that it was perhaps directed at one department rather than another, that this is in reality a whole executive debate here this evening. Can I also remind members specifically that the Justice Minister is particularly dealing with how the outcome of all of these issues in terms of her sentencing bill and the aggravated issues that can come out of this. But I think other members made a very clear and valid point here this evening. Long before we get to the police and the justice system and the courts and prison or whatever, we need to roll all of this back to where we are in terms of education, where we are in terms of healthcare, where we are in terms of how we build proper and safe communities. They're not going to save us from the needs of the police and the courts to have to deal with those who break the law. Of course they're not. But there's a great deal more we should be doing, a massive amount more we should be doing, right from day one in people's lives, to ensure that they have the best start, and with that best start, with the best of education, with the best of healthcare, with the best of support in communities, then we should be able to deal with many of the issues that arise through what is sadly a very broken society and world that we live in for many communities. It's saddening, Mr Speaker, that we're here today to discuss recent attacks on individuals in our communities. And this past summer, we have witnessed some very horrific scenes, not only in the constituency of North Antrim, but in my constituency of East Antrim, where reference was made to the terrible attack on Larne Leisure Centre. That was a very serious threat to life, and we must condemn all of those, and we've heard those words of condemnation here in the Assembly chamber this evening. But we need to realise that we've got to go beyond the words of condemnation, and we need to go to the practical realities of what it's going to do to help us take Northern Ireland forward. It's up to the Executive Office to bring forward a refreshed good relations strategy as a successor to Together Building a United Community. The Executive Office needs to step up, Deputy Speaker, as we cannot allow the scenes that we saw in this summer to be allowed to continue. And certainly, executive ministers who have the privilege of holding that office, their words are important, and we value the words that they said at the time and following the incidents that happened. But it's not just about words. We need them to turn their words into actions. Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of East Antrim this summer, I've met with people and had listened to the stories which they've brought to me about what has happened to them. I've had to deal with people who were driven out of their home. One family who has lived in my town for many years, owned their own home, worked in the health service, were driven out by a group of thugs in the middle of the night. Despite protests about migrants coming in here and taking our homes, that family ended up in social housing. Hopefully they will be able to return to their property and restore that property. Another lady and her family who had come from a war zone were caught up in a terrible conflict there. They too came here looking for safety, and sadly we were not in the position, the community was not in the position to give them that safety. That is wrong, Deputy Speaker. It will take a multi-departmental approach in order to fix these societal issues. I've called and continue to call on the Executive Office to do more, but I also call on all of the departments to do what they have to do in order to build a better community for all of us to live in here in Northern Ireland. Recently, and this touches the issue that others have mentioned this evening, there is so much misinformation out there. I spoke to the First and Deputy First Minister when they came to the Executive Committee last week, and I commended them for the words which they had said in relation to these incidents. But I also said to them that they had a duty, and as indeed the government and all departments have a duty, when you hear misinformation, please counter it with the truth. It is important that in every public building across Northern Ireland, in our libraries, in our health centres, wherever, that departments come together and put up notices to say, no, you don't get a laptop, no, you don't get a mobile phone, no, you don't get hundreds of pounds paid to you when you're in as a migrant or an asylum seeker here in Northern Ireland. I would like ministers and others to clearly state what you get, particularly the Minister for Communities, because he is responsible for much of the benefits that are given to them, or at least he has agency for those benefits. The Minister wants to speak.
And I agree with that, but would he also agree that we need to be honest about the impact that immigration is having at the same time? Because I do agree, we need to tackle information, as I said in my closing remarks, but what I was also saying was that whenever people claim that immigration is having no impact, that the actions of, for example, mayors and the impacts they're having in local areas is having no impact, does the member agree that that also causes problems? Because when you seek to deny a problem exists when it does, that's what can often increase the frustration that many people feel that do have concerns. Not that they are driven to take action in terms of violence, but they do have concerns that need to be understood.
I hear what the Minister is saying, but I think the reality is that we need to get a sense of proportion in respect of this. The numbers in Northern Ireland are tiny, and the impact on the systems in Northern Ireland are small by comparison perhaps to the rest of the United Kingdom. I think we need to set out the facts. I think we need to explain to people who the small number of people are, where they have come from. The reality is that most of the migrants, most of the people who come to Northern Ireland come here to work and to do other jobs and to make a contribution to society. And let me just tell you briefly about the contribution that people make to society in our community. I've been speaking recently to a constituent who happens to come from Pakistan. He's teaching in one of our universities. His wife and 2 children are here, and they're contributing, they're paying tax, they're paying national insurance, and he has to earn an income above the threshold to work in the United Kingdom. But in addition to that, he has had to fork out over £23,000 in order for the right to remain in the United Kingdom while he's employed here. Most of that money, if not all of it, goes towards his health care because he doesn't get free health care. We need to debunk these myths. We need to explain to people the pressures that puts on families and others that are here. That's not to suggest that we shouldn't be working from the ground up in the communities that I've worked and served in for the last 50-odd years, helping people in poverty, helping people to deal with food, helping people to grow their families, helping to deliver a fair and good education for them. Yes, I will.
Concerning, because again, I just think there's like an if and a but in some of the comments that are being made here tonight. And I think it's important that when words matter because actions follow when they're misguided and there's misinformation. I mean, there's no focus or anger on bankers and how they fleeced. We're still owing over 20 billion is owed. And also those who would be charged with sexual offences, there's no focus on them who racist attacks last year. Sorry.
And thank you to members for listening to this debate this evening. Just very finally, as elected representatives, we have a duty to debunk the lies and the untruths. We have a duty to give leadership and clarity. And the reality, Deputy Speaker, is sectarianism and racism are two sides of the same coin.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much indeed for the general tone of this debate. I think that was particularly appropriate. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Can we take our ease while we get ready for our next adjournment debate?
Okay, members, order please. Item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly now adjourn in conjunction with the Business Committee. The Speaker has given leave to John Blair to raise the matter of the reinstatement and extension of the Knockmore line to Belfast International Airport. I call John Blair, and Mr Blair, you've got up to 15 minutes.
Mr Speaker, thank you, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to address the Assembly in an adjournment debate on an issue of great significance for my constituency of South Antrim and indeed for Northern Ireland as a whole. I am also grateful to the Minister for coming to the House today to respond. There has been long-standing support for reinstating the Knockmore rail line since it closed in 2003, and this would reconnect the towns of Crumlin, Glenavy and Ballinderry and extend service to Belfast International Airport. There could also be significant beneficial impact through accessibility and increasing public transport options in places like Templepatrick and Ballyclare and other towns and villages throughout the area. Mr Speaker, I've spoken in this chamber before many times on how across Northern Ireland our rural communities remain chronically underserved and neglected regarding transportation infrastructure. Residents face significant and often overwhelming barriers to accessing essential services, stable employment and social amenities, primarily due to unreliable, infrequent or altogether absent public transport. Mr Speaker, it is especially difficult to accept this when a transport line is built only to be prematurely closed, and even more so when much of the rail infrastructure around that remains in place, seemingly ready for public use and actually in use by the operator for training and diversion purposes, but not part of the public network. Conversations I have had with constituents, local businesses and organisations such as the Antrim Chamber of Commerce have echoed one message: connectivity is not a luxury, it is a necessity. A reliable rail service is invaluable for commuters, families, young people seeking opportunity and older citizens wanting to stay connected. Beyond the everyday advantages reinstating the Knockmore line and extending it to Belfast International Airport would unlock enormous potential. Improved access would benefit both domestic and international tourists, stimulate sustainable economic growth, and help meet commitments on decarbonisation and balanced regional development. Progress, however, has been slow and, frankly, frustrating. It has been over 2 years since TransLink committed to a feasibility study. We have recently learned that that report is complete and with the Department for Infrastructure. An important milestone, but just one step on a long path. While I acknowledge the Department's deliberation, I urge that we have clarity and a path forward as soon as possible. Our communities need a timeline, a budget, and most importantly, a commitment to developing this essential project. Of course, financial constraints are real, and I understand the pressure each department is under. Of course, ministers must make difficult decisions to safeguard vital public services. However, reducing investment in public transport has a major ripple effect on our economy. Every pound spent on sustainable connectivity yields significant returns for opportunity, much of which I've already outlined. I want to at this stage thank my Alliance colleague David Honeyford for also persistently pressing this issue with the Infrastructure Minister and other ministers. And I want to express my gratitude to our colleagues on local councils in Antrim Newton Abbey and in Lisburn Castlereagh for their efforts also. The Alliance Party, I have to make clear, remains committed to ensuring the Knockmore line's reopening. Since the line's closure in 2003, Northern Ireland's communities and economy have changed significantly, and in many ways the case for reopening is stronger than ever. For example, Glenavee's population has doubled since 2003. Ballyclare and Templepatrick, that I mentioned previously, have also witnessed significant population growth. Our region has grown, but our infrastructure has not kept pace. Demand for public transport has soared with the increase in population, not just among commuters, but also students who now rely on reliable, affordable travel to universities, workplaces and social events. Sustainability is now a central priority, with more people seeking greener and more affordable travel options. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, Belfast International Airport's use has grown substantially also, with more residents, students and tourists travelling than ever before. Significant tourism investment has put Northern Ireland on the global stage, and international visitors reasonably expect seamless transport as a standard in many countries across the globe. Unfortunately, many leave here disappointed with our limited public transport, undermining our efforts to showcase Northern Ireland's best. With so much growth and potential, securing modern, sustainable connectivity for all is more urgent than ever. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me in bringing forward this adjournment debate not to use this opportunity to offer recognition and thanks to those individuals and groups who have worked hard in the community space to keep the Knockmore line issue in the public domain. The Circle Line Belfast and Fund the Nine's active campaigns to do better on our rail infrastructure have caught public and media attention, as well as promoting the real benefits of offering rail services to residents, commuters, businesses and tourists in the Greater Belfast, South Antrim, East Antrim and Lagan Valley areas, and indeed well beyond. The public profile and levels of engagement of those campaigns not only demonstrates the commitment of those involved, but also shows significant public interest in sustainable public transport solutions. Mr. Speaker, members and the Minister will be aware of the plans announced today, which include a new rail halt as part of Belfast City Airport's 2040 Extension Master Plan. This sends a strong signal of the recognition that our region's growth increasingly relies on integrated and sustainable links, and aligns with my calls for renewed commitment to projects like the Knockmore line's reinstatement and improved airport access. As I draw to a conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I again urge the Infrastructure Minister to make decisions on the Knockmore line at pace. Accessible, efficient and reliable public transport is vital for enhancing citizens' quality of life regardless of their location. Achieving this requires increased public investment and improved connectivity between rural and urban areas. There might also be real action required in terms of public and private sectors working innovatively together to deliver. My colleagues and I in the Alliance Party remain dedicated to addressing the ongoing shortcomings in our rural public transport system. We aim for an inclusive, efficient and responsive network, one that serves all of our constituents and meets our society's growing needs. The economic, environmental and social benefits of reinstating the Knockmore line and utilising the very close proximity to a vastly improved and expanding Belfast International Airport must be prioritised, and we now need delivery of this vital transport link. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Declan Carey. Mr. Kinney, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I welcome John's proposal of this motion here tonight.
During the last 40 years, South Antrim has experienced an absolutely huge surge in population, and it's particularly pronounced in the population centres of Crumlin, Glenavy and also Ballinderry. Today, the population of Crumlin village, others will call it a town, exceeds 5,000. Now, I remember in the early 1980s when the population of Crumlin did not exceed 500. The resulting pressures on infrastructure and services as a direct consequence of that exponential growth in population are therefore self-evident. And this isn't a challenge which is unique to South Antrim alone. It's a characteristic of rural town expansion right throughout the north. But these parts of South Antrim that I mention fall within the commuter belt of Belfast City. So the daily commute to Belfast for employment, for school, for college has now become huge. And that reality is a major factor driving the real public demand for restoration of the Knockmore line, now currently mothballed, but once an important section of the Antrim and Lisburn rail infrastructure. Significantly, this section of track continues to be maintained to a standard appropriate for use as an emergency alternative operational route. Restoration of the line is widely and correctly, in my view, viewed as a key to mitigating transport pressures which are currently being experienced by local people between Antrim and Lisburn, and then in terms of connectivity towards Belfast. The loss of this key section of regional rail network has also adversely impacted upon the economic potential of South Antrim and indeed the overall region. The case has been made that reinstatement would extend to rail connectivity for Belfast International Airport in relation to customers and staff. I believe that that contention holds water. And this is at a time when the airport is seeking to strategically position itself to attract increased airlines, flight routes, with the knock-on effect which the airport management have correctly assessed in terms of attracting increased investment, tourism and associated employment generation within the constituency. In short, the Knockmore line and its reinstatement is about much more than simply the reinstatement of rail track. It can and it must be seen as a strategic asset to enhanced infrastructure and transport services, as well as being a net contributor to economic growth and complementary to the expansion of our regional airport. I'm pleased that submissions from myself and others ensured the inclusion of the Knockmore line within the All-Island Strategic Rail Review. All-Island investment in rail infrastructure and services will be essential to help to grow the All-Ireland economy. And I trust that all of these considerations will have been reflected within the feasibility study submitted by TransLink to the Department for Infrastructure. It is important that we unlock all areas of opportunity for our regional economy. The restoration of the Knockmore line is just such an opportunity. with its potential to help drive job creation, increased tourism and increased investment. Realising these opportunities will require ambition and, of course, the necessary capital investment. But delivery upon that strategic vision will be to the benefit not only of the people of South Antrim, but the entire region.
Trevor Clark.
Can I thank my colleague from South Antrim for securing the debate tonight? And we look at the clock and I think I wish we could go back in time, because I'm going to go back in time. I came here in 2007, Mr. Speaker, and this has been debated and debated. And I commend, actually, one of my colleagues said to me today when we were talking about it, that the same member that secured the debate tonight took a motion to council about 10 years ago, where it commanded the support from local council at that time in terms of the need and support for that. And indeed, in Dr McRae, in his time here, Paul Gervin, in his time here, and many others, so it's had cross-party support for many, many years. I've done a search today, and I think I can detect questions back to 2009 in relation to this. So it goes without saying that everyone universally has historically supported this, but there's never been action, which is disappointing. So I'm not actually going to blame the current minister, but I'm going to call on the minister actually to change the delay from others to bring this to a success story. Much has been made, and I'm listening to the previous speaker, about some of the aspects, about the benefits. There's one of the benefits that strikes me actually when I was listening to him, and I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said, so I'm trying to pick out new stuff here, Mr. Speaker. But previously or historically, the airport itself has an issue with employment for workforce because of its location. And there's no doubt if we had a reasonable connection between either Lisburn, Glenavy, Crumlin, Antrim, all of those areas, would open up the jobs interest for the airport, and indeed it would make it a viable way of transport to the people in any of those areas where there's jobs waiting for them. One of the things I've heard historically, even indeed North Belfast, historically they've had an issue with getting workers because of the logistical problem getting them to and from work. So the train lines there has been said. We're all aware of the train line. We're aware in terms of the cost to maintain that. Indeed, I have some of my constituents who have expressed concerns about some of the dangerous elements on the train line, and that has always been adhered to. So it seems strange when you drive up the Dublin Road to the airport and you see this disused railway. And it goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, the benefit to the airport is greater than jobs, because while someone has referenced the connection with the rail links to the city airport, we haven't got that, and we're the worst for that. I know I don't travel much, like maybe many others in this room, but no matter where you go to in the mainland, there's good connections to the towns and cities from each of those airports, whether it be good buses or trains or indeed trams in some cases. And I think we're badly served with all of those. So I think there's a real opportunity. I think there was a bit of blue sky thinking at one point as well, Mr. Speaker, whenever Ballymartin was opened. Ballymartin was a really necessity, and I think you can look at the success of it because if you look at the numbers that use it on a daily basis. But we failed to connect the railway to it. So I've got park and ride, but people are using it to commute, when actually they could be commuting on a train rather than necessarily depending on a bus. So I think there's a real essential need for the Minister, indeed the Department and the Executive as a whole, because I think that this will take a bit of collective responsibility in trying to drive this forward. So I'm not laying this all at your feet, Minister, but I think there's a real benefit to South Antrim. There's a real benefit actually wider than that, of course, Lisburn and other areas. So I think the vision is, if the vision is there and the will is there, I think we could see this delivered. I'm not sure how many of us will be here in the next mandate, but I'll tell you one thing's for sure. It's depressing that we're talking about it so long. And I mean, we're creating roads, we're creating footpaths. We was actually here in the debate yesterday on unnecessary destinations. But there's one thing for sure, the international airport is necessary. It's the largest airport that we have in Northern Ireland. It can cope with the larger flights, it can cope with much more, but we haven't got the connectivity. And when on my feet, Minister, I would like to add, because this has been made in previous conversations, the other thing we haven't got from that airport, and whilst the rail link, and I'm here to talk about the rail link, we also haven't got a decent road infrastructure to connect us to the M2. So when I want to look at the whole picture, rail link and a connection between Belfast International Airport and the M2, and I commend John for this motion. Thank you.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, John, for bringing this motion before us. I apologise now, Minister, because I'm going to be a bit spotterish about this. I've talked quite a lot with the railway community and indeed TransLink, and I'm a great supporter of the All-Ireland Rail Strategy as well, because in my previous existences I worked very closely with then CIE and doing various links to the rail network there. The Circle Line makes abundant sense when you look at it from you step back. But actually what it really does, it requires a considerable amount of investment. It requires a considerable amount of investment in signalling, a significant amount of investment in ballast, which is what we need to do to make sure that the track doesn't fall off, and also a significant amount of investment in upgrading bridges and roads that are connected to those bridges and making sure they're capable of doing that. That's the downside of it. The plus side of it, Minister, is all that work is going to have to be done anyhow. And if that is going to be done, we need to take a strategic view of it, because we are going to have to improve the ballast and the track bed between Antrim and Lisburn if we're going to keep that line open for any particular reason. We are going to have to improve all the signalling, because there is the Railways Authority and the Railways Inspectorate will make us do it. So we have a good opportunity here. And we have heard, and you'll have heard many times, Minister, about the Circle Line and the opportunities there. And indeed, I thank Trevor for he was talking about Ballymartin. We have the classic example of Ballymartin, which has a part of its car park is designed to be significantly straight enough so that originally there was going to be a railway platform there. Now, the railway platform there is probably the difficulty with it. It wouldn't be long enough, so it needs to be extended because we've got longer trains. Because actually, TransLink is a bit of a success when it comes to railways. We've got full trains. That is a good thing. Normally what happens when you get full trains and you've got successful infrastructure, what you do is invest in it. So for some bizarre reason we're not, but we need to be able to do that. Bearing in mind we're going to have to spend the money anyhow, I think it's appropriate that we now take a really strategic view of what we're going to do. Ballymartin can become a transport hub for the growing centres of Ballyclare, and I know from my friend, both direct relation of interest, we both live quite close to that, and also the importance of Templepatrick to do that as well. That, as an interim, could work quite well to improve bus links to the international airport. Belfast International Airport is a growth centre. It is probably one of the greatest opportunities we have, not just in South Antrim, but across Northern Ireland. It is a major, or it could be a major logistics hub. The only thing stopping it being a major logistics hub, and there are two things. The first one is we haven't got enough skilled labour to go there, to work there. Every time I go and talk to the airport, and it's very regularly, it's every fortnight or so, what's your biggest problem? I don't have enough skilled people, because we can't get them. You know, we're busing people from all across the Northern Ireland and the north of Ireland to Belfast International, because there isn't enough skilled people to do that. But the second one is abundantly obvious, and it's already been pointed out by my friends. We need a decent road that connects to the motorway network, so we can actually use that as a major logistics hubs. It is a win-win. So if we were looking strategically, and bearing in mind we're going to have to spend a lot of this money anyhow, I think there's a great opportunity here, Minister. And I would be delighted if you would come out and sort of join us MLAs, and I'm sure Declan can arrange it as well. And we can go and walk the patch so you can see how little would be required. And by being strategic about it, we could achieve quite a lot for the area. Because I think the most single important thing we want to see is the use of the facilities we have. And bearing in mind that we have already invested significantly, just adding to that extra bit of investment, which we're going to have to spend anyhow, and I keep on saying this, somebody earlier on today in the chamber said, spend to save or value for money. Both those things would be able to do that as well. And also, if you could take the opportunity to talk with us about what we could do at Belfast International Airport, and particularly with improving the road network. There are solutions out there, and indeed if the airport, much like Belfast City Airport, is willing to pay most of the cost itself, there are opportunities there for us to be able to do that. And a partnership agreement between the great Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council, between yourselves, your own department and the airport, we could actually demonstrate we can get stuff done. Mr Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I didn't even make any Thomas the Tank Engine allusions at all. But I think there's real opportunity here, and I think there's a good opportunity, Minister, for you here to make a difference without having to spend a fortune. Thank you very much indeed.
Tom Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity also to speak on this debate this evening, and I thank my constituency colleague John Blair for bringing this motion to the House this evening. And as my colleague has already mentioned, we have of course had this conversation many times in this place and in this House, but nevertheless it is one which is and remains very important and a vital topic. And as my colleague Steve Aiken has also spoken there so well, it is a great importance, and I think it would be a wonderful achievement even to see some really ambitious plans coming forward on that. This is not just about trains and train lines, it's about connectivity, it's about growth, and it's about the future of not just South Antrim but the entire region, so it is of vital importance. And for too long our transport network has struggled to keep pace with the demands of a modern society. We know this. And Knockmore line represents a potential solution that can enhance our public transport system, making it more efficient and accessible, and potentially linking our towns and cities directly to the Belfast International Airport. And as has already been mentioned, we know we have over and over numerous job fairs far and wide, in particular for the airport. They're continually trying to get those qualified people and those staff members for all the various roles and the great job opportunities that there are, but yet they struggle to keep people in those positions, and a lot of that is due to the fact that they just physically struggle to get from A to B in order to carry out those roles. So by that linkage is very, very important, and of course investing in our economy and the well-being of our citizens. We know that the passenger figures continue to grow in terms of the airport traffic, and we want, of course, to maximise the tourism potential, not just across South Antrim but across the whole of Northern Ireland. We want to see more provision for South Antrim, and yes, as already has been mentioned, the growth in houses and housing, and I'm one of those who's recently moved into Ballyclare, and we have the Relief Road, which is terrific there, but there's lots of people, including family members of mine, who have come from elsewhere, well outside of South Antrim, to live in this area. So it's a very attractive area for many people, and it's easy to commute to Belfast. Well, indeed.
Yeah, that's obvious for the member to say that, because of course it's God's own country, isn't it? Don't we all agree? Excellent, thank you.
Thank you for that. I absolutely couldn't agree more. But we want to see that provision. I think we have enough people to justify that extra usage. We need, of course, to consider all options to improve that connectivity, and we do look to the linking up of Ballymartin to our Neilwork as another potential opportunity. Ballymartin's been a great success, and we want to see more creative and ambitious planning. Now, as we know, these projects are, of course, costly, very costly, and we know they take time to deliver. So I'm glad that the Minister is here this evening to listen to this debate, and appreciate her time, and would welcome an update from the Minister on the future provision, which is very badly needed. The reinstatement and extension of the Knockmore line aligns obviously to the commitment to sustainable development and promotion of public transport as a viable alternative to car travel. But of course, we're all aware that it's not that easy to just ditch the car and commit to public transport. I wish I could do it. I love the train and the bus. When availability and frequency is often a real issue in terms of getting from A to B. So it's often in question, and of course even the taxi industry struggles today to cope with the amount of traffic that we have. We are also aware, of course, of the controversial goals that this Assembly has set itself in terms of those environmental targets, and the goals that some of us could argue that are not achievable or realistic. But it is important that we do what we can do when those opportunities arise, while fostering economic growth. So these are great opportunities, even in terms of environmental matters too. make improvements. So we do have to consider the social benefits, and the enhanced public transport access will provide greater mobility for all. In particular, I have to mention, of course, accessibility for those who struggle with disabilities and who need accessible transport. That is another huge challenge. We have quite a population with those with greater disability and accessibility needs, and that need needs to be met to accommodate everybody within Northern Ireland. So we do need to see more around that. And just at that point, I wanted to give a shout out to Southampton Community Transport and praise the fantastic work that they do, because they really do plug an invaluable gap in terms of getting people from A to B into appointments and to social occasions. And I think the value for money that they provide to Northern Ireland and to this government is fantastic. And a lot of people really do rely on that service, and would like to see more of that across Northern Ireland in terms of community transport. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, the reinstatement and extension of the Knockmore line to Belfast International Airport is not just a transportation project, it is an investment in our future, and one that I, for one, would dearly like to see coming to fruition in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank John for bringing this and the work that he's done on this, whether that was over the last council, when he was a council, David Ford was here, and that was coming forward. I want to bring a Lagan Valley perspective to this rather than the South Antrim part. We'll fight for where the line goes, but reopening the Knockmore line is about connecting people to jobs. It's about linking the airport to rail, and it's about building a future economy. It's about our community. Yeah, of course.
You touched on Lisburn. I just want to remind you, actually, Lisburn has given up most of the constituency on that end to South Antrim. So we have got Glenavy, we've got Stonyford, and also because they've given it up, but it's fine.
Just supposed to remind them, so that it wasn't us that closed the line in the first place or reduced the service, but that part of Lagan Valley hasn't actually changed in this bit, and Ballinderry and the bit in between Glenavy remains the same. But we've waited too long for progress in this. 2 years from that feasibility study went out with TransLink is too long, and if this place is to start to be seen as a place that delivers for people, this is exactly the kind of project and the kind of change that we can put into people's or for people's lives that actually delivers for people. But it is about connecting communities, and it's about the benefits that it would bring to villages that have been named, and everybody's named them right across. But one of the problems we've had in Lagan Valley has been you've three main villages, but Hillsborough and Moira, we have overdeveloped to the point of absolute saturation that you can't move in either village at any point in time, and the traffic is completely crazy. Yet we have Ballinderry or Ballinderry Upper that we haven't developed, and there's a train line there and main road infrastructure that could ease the pressure on planning of housing, because we all need housing. We need housing moving forward. But if this was to open, you actually have the infrastructure in place before you start to develop housing, rather than putting all the housing in place and not matching that with infrastructure. That then starts to ease the pressure on the M1, the A26 to Antrim, but the M1 mainly becomes a car park coming into Belfast. You bring those other connections in, and you start to offer sustainable transport and ways of delivering that. So the benefit to the wider area is actually substantial. The airport has been mentioned, and the economic growth there has been, Trevor's mentioned, I think John mentioned as well, and Declan, about the jobs needed there and moving people and being able to provide, and but it's key, but also for tourism, for business community, for getting inward investment, and for our local companies getting out. That connectivity piece is really critical to allowing investment in this place to grow. But it's part of the All Island Review, and I agree with Steve on that. I totally believe that has to start
to be delivered. And this is one of the low-hanging fruits of that we could actually, the track's already there. And when you look at other plans that are actually happening, Dublin launched last week or a week before last, maybe now, the Dublin Metro plans, and really ambitious plans for an underground that will connect their airport into the city. Belfast City Airport today announced their 2040 strategy. My first question is, why do we have to wait to 2040? Can we not bring that much earlier and start delivering quickly for people? Yeah, sure.
For the All-Ireland Rail Strategy, one of the big issues has to be that most of the rail link for Iron Ore area is going to have to be replaced anyhow. And there's going to be a considerable amount of investment that has to go into the ballasts and all the bits and pieces that actually you can put the tracks on. So the tracks are going to have to be increased to high-speed tracks. This is what I'm saying to the Minister, and I think this is, it could be saying, there's an opportunity if we're doing it on an all-island basis, which we're going to have to be able to upgrade it all at the same time, rather than faffing around.
It's a new word, of ballast, and that's about true. That's great. But I completely agree. We need to look at this as on an all-island basis. I talk all the time in here about a shared island, about on looking at stuff strategically rather than causing, not on a political division, but on a land of developing to help people. But we can't afford to be left behind with this. And this needs to be built in, and I agree completely that the line should be upgraded and seen in the totality rather than as an individual part. Net zeros there, the fewer cars and lowering emissions. But I suppose the other bit is what is it's used. The midnight train from Belfast to Lisburn never happened. We called the word for years. There was never happened. It could never happen. We were told it was too expensive, would never run. It was put on at Christmas and it's continued to today. It's put on because once the service is good, reliable and connects people, people use it. And that's the bit. So really from the Minister, we need to have a timeline of where we go from here, to look at delivery, to start to see this coming with a timeline forward to deliver. And I appreciate the Minister here tonight to listen, and I appreciate her work on this because she has been engaging on this over the last while since she's been in post. So, really it's that timeline for delivery of what we can do, when we can raise this out, and when we can see this happening for people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the Speaker to the Minister. I want you to be aware of the skullduggery that's happening in this chamber tonight. This is not about tourism or connectivity. This is about the people from Southampton wanting to get into Lagan Valley, because that's what this is about. Let's be absolutely clear. And I nearly fell out with my party colleague. Lagan Valley is the premier. It's the big brother, really, and we know we envy. But in reality, everybody here tonight has made the case for the delivery of the Knockmore line to include Belfast Airport, and it's simply unquestionable. And I would also say that if we're serious about growing our economy, which is why we're here, boosting tourism, which is why we're here, and putting Northern Ireland on the international stage, the case has well and truly been made, and we must finally connect our main airport to our rail network. I was doing a little bit of research today just because I was in London last week, Mr. Speaker, and I wondered when they built the London Underground. It was 162 years ago they kind of started. And when you think about what they delivered 162 years ago, and you work out, how did they do that? How did they afford it? Who actually did that? And we're looking at a rail link that actually exists. So we've got the line. We're not commissioning land. We're not vesting land. As has already been pointed out, we genuinely could meet this in terms of our climate credentials, because this is win-win. It would fulfil the active travel ambition. But the tangible benefits for this, I'm sure 162 years ago they weren't quantifying all of that into what they delivered. And the longest line on that is 46 miles or something. Can you imagine if we had an underground tube from Belfast International and you were looking to get somewhere? But what we're looking to do is to put trains on a track that already exists. And I know it's not just as simple as that, but I think in 2025 we have people, not necessarily in this building, but people who complicate it. And maybe we could deliver it a lot easier than we think. But right now, Belfast International Airport is one of the only international airports in Europe that doesn't have a rail link. And that is a significant disadvantage both for business and for tourism. And the Knockmore line gives us a ready-made solution. So by reinstating the line through the Lagan Valley corridor, with the potential for increased pickups at Knockmore, and we know there's work ongoing, Minister, with regard to that wider Knockmore piece, and Ballinderry, and then better linking the Jewel in the Crown, which is Lisburn, by the way. We can transform connectivity for local communities whilst creating the crucial spine that links our international airport directly with the rest of Northern Ireland. But as has already been picked out, probably much better by other members here, particularly the member for South Antrim, John Blair, and I thank you, John, for bringing this tonight, is that Circle Line ambition. And when you look at the links through to the city airport, I think that the opportunities there are probably better than anywhere else in the world, which I'll get to in a wee second. This isn't just about convenience, it's about competitiveness. By attracting and embedding new transatlantic routes from Belfast International, we have the opportunity to rival Dublin Airport in attracting long-haul visitors and global investment. And nobody in this room will need to be reminded that when we come back in 2022, was it? One of the UK government commitments was to look at pre-clearance, Minister, for US flights. And I would like, it's not for you to look at that, but certainly if we could look at that with the Executive Office in regard to that, and we'll maybe revisit that, because that's really, really important to shining the light on the ambition that we have for Northern Ireland and putting it truly on the map. Because tourists arriving from the United States or Canada would be able to step off a plane and straight onto a train and go to Lisburn, Belfast, Londonderry, Antrim, Ballymartin or beyond. And that's the seamless connectivity that international travellers expect in 2025. The Knockmore line is the first step in delivering the wider Circle Line, a project that would maximise value by linking our towns, our capital and our airports in one in a coherent transport network. I had the pleasure of living within about 500 yards of the track, which is the Knockmore line, and the member from Lagan Valley will agree with me. It's actually a beautiful line in terms of what you would see, the offering for the people who would commute on it from South Antrim into Lagan Valley, to see our 3- and 4-storey buildings, skyscrapers, so they are, Trevor. It really is a nice journey, as much as any. It would be very good. Since becoming an MLA in 2016, I have repeatedly highlighted the Knockmore line's potential to unlock the growth right across Northern Ireland. But as Trevor has pointed out, this has been going on from before I was here, for maybe 10 years before that, when John was a mere boy as a councillor, which is some time ago. I want to thank Robin Swan MP, who religiously attends Westminster. He's probably one of the most attentive MPs, passionate about this and speaks into this. Oh, he's fantastic. He's given your gym a run for his money. But this, I know we can be humorous about this, but Trevor hit the nail on the head. When we come back in 2 years' time, do we want the next cohort of MLAs to be repeating the lines that we are trotting out tonight and were trotted out by people before us? So, colleagues, the time for delay is long past. And Minister, if we are to compete, we should complete. And if we're truly going to level up our transport system, then we must deliver the Knockmore line, because it's the track that leads directly to the Circle Line, to prosperity and to Northern Ireland's rightful place on the global tourist map. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Calling you now. You've got 10 minutes.
Good, can call you. And I genuinely want to thank everyone for their contributions tonight. I think this has been a real demonstration of what we can achieve if we are on the same page and we think collaboratively about what we would like to see. It's been very different to some of the debates and discussions I've been part of in this chamber over the last 24 hours, so it's a welcome discussion. But I mean, just I suppose especially to thank John Blair for bringing forward the motion, because I do recognise that this is a very important issue, that the reinstatement and the extension of the Knockmore line to the international airport is something that as many have said here tonight, is not just an investment. It's of strategic importance for the economy, for tourism, and for the whole area reaching its full potential. As members will be aware, my department has published a new draft transport strategy which is out for consultation. And covering the period up to 2035, this strategy is the beginning of what I think is a necessary journey to ensure that our transportation system meets the demands of tomorrow while reflecting the values and priorities of our community today. And I think tonight's debate really reflects that and what we want to achieve from the department's perspective. I think it sets out a very comprehensive vision that is both actionable, I think was the word that one of the members here this evening also used, and it's adaptable, and that addresses both urban and rural connectivity, but also creating a cleaner and greener foundation for growth and recognising my own commitment to improving regional balance. The strategy is an important first step to help shape a transport system that works for all and safeguards the environment for future generations. And I welcome Pam's comments in relation to that, the access piece and how important that is. As you'll be aware, you reflected South Antrim Community Transport, something that I find I'm of huge importance, and that's why in my budget this year I wanted to ensure that I was able to provide full funding for community transport, because they absolutely play a vital role in plugging those gaps, but ensuring that tackling health inequality, social isolation, all of those things, rural inequalities that our existing public transport system simply can't address at this point in time, but hopefully we can move towards that. I will indeed, yeah.
You mentioned the magic word, budget. And of course, one of the things that you'd be aware of at the moment, you're looking now for 3-year budgets and looking at future developments. But the difference with this is, because if you look at city deals, and I think it's called the All-Union Interconnectivity Deal, which is one of the things that they're working in the UK at the moment, it's looking at investment that's potentially going out to 100 years. So actually going for a long-term investment bond to do this is actually a very low-cost way of gobbling up FTC in a way that's actually going to deliver something rather than just a new university building. This would actually build something that would be useful to everybody across Northern Ireland. If you're in your conversations with particularly the Finance Minister and particularly the officials, I think that would be a worthy conversation to have.
Yeah, and I'm going to come on to budget, so I will come to a wee bit around that. I suppose just in terms of the plans themselves and the strategy, the transport plans will set out the potential interventions that I propose to bring forward to address many of my priorities in the strategy. And the Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan will detail proposed changes to the railway network for the period up to 2035. So I recognise as well that we talked for 2040, the Belfast City Airport Master Plan, and I had the pleasure of meeting with Belfast City Airport last week in advance of the launch day, as I knew I wouldn't be able to attend. And I think it's very exciting, very ambitious, but it does recognise that these major projects, these major infrastructure projects, take time, take investment, but they will take collaboration as well, something I'm looking forward to seeing come into fruition. The plan that I'm referring to in terms of our own transport network transport plan, the RSTNTP, will consider the work undertaken from the feasibility study of the Knockmore line, and will appraise that scheme against all of the other competing priorities, as members will be aware. In parallel with the strategy and plans, we are also taking steps to address the climate and biodiversity crisis. The Climate Change Act places clear responsibilities on all departments to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050. And to enable this, my department must reduce emissions from the transport sector, so it is almost net zero by 2050. So we can't underestimate the challenge that net zero represents, especially in relation to transport. I will in a second. Most of us rely on transport, on some form of transport every day, mainly our car, bus or train, to go about our daily lives. So rail is a really good way of ensuring that we are reducing those emissions and having that modal shift to give way.
I suppose it's cheeky of me to tag on the Ballymartin stuff on the back of this debate, because it's actually a different line. However, that line is in action, and in terms of everything you've just said actually about net zero and achieving that, the line is there. It is from here to your colleague away from the car park. So the connection for this would be simple, and I think it's one of the simple signs, sorry, I don't mean the way that came out, sorry, it's a simple indication from you as a minister about your commitment to actually achieving net zero, to give that connectivity from the people in terms of Ballymartin to get to Belfast or indeed towards Antrim.
Yeah, I thank the member for that point, and I suppose, I'm not overly familiar with Ballymartin itself, so I probably need to get a wee bit more information on that. But ideally, feel free to write in. in relation to all of what we've discussed here this evening and the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, which everyone here I think has commended and shown great support for, it sought to provide that strategic vision for rail right across Ireland. And I welcome the comments from David Honeyford in relation to even what is happening in Dublin and having that all-Ireland vision, because it makes sense. Our railway lines don't stop at the border in the same way our roads and many other things don't stop at the border, and it makes sense for us to look at that holistically. But also in terms of some of the work that's happening in Dublin, you're feeding into my argument here for Irish unity, because look at what they can achieve with the budgets they have access to, in terms of having their. But we have to. If it's in front of my face, I can't ignore it. Sorry. No, but in all seriousness, I suppose the investment piece is key to all of this, and I think it is an example of what can be achieved when we have access to healthier budgets and our own flavour. Very, very quickly, because I'll never get through this.
The issue in Dublin that's been mentioned is the fact is the DART takes priority over the Northern Ireland North-South line on the Belfast-Dublin line. We can't increase speed or flexibility on that line until we actually sort out the DART and take the DART off it. So even though there has been a lot of investment put on it, it's not the right investment for north-south connectivity. So if you're talking to your cohort, please try and get us some access on that line would be very useful.
Yeah, and there's not everything we're going to always agree on. I suppose the point I'm making is that even in terms of our public transport, subsidising our public transport network, they can do so much more in the south because they're not hamstrung by some of the budgets that we are here in the north. But in terms of the review itself, and I've probably digressed a little on that in respect of the All-Ireland Rail Review, it was published in July last year, and it set out 32 recommendations which will improve inter-urban and regional rural rail system for passengers and communities right across the island up to 2050, which won't be long coming in either. I suppose it's important to say when we talk about 2007 for the Knockmore line, and it looks at aligning with net zero goals both north and south of the island. Delivery of the recommendations is divided into 3 broad time horizons: short term to 2030, medium term between 2030 and 2040, and those longer term goals between 2040 and 2050. The proposal to reinstate the railway between Lisburn and Antrim, enabling Belfast International Airport to be connected, has been classified as a short-term intervention by the review, and I think that will certainly be welcomed by members, particularly given tonight's debate. And whilst the recommendations provide an evidence-based framework to inform future investment in the railways across the island, more work is needed to test that feasibility and the affordability, I think, which is going to be key of the recommendations, and I suppose then to secure the necessary funding to take projects forward, taking into consideration wider infrastructure priorities. And the Union Connectivity Fund has funded the feasibility studies, as members will know. I'm continually working with the Department for Transport, TransLink, Irish Rail and the National Transport Authority to consider the recommendations, and this work has included preparation of a project prioritisation strategy which identified those rail interventions which could be well advanced or delivered over the next decade to 2035, and I hope to publish this project prioritisation strategy later this year.
Minister, you've had a few interruptions. If you need a wee bit extra time, don't worry.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Speaker. Officials are also working closely with TransLink, who undertook several other feasibility studies which were submitted to my department in July. And these additional studies, as I've said, have been funded by the Union Connectivity Fund. Those include the Portadown to Armagh line, a new line from Portadown to Derry, and electrification of Belfast to the border. So, as I've said, I'm currently considering their recommendations and intend to publish a summary report for them also later in the autumn. Given the scale of the interventions and the magnitude of transformation involved, and I know we've talked about the Knockmore line as something that's maybe simpler to do, and that's why it is one of those short-term interventions, there will be significant challenges and pressure on the overall finances. And we do need to explore all avenues of funding, and that's what I'll continually do through seeking support from executive colleagues, but also working with others in different jurisdictions, to say, whether it's shared island funding or through Union Connectivity or whatever is available to us. In reference to budget and the budget to TransLink, and members have alluded to the budgets that are set. There's no doubt that TransLink could do so much more with the budget if we were able to give more. This year we've given a budget of 33% of my overall capital budget to TransLink, which is 86% of what they have asked for. So we are continually looking at how we can invest more. And I think it's important to note that over the last 4 years, we have given a capital budget of £1 billion. So whilst it might still not be enough, it is a significant part out of my overall budget, and I hope that shows that my commitment to delivering and working with Translink and others to do so. So I think the other important thing which is relative to this debate is that I have ring-fenced £1 million in my budget this year to build on the momentum that's already been achieved in terms of the feasibility studies for the all-island rail review, which will include work on this line. And future budget decisions, we've talked about the multi-year budget, will be critical when we are planning for the future in relation to these bigger infrastructure projects around rail. So just I suppose in conclusion, the reopening of the Knockmore line, I have said earlier on, we are at a stage where we're considering the feasibility study, and that is being, we're hoping to publish now the main outcomes in autumn, so I will be able to provide members with further updates on that at that stage. So I continue to look forward to working with everyone in relation to this. I recognise the significant importance of it, not just for the people who represent that area, but for that wider connectivity piece right across our island, in terms of ensuring all of our regions are served by a fully functioning and well-served rail network, because it achieves everything that we have set out to do, be it through our climate change targets, supporting our communities, and through that economic growth. So I want to thank members for the debate and the tone of tonight's debate, and hopefully we can see this progressing in the near future.
Thank you, Minister. The Assembly is adjourned.